22,084, 22,085, 22,086, 22,087, 22,088, 22,089, 22,090, 22,091, 22,092, 22,093, 22,094, 22,095, 22,096, 22,097, 22,098, 22,099, 22,100, 22,101, 22,102, 22,103, 22,104, 22,105, 22,106, 22,107, 22,108, 22,109, 22,110, 22,111, 22,112, 22,113, 22,114, 22,115, 22,116, 22,117, 22,118, 22,119, 22,120, 22,121, 22,122, 22,123, 22,124, 22,125, 22,126, 22,127, 22,128, 22,129, 22,130, 22,131, 22,132, 22,133, 22,134, 22,135, 22,136, 22,137, 22,138, 22,139, 22,140, 22,141, 22,142, 22,143, 22,144, 22,145, 22,146, 22,147, 22,148, 22,149, 22,150, 22,151, 22,152, 22,153, 22,154, 22,155, 22,156, 22,157, 22,158, 22,159, 22,160, 22,161, 22,162, 22,163, 22,164, 22,165, 22,166, 22,167, 22,168, 22,169, 22,170, 22,171, 22,172, 22,173, 22,174, 22,175, 22,176, 22,177, 22,178, 22,179, 22,180, 22,181, 22,182, 22,183, 22,184, 22,185, 22,186, 22,187, 22,188, 22,189, 22,190, 22,191, 22,192, 22,193, 22,194, 22,195, 22,196, 22,197, 22,198, 22,199, 22,200, 22,201, 22,202, 22,203, 22,204, 22,205, 22,206, 22,207, 22,208, 22,209, 22,210, 22,211, 22,212, 22,213, 22,214, 22,215, 22,216, 22,217, 22,218, 22,219, 22,220, 22,221, 22,222, 22,223, 22,224, 22,225, 22,226, 22,227, 22,228, 22,229, 22,230, 22,231. 22,232. 22,233. 22,234. 22,235. 22,236. 22,237. 22,238. 22,239. 22,240. 22,241. 22,242. 22,243. 22,244. 22,245. 22,246. 22,247. 22,248. 22,249. 22,250. 22,251. 22,252. 22,253. 22,254. 22,255. 22,256. 22,257. 22,258. 22,259. 22,260. 22,261. 22,262. 22,263. 22,264. 22,265. 22,266. 22,267. 22,268. 22,269. 22,270. 22,271. 22,272. 22,273. 22,274. 22,275. 22,276. 22,277. 22,278. 22,279. 22,280. 22,281. 22,282. 22,283. 22,284. 22,285. 22,286. 22,287. 22,288. 22,289. 22,290. 22,291. 22,292. 22,293. 22,294. 22,295. 22,296. 22,297. 22,298. 22,299. 22,300. 22,301. 22,302. 22,303. 22,304. 22,305. 22,306. 22,307. 22,308. 22,309. 22,310. 22,311. 22,312. 22,313. 22,314. 22,315. 22,316. 22,317. 22,318. 22,319. 22,320. 22,321. 22,322. 22,323. 22,324. 22,325. 22,326. 22,327. 22,328. 22,329. 22,330. 22,331. 22,332. 22,333. 22,334. 22,335. 22,336. 22,337. 22,338. 22,339. 22,340. 22,341. 22,342. 22,343. 22,344. 22,345. 22,346. 22,347. 22,348. 22,349. 22,350. 22,351. 22,352. 22,353. 22,354. 22,355. 22,356. 22,357. 22,358. 22,359. 22,360. 22,361. 22,362. 22,363. 22,364. 22,365. 22,366. 22,367. 22,368. 22,369. 22,370. 22,371. 22,372. 22,373. 22,374. 22,375. 22,376. 22,377. 22,378. 22,379. 22,380. 22,381. 22,382. 22,383. 22,384. 22,385. 22,386. 22,387. 22,388. 22,389. 22,390. 22,391. 22,392. 22,393. 22,394. 22,395. 22,396. 22,397. 22,398. 22,399. 22,400. 22,401. 22,402. 22,403. 22,404. 22,405. 22,406. 22,407. 22,408. 22,409. 22,410. 22,411. 22,412. 22,413. 22,414. 22,415. 22,416. 22,417. 22,418. 22,419. 22,420. 22,421. 22,422. 22,423. 22,424. 22,425. 22,426. 22,427. 22,428. 22,429. 22,430. 22,431. 22,432. 22,433. 22,434. 22,435. 22,436. 22,437. 22,438. 22,439. 22,440. 22,441. 22,442. 22,443. 22,444. 22,445. 22,446. 22,447. 22,448. 22,449. 22,450. 22,451. 22,452. 22,453. 22,454. 22,455. 22,456. 22,457. 22,458. 22,459. 22,460. 22,461. 22,462. 22,463. 22,464. 22,465. 22,466. 22,467. 22,468. 22,469. 22,470. 22,471. 22,472. 22,473. 22,474. 22,475. 22,476. 22,477. 22,478. 22,479. 22,480. 22,481. 22,482. 22,483. 22,484. 22,485. 22,486. 22,487. 22,488. 22,489. 22,490. 22,491. 22,492. 22,493. 22,494. 22,495. 22,496. 22,497. 22,498. 22,499. 22,500. 22,501. 22,502. 22,503. 22,504. 22,505. 22,506. 22,507. 22,508. 22,509. 22,510. 22,511. 22,512. 22,513. 22,514. 22,515. 22,516. 22,517. 22,518. 22,519. 22,520. 22,521. 22,522. 22,523. 22,524. 22,525. 22,526. 22,527. 22,528. 22,529. 22,530. 22,531. 22,532. 22,533. 22,534. 22,535. 22,536. 22,537. 22,538. 22,539. 22,540. 22,541. 22,542. 22,543. 22,544. 22,545. 22,546. 22,547. 22,548. 22,549. 22,550. 22,551. 22,552. 22,553. 22,554. 22,555. 22,556. 22,557. 22,558. 22,559. 22,560. 22,561. 22,562. 22,563. 22,564. 22,565. 22,566. 22,567. 22,568. 22,569. 22,570. 22,571. 22,572. 22,573. 22,574. 22,575. 22,576. 22,577. 22,578. 22,579. 22,580. 22,581. 22,582. 22,583. 22,584. 22,585. 22,586. 22,587. 22,588. 22,589. 22,590. 22,591. 22,592. 22,593. 22,594. 22,595. 22,596. 22,597. 22,598. 22,599. 22,600. 22,601. 22,602. 22,603. 22,604. 22,605. 22,606. 22,607. 22,608. 22,609. 22,610. 22,611. 22,612. 22,613. 22,614. 22,615. 22,616. 22,617. 22,618. 22,619. 22,620. 22,621. 22,622. 22,623. 22,624. 22,625. 22,626. 22,627. 22,628. 22,629. 22,630. 22,631. 22,632. 22,633. 22,634. 22,635. 22,636. 22,637. 22,638. 22,639. 22,640. 22,641. 22,642. 22,643. 22,644. 22,645. 22,646. 22,647. 22,648. 22,649. 22,650. 22,651. 22,652. 22,653. 22,654. 22,655, 22,656, 22,657, 22,658, 22,659, 22,660, 22,661, 22,662, 22,663, 22,664, 22,665, 22,666, 22,667, 22,668, 22,669, 22,670, 22,671, 22,672, 22,673, 22,674, 22,675, 22,676, 22,677, 22,678, 22,679, 22,680, 22,681, 22,682, 22,683, 22,684, 22,685, 22,686, 22,687, 22,688, 22,689, 22,690, 22,691, 22,692, 22,693, 22,694, 22,695, 22,696, 22,697, 22,698, 22,699, 22,700, 22,701, 22,702, 22,703, 22,704, 22,705, 22,706, 22,707, 22,708, 22,709, 22,710, 22,711, 22,712, 22,713, 22,714, 22,715, 22,716, 22,717, 22,718, 22,719, 22,720, 22,721, 22,722, 22,723, 22,724, 22,725, 22,726, 22,727, 22,728, 22,729, 22,730, 22,731, 22,732, 22,733, 22,734, 22,735, 22,736, 22,737, 22,738, 22,739, 22,740, 22,741, 22,742, 22,743, 22,744, 22,745, 22,746, 22,747, 22,748, 22,749, 22,750, 22,751, 22,752, 22,753, 22,754, 22,755, 22,756, 22,757, 22,758, 22,759, 22,760, 22,761, 22,762, 22,763, 22,764, 22,765, 22,766, 22,767, 22,768, 22,769, 22,770, 22,771, 22,772, 22,773, 22,774, 22,775, 22,776, 22,777, 22,778, 22,779, 22,780, 22,781, 22,782, 22,783, 22,784, 22,785, 22,786, 22,787, 22,788, 22,789, 22,790, 22,791, 22,792. 22,793. 22,794. 22,795. 22,796. 22,797. 22,798. 22,799. 22,800. 22,801. 22,802. 22,803. 22,804. 22,805. 22,806. 22,807. 22,808. 22,809. 22,810. 22,811. 22,812. 22,813. 22,814. 22,815. 22,816. 22,817. 22,818. 22,819. 22,820. 22,821. 22,822. 22,823. 22,824. 22,825. 22,826. 22,827. 22,828. 22,829. 22,830. 22,831. 22,832. 22,833. 22,834. 22,835. 22,836. 22,837. 22,838. 22,839. 22,840. 22,841. 22,842. 22,843. 22,844. 22,845. 22,846. 22,847. 22,848. 22,849. 22,850. 22,851. 22,852. 22,853. 22,854. 22,855. 22,856. 22,857. 22,858. 22,859. 22,860. 22,861. 22,862. 22,863. 22,864. 22,865. 22,866. 22,867. 22,868. 22,869. 22,870. 22,871. 22,872. 22,873. 22,874. 22,875. 22,876. 22,877. 22,878. 22,879. 22,880. 22,881. 22,882. 22,883. 22,884. 22,885. 22,886. 22,887. 22,888. 22,889. 22,890. 22,891. 22,892. 22,893. 22,894. 22,895. 22,896. 22,897. 22,898. 22,899. 22,900. 22,901. 22,902. 22,903. 22,904. 22,905. 22,906. 22,907. 22,908. 22,909. 22,910. 22,911. 22,912. 22,913. 22,914. 22,915. 22,916. 22,917. 22,918. 22,919. 22,920. 22,921. 22,922. 22,923. 22,924. 22,925. 22,926. 22,927. 22,928. 22,929. 22,930. 22,931. 22,932. 22,933. 22,934. 22,935. 22,936. 22,937. 22,938. 22,939. 22,940. 22,941. 22,942. 22,943. 22,944. 22,945. 22,946. 22,947. 22,948. 22,949. 22,950. 22,951. 22,952. 22,953. 22,954. 22,955. 22,956. 22,957. 22,958. 22,959. 22,960. 22,961. 22,962. 22,963. 22,964. 22,965. 22,966. 22,967. 22,968. 22,969. 22,970. 22,971. 22,972. 22,973. 22,974. 22,975. 22,976. 22,977. 22,978. 22,979. 22,980. 22,981. 22,982. 22,983. 22,984. 22,985. 22,986. 22,987. 22,988. 22,989. 22,990. 22,991. 22,992. 22,993. 22,994. 22,995. 22,996. 22,997. 22,998. 22,999. 23,000. 23,001. 23,002. 23,003. 23,004. 23,005. 23,006. 23,007. 23,008. 23,009. 23,010. 23,011. 23,012. 23,013. 23,014. 23,015. 23,016. 23,017. 23,018. 23,019. 23,020. 23,021. 23,022. 23,023. 23,024. 23,025. 23,026. 23,027. 23,028. 23,029. 23,030. 23,031. 23,032. 23,033. 23,034. 23,035. 23,036. 23,037. 23,038. 23,039. 23,040. 23,041. 23,042. 23,043. 23,044. 23,045. 23,046. 23,047. 23,048. 23,049. 23,050. 23,051. 23,052. 23,053. 23,054. 23,055. 23,056. 23,057. 23,058. 23,059. 23,060. 23,061. 23,062. 23,063. 23,064. 23,065. 23,066. 23,067. 23,068. 23,069. 23,070. 23,071. 23,072. 23,073. 23,074. 23,075. 23,076. 23,077. 23,078. 23,079. 23,080. 23,081. 23,082. 23,083. 23,084. 23,085. 23,086. 23,087. 23,088. 23,089. 23,090. 23,091. 23,092. 23,093. 23,094. 23,095. 23,096. 23,097. 23,098. 23,099. 23,100. 23,101. 23,102. 23,103. 23,104. 23,105. 23,106. 23,107. 23,108. 23,109. 23,110. 23,111. 23,112. 23,113. 23,114. 23,115. 23,116. 23,117. 23,118. 23,119. 23,120. 23,121. 23,122. 23,123. 23,124. 23,125. 23,126. 23,127. 23,128. 23,129. 23,130. 23,131. 23,132. 23,133. 23,134. 23,135. 23,136. 23,137. 23,138. 23,139. 23,140. 23,141. 23,142. 23,143. 23,144. 23,145. 23,146. 23,147. 23,148. 23,149. 23,150. 23,151. 23,152. 23,153. 23,154. 23,155. 23,156. 23,157. 23,158. 23,159. 23,160. 23,161. 23,162. 23,163. 23,164. 23,165. 23,166. 23,167. 23,168. 23,169. 23,170. 23,171. 23,172. 23,173. 23,174. 23,175. 23,176. 23,177. 23,178. 23,179. 23,180. 23,181. 23,182. 23,183. 23,184. 23,185. 23,186. 23,187. 23,188. 23,189. 23,190. 23,191. 23,192. 23,193. 23,194. 23,195. 23,196. 23,197. 23,198. 23,199. 23,200. 23,201. 23,202. 23,203. 23,204. 23,205. 23,206. 23,207. 23,208. 23,209. 23,210. 23,211. 23,212. 23,213. 23,214. 23,215. 23,216. 23,217. 23,218. 23,219. 23,220. 23,221. 23,222. 23,223. 23,224. 23,225. 23,226. 23,227. 23,228. 23,229. 23,230. 23,231. 23,232. 23,233. 23,234. 23,235. 23,236. 23,237. 23,238. 23,239. 23,240. 23,241. 23,242. 23,243. 23,244. 23,245. 23,246. 23,247. 23,248. 23,249. 23,250. 23,251. 23,252. 23,253. 23,254. 23,255. 23,256. 23,257. 23,258. 23,259. 23,260. 23,261. 23,262. 23,263. 23,264. 23,265. 23,266. 23,267. 23,268. 23,269. 23,270. 23,271. 23,272. 23,273. 23,274. 23,275. 23,276. 23,277. 23,278. 23,279. 23,280. 23,281. 23,282. 23,283. 23,284. 23,285. 23,286. 23,287. 23,288. 23,289. 23,290. 23,291. 23,292. 23,293. 23,294. 23,295. 23,296. 23,297. 23,298. 23,299. 23,300. 23,301. 23,302. 23,303. 23,304. 23,305. 23,306. 23,307. 23,308. 23,309. 23,310. 23,311. 23,312. 23,313. 23,314. 23,315. 23,316. 23,317. 23,318. 23,319. 23,320. 23,321. 23,322. 23,323. 23,324. 23,325. 23,326. 23,327. 23,328. 23,329. 23,330. 23,331. 23,332. 23,333. 23,334. 23,335. 23,336. 23,337. 23,338. 23,339. 23,340. 23,341. 23,342. 23,343. 23,344. 23,345. 23,346. 23,347. 23,348. 23,349. 23,350. 23,351. 23,352. 23,353. 23,354. 23,355. 23,356. 23,357. 23,358. 23,359. 23,360. 23,361. 23,362. 23,363. 23,364. 23,365. 23,366. 23,367. 23,368. 23,369. 23,370. 23,371. 23,372. 23,373. 23,374. 23,375. 23,376. 23,377. 23,378. 23,379. 23,380. 23,381. 23,382. 23,383. 23,384. 23,385. 23,386. 23,387. 23,388. 23,389. 23,390. 23,391. 23,392. 23,393. 23,394. 23,395. 23,396. 23,397. 23,398. 23,399. 23,400. 23,401. 23,402. 23,403. 23,404. 23,405. 23,406. 23,407. 23,408. 23,409. 23,410. 23,411. 23,412. 23,413. 23,414. 23,415. 23,416. 23,417. 23,418. 23,419. 23,420. 23,421. 23,422. 23,423. 23,424. 23,425. 23,426. 23,427. 23,428. 23,429. 23,430. 23,431. 23,432. 23,433. 23,434. 23,435. 23,436. 23,437. 23,438. 23,439. 23,440. 23,441. 23,442. 23,443. 23,444. 23,445. 23,446. 23,447. 23,448. 23,449. 23,450. 23,451. 23,452. 23,453. 23,454. 23,455. 23,456. 23,457. 23,458. 23,459. 23,460. 23,461. 23,462. 23,463. 23,464. 23,465. 23,466. 23,467. 23,468. 23,469. 23,470. 23,471. 23,472. 23,473. 23,474. 23,475. 23,476. 23,477. 23,478. 23,479. 23,480. 23,481. 23,482. 23,483. 23,484. 23,485. 23,486. 23,487. 23,488. 23,489. 23,490. 23,491. 23,492. 23,493. 23,494. 23,495. 23,496. 23,497. 23,498. 23,499. 23,500. 23,501. 23,502. 23,503. 23,504. 23,505. 23,506. 23,507. 23,508. 23,509. 23,510. 23,511. 23,512. 23,513. 23,514. 23,515. 23,516. 23,517. 23,518. 23,519. 23,520. 23,521. 23,522. 23,523. 23,524. 23,525. 23,526. 23,527. 23,528. 23,529. 23,530. 23,531. 23,532. 23,533. 23,534. 23,535. 23,536. 23,537. 23,538. 23,539. 23,540. 23,541. 23,542. 23,543. 23,544. 23,545. 23,546. 23,547. 23,548. 23,549. 23,550. 23,551. 23,552. 23,553. 23,554. 23,555. 23,556. 23,557. 23,558. 23,559. 23,560. 23,561. 23,562. 23,563. 23,564. 23,565. 23,566. 23,567. 23,568. 23,569. 23,570. 23,571. 23,572. 23,573. 23,574. 23,575. 23,576. 23,577. 23,578. 23,579. 23,580. 23,581. 23,582. 23,583. 23,584. 23,585. 23,586. 23,587. 23,588. 23,589. 23,590. 23,591. 23,592. 23,593. 23,594. 23,595. 23,596. 23,597. 23,598. 23,599. 23,600. 23,601. 23,602. 23,603. 23,604. 23,605. 23,606. 23,607. 23,608. 23,609. 23,610. 23,611. 23,612. 23,613. 23,614. 23,615. 23,616. 23,617. 23,618. 23,619. 23,620. 23,621. 23,622. 23,623. 23,624. 23,625. 23,626. 23,627. 23,628. 23,629. 23,630. 23,631. 23,632. 23,633. 23,634. 23,635. 23,636. 23,637. 23,638. 23,639. 23,640. 23,641. 23,642. 23,643. 23,644. 23,645. 23,646. 23,647. 23,648. 23,649. 23,650. 23,651. 23,652. 23,653. 23,654. 23,655. 23,656. 23,657. 23,658. 23,659. 23,660. 23,661. 23,662. 23,663. 23,664. 23,665. 23,666. 23,667. 23,668. 23,669. 23,670. 23,671. 23,672. 23,673. 23,674. 23,675. 23,676. 23,677. 23,678. 23,679. 23,680. 23,681. 23,682. 23,683. 23,684. 23,685. 23,686. 23,687. 23,688. 23,689. 23,690. 23,691. 23,692. 23,693. 23,694. 23,695. 23,696. 23,697. 23,698. 23,699. 23,700. 23,701. 23,702. 23,703. 23,704. 23,705. 23,706. 23,707. 23,708. 23,709. 23,710. 23,711. 23,712. 23,713. 23,714. 23,715. 23,716. 23,717. 23,718. 23,719. 23,720. 23,721. 23,722. 23,723. 23,724. 23,725. 23,726. 23,727. 23,728. 23,729. 23,730. 23,731. 23,732. 23,733. 23,734. 23,735. 23,736. 23,737. 23,738. 23,739. 23,740. 23,741. 23,742. 23,743. 23,744. 23,745. 23,746. 23,747. 23,748. 23,749. 23,750. 23,751. 23,752. 23,753. 23,754. 23,755. 23,756. 23,757. 23,758. 23,759. 23,760. 23,761. 23,762. 23,763. 23,764. 23,765. 23,766. 23,767. 23,768. 23,769. 23,770. 23,771. 23,772. 23,773. 23,774. 23,775. 23,776. 23,777. 23,778. 23,779. 23,780. 23,781. 23,782. 23,783. 23,784. 23,785. 23,786. 23,787. 23,788. 23,789. 23,790. 23,791. 23,792. 23,793. 23,794. 23,795. 23,796. 23,797. 23,798. 23,799. 23,800. 23,801. 23,802. 23,803. 23,804. 23,805. 23,806. 23,807. 23,808. 23,809. 23,810. 23,811. 23,812. 23,813. 23,814. 23,815. 23,816. 23,817. 23,818. 23,819. 23,820. 23,821. 23,822. 23,823. 23,824. 23,825. 23,826. 23,827. 23,828. 23,829. 23,830. 23,831. 23,832. 23,833. 23,834. 23,835. 23,836. 23,837. 23,838. 23,839. 23,840. 23,841. 23,842. 23,843. 23,844. 23,845. 23,846. 23,847. 23,848. 23,849. 23,850. 23,851. 23,852. 23,853. 23,854. 23,855. 23,856. 23,857. 23,858. 23,859. 23,860. 23,861. 23,862. 23,863. 23,864. 23,865. 23,866. 23,867. 23,868. 23,869. 23,870. 23,871. 23,872. 23,873. 23,874. 23,875. 23,876. 23,877. 23,878. 23,879. 23,880. 23,881. 23,882. 23,883. 23,884. 23,885. 23,886. 23,887. 23,888. 23,889. 23,890. 23,891. 23,892. 23,893. 23,894. 23,895. 23,896. 23,897. 23,898. 23,899. 23,900. 23,901. 23,902. 23,903. 23,904. 23,905. 23,906. 23,907. 23,908. 23,909. 23,910. 23,911. 23,912. 23,913. 23,914. 23,915. 23,916. 23,917. 23,918. 23,919. 23,920. 23,921. 23,922. 23,923. 23,924. 23,925. 23,926. 23,927. 23,928. 23,929. 23,930. 23,931. 23,932. 23,933. 23,934. 23,935. 23,936. 23,937. 23,938. 23,939. 23,940. 23,941. 23,942. 23,943. 23,944. 23,945. 23,946. 23,947. 23,948. 23,949. 23,950. 23,951. 23,952. 23,953. 23,954. 23,955. 23,956. 23,957. 23,958. 23,959. 23,960. 23,961. 23,962. 23,963. 23,964. 23,965. 23,966. 23,967. 23,968. 23,969. 23,970. 23,971. 23,972. 23,973. 23,974. 23,975. 23,976. 23,977. 23,978. 23,979. 23,980. 23,981. 23,982. 23,983. 23,984. 23,985. 23,986. 23,987. 23,988. 23,989. 23,990. 23,991. 23,992. 23,993. 23,994. 23,995. 23,996. 23,997. 23,998. 23,999. 24,000. 24,001. 24,002. 24,003. 24,004. 24,005. 24,006. 24,007. 24,008. 24,009. 24,010. 24,011. 24,012. 24,013. 24,014. 24,015. 24,016. 24,017. 24,018. 24,019. 24,020. 24,021. 24,022. 24,023. 24,024. 24,025. 24,026. 24,027. 24,028. 24,029. 24,030. 24,031. 24,032. 24,033. 24,034. 24,035. 24,036. 24,037. 24,038. 24,039. 24,040. 24,041. 24,042. 24,043. 24,044. 24,045. 24,046. 24,047. 24,048. 24,049. 24,050. 24,051. 24,052. 24,053. 24,054. 24,055. 24,056. 24,057. 24,058. 24,059. 24,060. 24,061. 24,062. 24,063. 24,064. 24,065. 24,066. 24,067. 24,068. 24,069. 24,070. 24,071. 24,072. 24,073. 24,074. 24,075. 24,076. 24,077. 24,078. 24,079. 24,080. 24,081. 24,082. 24,083. 24,084. 24,085. 24,086. 24,087. 24,088. 24,089. 24,090. 24,091. 24,092. 24,093. 24,094. 24,095. 24,096. 24,097. 24,098. 24,099. 24,100. 24,101. 24,102. 24,103. 24,104. 24,105. 24,106. 24,107. 24,108. 24,109. 24,110. 24,111. 24,112. 24,113. 24,114. 24,115. 24,116. 24,117. 24,118. 24,119. 24,120. 24,121. 24,122. 24,123. 24,124. 24,125. 24,126. 24,127. 24,128. 24,129. 24,130. 24,131. 24,132. 24,133. 24,134. 24,135. 24,136. 24,137. 24,138. 24,139. 24,140. 24,141. 24,142. 24,143. 24,144. 24,145. 24,146. 24,147. 24,148. 24,149. 24,150. 24,151. 24,152. 24,153. 24,154. 24,155. 24,156. 24,157. 24,158. 24,159. 24,160. 24,161. 24,162. 24,163. 24,164. 24,165. 24,166. 24,167. 24,168. 24,169. 24,170. 24,171. 24,172. 24,173. 24,174. 24,175. 24,176. 24,177. 24,178. 24,179. 24,180. 24,181. 24,182. 24,183. 24,184. 24,185. 24,186. 24,187. 24,188. 24,189. 24,190. 24,191. 24,192. 24,193. 24,194. 24,195. 24,196. 24,197. 24,198. 24,199. 24,200. 24,201. 24,202. 24,203. 24,204. 24,205. 24,206. 24,207. 24,208. 24,209. 24,210. 24,211. 24,212. 24,213. 24,214. 24,215. 24,216. 24,217. 24,218. 24,219. 24,220. 24,221. 24,222. 24,223. 24,224. 24,225. 24,226. 24,227, 24,228, 24,229, 24,230, 24,231, 24,232, 24,233, 24,234, 24,235, 24,236, 24,237, 24,238, 24,239, 24,240, 24,241, 24,242, 24,243, 24,244, 24,245, 24,246, 24,247, 24,248, 24,249, 24,250, 24,251, 24,252, 24,253, 24,254, 24,255, 24,256, 24,257, 24,258, 24,259, 24,260, 24,261, 24,262, 24,263, 24,264, 24,265, 24,266, 24,267, 24,268, 24,269, 24,270, 24,271, 24,272, 24,273, 24,274, 24,275, 24,276, 24,277, 24,278, 24,279, 24,280, 24,281, 24,282, 24,283, 24,284, 24,285, 24,286, 24,287, 24,288, 24,289, 24,290, 24,291, 24,292, 24,293, 24,294, 24,295, 24,296, 24,297, 24,298, 24,299, 24,300, 24,301, 24,302, 24,303, 24,304, 24,305, 24,306, 24,307, 24,308, 24,309, 24,310, 24,311, 24,312, 24,313, 24,314, 24,315, 24,316, 24,317, 24,318, 24,319, 24,320, 24,321, 24,322, 24,323, 24,324, 24,325, 24,326, 24,327, 24,328, 24,329, 24,330, 24,331, 24,332, 24,333, 24,334, 24,335, 24,336, 24,337, 24,338, 24,339, 24,340, 24,341, 24,342, 24,343, 24,344, 24,345, 24,346, 24,347, 24,348, 24,349, 24,350, 24,351, 24,352, 24,353, 24,354, 24,355, 24,356, 24,357, 24,358, 24,359, 24,360, 24,361, 24,362, 24,363, 24,364, 24,365, 24,366, 24,367, 24,368. 24,369. 24,370. 24,371. 24,372. 24,373. 24,374. 24,375. 24,376. 24,377. 24,378. 24,379. 24,380. 24,381. 24,382. 24,383. 24,384. 24,385. 24,386. 24,387. 24,388. 24,389. 24,390. 24,391. 24,392. 24,393. 24,394. 24,395. 24,396. 24,397. 24,398. 24,399. 24,400. 24,401. 24,402. 24,403. 24,404. 24,405. 24,406. 24,407. 24,408. 24,409. 24,410. 24,411. 24,412. 24,413. 24,414. 24,415. 24,416. 24,417. 24,418. 24,419. 24,420. 24,421. 24,422. 24,423. 24,424. 24,425. 24,426. 24,427. 24,428. 24,429. 24,430. 24,431. 24,432. 24,433. 24,434. 24,435. 24,436. 24,437. 24,438. 24,439. 24,440. 24,441. 24,442. 24,443. 24,444. 24,445. 24,446. 24,447. 24,448. 24,449. 24,450. 24,451. 24,452. 24,453. 24,454. 24,455. 24,456. 24,457. 24,458. 24,459. 24,460. 24,461. 24,462. 24,463. 24,464. 24,465. 24,466. 24,467. 24,468. 24,469. 24,470. 24,471. 24,472. 24,473. 24,474. 24,475. 24,476. 24,477. 24,478. 24,479. 24,480. 24,481. 24,482. 24,483. 24,484. 24,485. 24,486. 24,487. 24,488. 24,489. 24,490. 24,491. 24,492. 24,493. 24,494. 24,495. 24,496. 24,497. 24,498. 24,499. 24,500. 24,501. 24,502. 24,503. 24,504. 24,505. 24,506. 24,507. 24,508. 24,509. 24,510. 24,511. 24,512. 24,513. 24,514. 24,515. 24,516. 24,517. 24,518. 24,519. 24,520. 24,521. 24,522. 24,523. 24,524. 24,525. 24,526. 24,527. 24,528. 24,529. 24,530. 24,531. 24,532. 24,533. 24,534. 24,535. 24,536. 24,537. 24,538. 24,539. 24,540. 24,541. 24,542. 24,543. 24,544. 24,545. 24,546. 24,547. 24,548. 24,549. 24,550. 24,551. 24,552. 24,553. 24,554. 24,555. 24,556. 24,557. 24,558. 24,559. 24,560. 24,561. 24,562. 24,563. 24,564. 24,565. 24,566. 24,567. 24,568. 24,569. 24,570. 24,571. 24,572. 24,573. 24,574. 24,575. 24,576. 24,577. 24,578. 24,579. 24,580. 24,581. 24,582. 24,583. 24,584. 24,585. 24,586. 24,587. 24,588. 24,589. 24,590. 24,591. 24,592. 24,593. 24,594. 24,595. 24,596. 24,597. 24,598. 24,599. 24,600. 24,601. 24,602. 24,603. 24,604. 24,605. 24,606. 24,607. 24,608. 24,609. 24,610. 24,611. 24,612. 24,613. 24,614. 24,615. 24,616. 24,617. 24,618. 24,619. 24,620. 24,621. 24,622. 24,623. 24,624. 24,625. 24,626. 24,627. 24,628. 24,629. 24,630. 24,631. 24,632. 24,633. 24,634. 24,635. 24,636. 24,637. 24,638. 24,639. 24,640. 24,641. 24,642. 24,643. 24,644. 24,645. 24,646. 24,647. 24,648. 24,649. 24,650. 24,651. 24,652. 24,653. 24,654. 24,655. 24,656. 24,657. 24,658. 24,659. 24,660. 24,661. 24,662. 24,663. 24,664. 24,665. 24,666. 24,667. 24,668. 24,669. 24,670. 24,671. 24,672. 24,673. 24,674. 24,675. 24,676. 24,677. 24,678. 24,679. 24,680. 24,681. 24,682. 24,683. 24,684. 24,685. 24,686. 24,687. 24,688. 24,689. 24,690. 24,691. 24,692. 24,693. 24,694. 24,695. 24,696. 24,697. 24,698. 24,699. 24,700. 24,701. 24,702. 24,703. 24,704. 24,705. 24,706. 24,707. 24,708. 24,709. 24,710. 24,711. 24,712. 24,713. 24,714. 24,715. 24,716. 24,717. 24,718. 24,719. 24,720. 24,721. 24,722. 24,723. 24,724. 24,725. 24,726. 24,727. 24,728. 24,729. 24,730. 24,731. 24,732. 24,733. 24,734. 24,735. 24,736. 24,737. 24,738. 24,739. 24,740. 24,741. 24,742. 24,743. 24,744. 24,745. 24,746. 24,747. 24,748. 24,749. 24,750. 24,751. 24,752. 24,753. 24,754. 24,755. 24,756. 24,757. 24,758. 24,759. 24,760. 24,761. 24,762. 24,763. 24,764. 24,765. 24,766. 24,767. 24,768. 24,769. 24,770. 24,771. 24,772. 24,773. 24,774. 24,775. 24,776. 24,777. 24,778. 24,779. 24,780. 24,781. 24,782. 24,783. 24,784. 24,785. 24,786. 24,787. 24,788. 24,789. 24,790. 24,791. 24,792. 24,793. 24,794. 24,795. 24,796. 24,797. 24,798. 24,799. 24,800. 24,801. 24,802. 24,803. 24,804. 24,805. 24,806. 24,807. 24,808. 24,809. 24,810. 24,811. 24,812. 24,813. 24,814. 24,815. 24,816. 24,817. 24,818. 24,819. 24,820. 24,821. 24,822. 24,823. 24,824. 24,825. 24,826. 24,827. 24,828. 24,829. 24,830. 24,831. 24,832. 24,833. 24,834. 24,835. 24,836. 24,837. 24,838. 24,839. 24,840. 24,841. 24,842. 24,843. 24,844. 24,845. 24,846. 24,847. 24,848. 24,849. 24,850. 24,851. 24,852. 24,853. 24,854. 24,855. 24,856. 24,857. 24,858. 24,859. 24,860. 24,861. 24,862. 24,863. 24,864. 24,865. 24,866. 24,867. 24,868. 24,869. 24,870. 24,871. 24,872. 24,873. 24,874. 24,875. 24,876. 24,877. 24,878. 24,879. 24,880. 24,881. 24,882. 24,883. 24,884. 24,885. 24,886. 24,887. 24,888. 24,889. 24,890. 24,891. 24,892. 24,893. 24,894. 24,895. 24,896. 24,897. 24,898. 24,899. 24,900. 24,901. 24,902. 24,903. 24,904. 24,905. 24,906. 24,907. 24,908. 24,909. 24,910. 24,911. 24,912. 24,913. 24,914. 24,915. 24,916. 24,917. 24,918. 24,919. 24,920. 24,921. 24,922. 24,923. 24,924. 24,925. 24,926. 24,927, 24,928, 24,929, 24,930, 24,931, 24,932, 24,933, 24,934, 24,935, 24,936, 24,937, 24,938, 24,939, 24,940, 24,941, 24,942, 24,943, 24,944, 24,945, 24,946, 24,947, 24,948, 24,949, 24,950, 24,951, 24,952, 24,953, 24,954, 24,955, 24,956, 24,957, 24,958, 24,959, 24,960, 24,961, 24,962, 24,963, 24,964, 24,965, 24,966, 24,967, 24,968, 24,969, 24,970, 24,971, 24,972, 24,973, 24,974, 24,975, 24,976, 24,977, 24,978, 24,979, 24,980, 24,981, 24,982, 24,983, 24,984, 24,985, 24,986, 24,987, 24,988, 24,989, 24,990, 24,991, 24,992, 24,993, 24,994, 24,995, 24,996, 24,997, 24,998, 24,999, 25,000, 25,001, 25,002, 25,003, 25,004, 25,005, 25,006, 25,007, 25,008, 25,009, 25,010, 25,011, 25,012, 25,013, 25,014, 25,015, 25,016, 25,017, 25,018, 25,019, 25,020, 25,021, 25,022, 25,023, 25,024, 25,025, 25,026, 25,027, 25,028, 25,029, 25,030, 25,031, 25,032, 25,033, 25,034, 25,035, 25,036, 25,037, 25,038, 25,039, 25,040, 25,041, 25,042, 25,043, 25,044, 25,045, 25,046, 25,047, 25,048, 25,049, 25,050, 25,051, 25,052, 25,053, 25,054, 25,055, 25,056, 25,057, 25,058, 25,059, 25,060, 25,061, 25,062, 25,063, 25,064, 25,065, 25,066, 25,067, 25,068, 25,069, 25,070, 25,071, 25,072, 25,073, 25,074, 25,075, 25,076, 25,077, 25,078, 25,079, 25,080. 25,081. 25,082. 25,083. 25,084. 25,085. 25,086. 25,087. 25,088. 25,089. 25,090. 25,091. 25,092. 25,093. 25,094. 25,095. 25,096. 25,097. 25,098. 25,099. 25,100. 25,101. 25,102. 25,103. 25,104. 25,105. 25,106. 25,107. 25,108. 25,109. 25,110. 25,111. 25,112. 25,113. 25,114. 25,115. 25,116. 25,117. 25,118. 25,119. 25,120. 25,121. 25,122. 25,123. 25,124. 25,125. 25,126. 25,127. 25,128. 25,129. 25,130. 25,131. 25,132. 25,133. 25,134. 25,135. 25,136. 25,137. 25,138. 25,139. 25,140. 25,141. 25,142. 25,143. 25,144. 25,145. 25,146. 25,147. 25,148. 25,149. 25,150. 25,151. 25,152. 25,153. 25,154. 25,155. 25,156. 25,157. 25,158. 25,159. 25,160. 25,161. 25,162. 25,163. 25,164. 25,165. 25,166. 25,167. 25,168. 25,169. 25,170. 25,171. 25,172. 25,173. 25,174. 25,175. 25,176. 25,177. 25,178. 25,179. 25,180. 25,181. 25,182. 25,183. 25,184. 25,185. 25,186. 25,187. 25,188. 25,189. 25,190. 25,191. 25,192. 25,193. 25,194. 25,195. 25,196. 25,197. 25,198. 25,199. 25,200. 25,201. 25,202. 25,203. 25,204. 25,205. 25,206. 25,207. 25,208. 25,209. 25,210. 25,211. 25,212. 25,213. 25,214. 25,215. 25,216. 25,217. 25,218. 25,219. 25,220. 25,221. 25,222. 25,223. 25,224. 25,225. 25,226. 25,227. 25,228. 25,229. 25,230. 25,231. 25,232. 25,233. 25,234. 25,235. 25,236. 25,237. 25,238. 25,239. 25,240. 25,241. 25,242. 25,243. 25,244. 25,245. 25,246. 25,247. 25,248. 25,249. 25,250. 25,251. 25,252. 25,253. 25,254. 25,255. 25,256. 25,257. 25,258. 25,259. 25,260. 25,261. 25,262. 25,263. 25,264. 25,265. 25,266. 25,267. 25,268. 25,269. 25,270. 25,271. 25,272. 25,273. 25,274. 25,275. 25,276. 25,277. 25,278. 25,279. 25,280. 25,281. 25,282. 25,283. 25,284. 25,285. 25,286. 25,287. 25,288. 25,289. 25,290. 25,291. 25,292. 25,293. 25,294. 25,295. 25,296. 25,297. 25,298. 25,299. 25,300. 25,301. 25,302. 25,303. 25,304. 25,305. 25,306. 25,307. 25,308. 25,309. 25,310. 25,311. 25,312. 25,313. 25,314. 25,315. 25,316. 25,317. 25,318. 25,319. 25,320. 25,321. 25,322. 25,323. 25,324. 25,325. 25,326. 25,327. 25,328. 25,329. 25,330. 25,331. 25,332. 25,333. 25,334. 25,335. 25,336. 25,337. 25,338. 25,339. 25,340. 25,341. 25,342. 25,343. 25,344. 25,345. 25,346. 25,347. 25,348. 25,349. 25,350. 25,351. 25,352. 25,353. 25,354. 25,355. 25,356. 25,357. 25,358. 25,359. 25,360. 25,361. 25,362. 25,363. 25,364. 25,365. 25,366. 25,367. 25,368. 25,369. 25,370. 25,371. 25,372. 25,373. 25,374. 25,375. 25,376. 25,377. 25,378. 25,379. 25,380. 25,381. 25,382. 25,383. 25,384. 25,385. 25,386. 25,387. 25,388. 25,389. 25,390. 25,391. 25,392. 25,393. 25,394. 25,395. 25,396. 25,397. 25,398. 25,399. 25,400. 25,401. 25,402. 25,403. 25,404. 25,405. 25,406. 25,407. 25,408. 25,409. 25,410. 25,411. 25,412. 25,413. 25,414. 25,415. 25,416. 25,417. 25,418. 25,419. 25,420. 25,421. 25,422. 25,423. 25,424. 25,425. 25,426. 25,427. 25,428. 25,429. 25,430. 25,431. 25,432. 25,433. 25,434. 25,435. 25,436. 25,437. 25,438. 25,439. 25,440. 25,441. 25,442. 25,443. 25,444. 25,445. 25,446. 25,447. 25,448. 25,449. 25,450. 25,451. 25,452. 25,453. 25,454. 25,455. 25,456. 25,457. 25,458. 25,459. 25,460. 25,461. 25,462. 25,463. 25,464. 25,465. 25,466. 25,467. 25,468. 25,469. 25,470. 25,471. 25,472. 25,473. 25,474. 25,475. 25,476. 25,477. 25,478. 25,479. 25,480. 25,481. 25,482. 25,483. 25,484. 25,485. 25,486. 25,487. 25,488. 25,489. 25,490. 25,491. 25,492. 25,493. 25,494. 25,495. 25,496. 25,497. 25,498. 25,499. 25,500. 25,501. 25,502. 25,503. 25,504, 25,505, 25,506, 25,507, 25,508, 25,509, 25,510, 25,511, 25,512, 25,513, 25,514, 25,515, 25,516, 25,517, 25,518, 25,519, 25,520, 25,521, 25,522, 25,523, 25,524, 25,525, 25,526, 25,527, 25,528, 25,529, 25,530, 25,531, 25,532, 25,533, 25,534, 25,535, 25,536, 25,537, 25,538, 25,539, 25,540, 25,541, 25,542, 25,543, 25,544, 25,545, 25,546, 25,547, 25,548, 25,549, 25,550, 25,551, 25,552, 25,553, 25,554, 25,555, 25,556, 25,557, 25,558, 25,559, 25,560, 25,561, 25,562, 25,563, 25,564, 25,565, 25,566, 25,567, 25,568, 25,569, 25,570, 25,571, 25,572, 25,573, 25,574, 25,575, 25,576, 25,577, 25,578, 25,579, 25,580, 25,581, 25,582, 25,583, 25,584, 25,585, 25,586, 25,587, 25,588, 25,589, 25,590, 25,591, 25,592, 25,593, 25,594, 25,595, 25,596, 25,597, 25,598, 25,599, 25,600, 25,601, 25,602, 25,603, 25,604, 25,605, 25,606, 25,607, 25,608, 25,609, 25,610, 25,611, 25,612, 25,613, 25,614, 25,615, 25,616, 25,617, 25,618, 25,619, 25,620, 25,621, 25,622, 25,623, 25,624, 25,625, 25,626, 25,627, 25,628, 25,629, 25,630, 25,631, 25,632, 25,633, 25,634, 25,635, 25,636, 25,637, 25,638, 25,639, 25,640, 25,641. 25,642. 25,643. 25,644. 25,645. 25,646. 25,647. 25,648. 25,649. 25,650. 25,651. 25,652. 25,653. 25,654. 25,655. 25,656. 25,657. 25,658. 25,659. 25,660. 25,661. 25,662. 25,663. 25,664. 25,665. 25,666. 25,667. 25,668. 25,669. 25,670. 25,671. 25,672. 25,673. 25,674. 25,675. 25,676. 25,677. 25,678. 25,679. 25,680. 25,681. 25,682. 25,683. 25,684. 25,685. 25,686. 25,687. 25,688. 25,689. 25,690. 25,691. 25,692. 25,693. 25,694. 25,695. 25,696. 25,697. 25,698. 25,699. 25,700. 25,701. 25,702. 25,703. 25,704. 25,705. 25,706. 25,707. 25,708. 25,709. 25,710. 25,711. 25,712. 25,713. 25,714. 25,715. 25,716. 25,717. 25,718. 25,719. 25,720. 25,721. 25,722. 25,723. 25,724. 25,725. 25,726. 25,727. 25,728. 25,729. 25,730. 25,731. 25,732. 25,733. 25,734. 25,735. 25,736. 25,737. 25,738. 25,739. 25,740. 25,741. 25,742. 25,743. 25,744. 25,745. 25,746. 25,747. 25,748. 25,749. 25,750. 25,751. 25,752. 25,753. 25,754. 25,755. 25,756. 25,757. 25,758. 25,759. 25,760. 25,761. 25,762. 25,763. 25,764. 25,765. 25,766. 25,767. 25,768. 25,769. 25,770. 25,771. 25,772. 25,773. 25,774. 25,775. 25,776. 25,777. 25,778. 25,779. 25,780. 25,781. 25,782. 25,783. 25,784. 25,785. 25,786. 25,787. 25,788. 25,789. 25,790. 25,791. 25,792. 25,793. 25,794. 25,795. 25,796. 25,797. 25,798. 25,799. 25,800. 25,801. 25,802. 25,803. 25,804. 25,805. 25,806. 25,807. 25,808. 25,809. 25,810. 25,811. 25,812. 25,813. 25,814. 25,815. 25,816. 25,817. 25,818. 25,819. 25,820. 25,821. 25,822. 25,823. 25,824. 25,825. 25,826. 25,827. 25,828. 25,829. 25,830. 25,831. 25,832. 25,833. 25,834. 25,835. 25,836. 25,837. 25,838. 25,839. 25,840. 25,841. 25,842. 25,843. 25,844. 25,845. 25,846. 25,847. 25,848. 25,849. 25,850. 25,851. 25,852. 25,853. 25,854. 25,855. 25,856. 25,857. 25,858. 25,859. 25,860. 25,861. 25,862. 25,863. 25,864. 25,865. 25,866. 25,867. 25,868. 25,869. 25,870. 25,871. 25,872. 25,873. 25,874. 25,875. 25,876. 25,877. 25,878. 25,879. 25,880. 25,881. 25,882. 25,883. 25,884. 25,885. 25,886. 25,887. 25,888. 25,889. 25,890. 25,891. 25,892. 25,893. 25,894. 25,895. 25,896. 25,897. 25,898. 25,899. 25,900. 25,901. 25,902. 25,903. 25,904. 25,905. 25,906. 25,907. 25,908. 25,909. 25,910. 25,911. 25,912. 25,913. 25,914. 25,915. 25,916. 25,917. 25,918. 25,919. 25,920. 25,921. 25,922. 25,923. 25,924. 25,925. 25,926. 25,927. 25,928. 25,929. 25,930. 25,931. 25,932. 25,933. 25,934. 25,935. 25,936. 25,937. 25,938. 25,939. 25,940. 25,941. 25,942. 25,943. 25,944. 25,945. 25,946. 25,947. 25,948. 25,949. 25,950. 25,951. 25,952. 25,953. 25,954. 25,955. 25,956. 25,957. 25,958. 25,959. 25,960. 25,961. 25,962. 25,963. 25,964. 25,965. 25,966. 25,967. 25,968. 25,969. 25,970. 25,971. 25,972. 25,973. 25,974. 25,975. 25,976. 25,977. 25,978. 25,979. 25,980. 25,981. 25,982. 25,983. 25,984. 25,985. 25,986. 25,987. 25,988. 25,989. 25,990. 25,991. 25,992. 25,993. 25,994. 25,995. 25,996. 25,997. 25,998. 25,999. 26,000. 26,001. 26,002. 26,003. 26,004. 26,005. 26,006. 26,007. 26,008. 26,009. 26,010. 26,011. 26,012. 26,013. 26,014. 26,015. 26,016. 26,017. 26,018. 26,019. 26,020. 26,021. 26,022. 26,023. 26,024. 26,025. 26,026. 26,027. 26,028. 26,029. 26,030. 26,031. 26,032. 26,033. 26,034. 26,035. 26,036. 26,037. 26,038. 26,039. 26,040. 26,041. 26,042. 26,043. 26,044. 26,045. 26,046. 26,047. 26,048. 26,049. 26,050. 26,051. 26,052. 26,053. 26,054. 26,055. 26,056. 26,057. 26,058. 26,059. 26,060. 26,061. 26,062. 26,063. 26,064. 26,065. 26,066. 26,067. 26,068. 26,069. 26,070. 26,071. 26,072. 26,073. 26,074. 26,075. 26,076. 26,077. 26,078. 26,079. 26,080. 26,081. 26,082. 26,083. 26,084. 26,085. 26,086. 26,087. 26,088. 26,089. 26,090. 26,091. 26,092. 26,093. 26,094. 26,095. 26,096. 26,097. 26,098. 26,099. 26,100. 26,101. 26,102. 26,103. 26,104. 26,105. 26,106. 26,107. 26,108. 26,109. 26,110. 26,111. 26,112. 26,113. 26,114. 26,115. 26,116. 26,117. 26,118. 26,119. 26,120. 26,121. 26,122. 26,123. 26,124. 26,125. 26,126. 26,127. 26,128. 26,129. 26,130. 26,131. 26,132. 26,133. 26,134. 26,135. 26,136. 26,137. 26,138. 26,139. 26,140. 26,141. 26,142. 26,143. 26,144. 26,145. 26,146. 26,147. 26,148. 26,149. 26,150. 26,151. 26,152. 26,153. 26,154. 26,155. 26,156. 26,157. 26,158. 26,159. 26,160. 26,161. 26,162. 26,163. 26,164. 26,165. 26,166. 26,167. 26,168. 26,169. 26,170. 26,171. 26,172. 26,173. 26,174. 26,175. 26,176. 26,177. 26,178. 26,179. 26,180. 26,181. 26,182. 26,183. 26,184. 26,185. 26,186. 26,187. 26,188. 26,189. 26,190. 26,191. 26,192. 26,193. 26,194. 26,195. 26,196. 26,197. 26,198. 26,199. 26,200. 26,201. 26,202. 26,203. 26,204. 26,205. 26,206. 26,207. 26,208. 26,209. 26,210. 26,211. 26,212. 26,213. 26,214. 26,215. 26,216. 26,217. 26,218. 26,219. 26,220. 26,221. 26,222. 26,223. 26,224. 26,225. 26,226. 26,227. 26,228. 26,229. 26,230. 26,231. 26,232. 26,233. 26,234. 26,235. 26,236. 26,237. 26,238. 26,239. 26,240. 26,241. 26,242. 26,243. 26,244. 26,245. 26,246. 26,247. 26,248. 26,249. 26,250. 26,251. 26,252. 26,253. 26,254. 26,255. 26,256. 26,257. 26,258. 26,259. 26,260. 26,261. 26,262. 26,263. 26,264. 26,265. 26,266. 26,267. 26,268. 26,269. 26,270. 26,271. 26,272. 26,273. 26,274. 26,275. 26,276. 26,277. 26,278. 26,279. 26,280. 26,281. 26,282. 26,283. 26,284. 26,285. 26,286. 26,287. 26,288. 26,289. 26,290. 26,291. 26,292. 26,293. 26,294. 26,295. 26,296. 26,297. 26,298. 26,299. 26,300. 26,301. 26,302. 26,303. 26,304. 26,305. 26,306. 26,307. 26,308. 26,309. 26,310. 26,311. 26,312. 26,313. 26,314. 26,315. 26,316. 26,317. 26,318. 26,319. 26,320. 26,321. 26,322. 26,323. 26,324. 26,325. 26,326. 26,327. 26,328. 26,329. 26,330. 26,331. 26,332. 26,333. 26,334. 26,335. 26,336. 26,337. 26,338. 26,339. 26,340. 26,341. 26,342. 26,343. 26,344. 26,345. 26,346. 26,347. 26,348. 26,349. 26,350. 26,351. 26,352. 26,353. 26,354. 26,355. 26,356. 26,357. 26,358. 26,359. 26,360. 26,361. 26,362. 26,363. 26,364. 26,365. 26,366. 26,367. 26,368. 26,369. 26,370. 26,371. 26,372. 26,373. 26,374. 26,375. 26,376. 26,377. 26,378. 26,379. 26,380. 26,381. 26,382. 26,383. 26,384. 26,385. 26,386. 26,387. 26,388. 26,389. 26,390. 26,391. 26,392. 26,393. 26,394. 26,395. 26,396. 26,397. 26,398. 26,399. 26,400. 26,401. 26,402. 26,403. 26,404. 26,405. 26,406. 26,407. 26,408. 26,409. 26,410. 26,411. 26,412. 26,413. 26,414. 26,415. 26,416. 26,417. 26,418. 26,419. 26,420. 26,421. 26,422. 26,423. 26,424. 26,425. 26,426. 26,427. 26,428. 26,429. 26,430. 26,431. 26,432. 26,433. 26,434. 26,435. 26,436. 26,437. 26,438. 26,439. 26,440. 26,441. 26,442. 26,443. 26,444. 26,445. 26,446. 26,447. 26,448. 26,449. 26,450. 26,451. 26,452. 26,453. 26,454. 26,455. 26,456. 26,457. 26,458. 26,459. 26,460. 26,461. 26,462. 26,463. 26,464. 26,465. 26,466. 26,467. 26,468. 26,469. 26,470. 26,471. 26,472. 26,473. 26,474. 26,475. 26,476. 26,477. 26,478. 26,479. 26,480. 26,481. 26,482. 26,483. 26,484. 26,485. 26,486. 26,487. 26,488. 26,489. 26,490. 26,491. 26,492. 26,493. 26,494. 26,495. 26,496. 26,497. 26,498. 26,499. 26,500. 26,501. 26,502. 26,503. 26,504. 26,505. 26,506. 26,507. 26,508. 26,509. 26,510. 26,511. 26,512. 26,513. 26,514. 26,515. 26,516. 26,517. 26,518. 26,519. 26,520. 26,521. 26,522. 26,523. 26,524. 26,525. 26,526. 26,527. 26,528. 26,529. 26,530. 26,531. 26,532. 26,533. 26,534. 26,535. 26,536. 26,537. 26,538. 26,539. 26,540. 26,541. 26,542. 26,543. 26,544. 26,545. 26,546. 26,547. 26,548. 26,549. 26,550. 26,551. 26,552. 26,553. 26,554. 26,555. 26,556. 26,557. 26,558. 26,559. 26,560. 26,561. 26,562. 26,563. 26,564. 26,565. 26,566. 26,567. 26,568. 26,569. 26,570. 26,571. 26,572. 26,573. 26,574. 26,575. 26,576. 26,577. 26,578. 26,579. 26,580. 26,581. 26,582. 26,583. 26,584. 26,585. 26,586. 26,587. 26,588. 26,589. 26,590. 26,591. 26,592. 26,593. 26,594. 26,595. 26,596. 26,597. 26,598. 26,599. 26,600. 26,601. 26,602. 26,603. 26,604. 26,605. 26,606. 26,607. 26,608. 26,609. 26,610. 26,611. 26,612. 26,613. 26,614. 26,615. 26,616. 26,617. 26,618. 26,619. 26,620. 26,621. 26,622. 26,623. 26,624. 26,625. 26,626. 26,627. 26,628. 26,629. 26,630. 26,631. 26,632. 26,633. 26,634. 26,635. 26,636. 26,637. 26,638. 26,639. 26,640. 26,641. 26,642. 26,643. 26,644. 26,645. 26,646. 26,647. 26,648. 26,649. 26,650. 26,651. 26,652. 26,653. 26,654. 26,655. 26,656. 26,657. 26,658. 26,659. 26,660. 26,661. 26,662. 26,663. 26,664. 26,665. 26,666. 26,667. 26,668. 26,669. 26,670. 26,671. 26,672. 26,673. 26,674. 26,675. 26,676. 26,677. 26,678. 26,679. 26,680. 26,681. 26,682. 26,683. 26,684. 26,685. 26,686. 26,687. 26,688. 26,689. 26,690. 26,691. 26,692. 26,693. 26,694. 26,695. 26,696. 26,697. 26,698. 26,699. 26,700. 26,701. 26,702. 26,703. 26,704. 26,705. 26,706. 26,707. 26,708. 26,709. 26,710. 26,711. 26,712. 26,713. 26,714. 26,715. 26,716. 26,717. 26,718. 26,719. 26,720. 26,721. 26,722. 26,723. 26,724. 26,725. 26,726. 26,727. 26,728. 26,729. 26,730. 26,731. 26,732. 26,733. 26,734. 26,735. 26,736. 26,737. 26,738. 26,739. 26,740. 26,741. 26,742. 26,743. 26,744. 26,745. 26,746. 26,747. 26,748. 26,749. 26,750. 26,751. 26,752. 26,753. 26,754. 26,755. 26,756. 26,757. 26,758. 26,759. 26,760. 26,761. 26,762. 26,763. 26,764. 26,765. 26,766. 26,767. 26,768. 26,769. 26,770. 26,771. 26,772. 26,773. 26,774. 26,775. 26,776. 26,777. 26,778. 26,779. 26,780. 26,781. 26,782. 26,783. 26,784. 26,785. 26,786. 26,787. 26,788. 26,789. 26,790. 26,791. 26,792. 26,793. 26,794. 26,795. 26,796. 26,797. 26,798. 26,799. 26,800. 26,801. 26,802. 26,803. 26,804. 26,805. 26,806. 26,807. 26,808. 26,809. 26,810. 26,811. 26,812. 26,813. 26,814. 26,815. 26,816. 26,817. 26,818. 26,819. 26,820. 26,821. 26,822. 26,823. 26,824. 26,825. 26,826. 26,827. 26,828. 26,829. 26,830. 26,831. 26,832. 26,833. 26,834. 26,835. 26,836. 26,837. 26,838. 26,839. 26,840. 26,841. 26,842. 26,843. 26,844. 26,845. 26,846. 26,847. 26,848. 26,849. 26,850. 26,851. 26,852. 26,853. 26,854. 26,855. 26,856. 26,857. 26,858. 26,859. 26,860. 26,861. 26,862. 26,863. 26,864. 26,865. 26,866. 26,867. 26,868. 26,869. 26,870. 26,871. 26,872. 26,873. 26,874. 26,875. 26,876. 26,877. 26,878. 26,879. 26,880. 26,881. 26,882. 26,883. 26,884. 26,885. 26,886. 26,887. 26,888. 26,889. 26,890. 26,891. 26,892. 26,893. 26,894. 26,895. 26,896. 26,897. 26,898. 26,899. 26,900. 26,901. 26,902. 26,903. 26,904. 26,905. 26,906. 26,907. 26,908. 26,909. 26,910. 26,911. 26,912. 26,913. 26,914. 26,915. 26,916. 26,917. 26,918. 26,919. 26,920. 26,921. 26,922. 26,923. 26,924. 26,925. 26,926. 26,927. 26,928. 26,929. 26,930. 26,931. 26,932. 26,933. 26,934. 26,935. 26,936. 26,937. 26,938. 26,939. 26,940. 26,941. 26,942. 26,943. 26,944. 26,945. 26,946. 26,947. 26,948. 26,949. 26,950. 26,951. 26,952. 26,953. 26,954. 26,955. 26,956. 26,957. 26,958. 26,959. 26,960. 26,961. 26,962. 26,963. 26,964. 26,965. 26,966. 26,967. 26,968. 26,969. 26,970. 26,971. 26,972. 26,973. 26,974. 26,975. 26,976. 26,977. 26,978. 26,979. 26,980. 26,981. 26,982. 26,983. 26,984. 26,985. 26,986. 26,987. 26,988. 26,989. 26,990. 26,991. 26,992. 26,993. 26,994. 26,995. 26,996. 26,997. 26,998. 26,999. 27,000. 27,001. 27,002. 27,003. 27,004. 27,005. 27,006. 27,007. 27,008. 27,009. 27,010. 27,011. 27,012. 27,013. 27,014. 27,015. 27,016. 27,017. 27,018. 27,019. 27,020. 27,021. 27,022. 27,023. 27,024. 27,025. 27,026. 27,027. 27,028. 27,029. 27,030. 27,031. 27,032. 27,033. 27,034. 27,035. 27,036. 27,037. 27,038. 27,039. 27,040. 27,041. 27,042. 27,043. 27,044. 27,045. 27,046. 27,047. 27,048. 27,049. 27,050. 27,051. 27,052. 27,053. 27,054. 27,055. 27,056. 27,057. 27,058. 27,059. 27,060. 27,061. 27,062. 27,063. 27,064. 27,065. 27,066. 27,067. 27,068. 27,069. 27,070. 27,071. 27,072. 27,073. 27,074. 27,075. 27,076. 27,077. 27,078. 27,079. 27,080. 27,081. 27,082. 27,083. 27,084. 27,085. 27,086. 27,087. 27,088. 27,089. 27,090. 27,091. 27,092. 27,093. 27,094. 27,095. 27,096. 27,097. 27,098. 27,099. 27,100. 27,101. 27,102. 27,103. 27,104. 27,105. 27,106. 27,107. 27,108. 27,109. 27,110. 27,111. 27,112. 27,113. 27,114. 27,115. 27,116. 27,117. 27,118. 27,119. 27,120. 27,121. 27,122. 27,123. 27,124. 27,125. 27,126. 27,127. 27,128. 27,129. 27,130. 27,131. 27,132. 27,133. 27,134. 27,135. 27,136. 27,137. 27,138. 27,139. 27,140. 27,141. 27,142. 27,143. 27,144. 27,145. 27,146. 27,147. 27,148. 27,149. 27,150. 27,151. 27,152. 27,153. 27,154. 27,155. 27,156. 27,157. 27,158. 27,159. 27,160. 27,161. 27,162. 27,163. 27,164. 27,165. 27,166. 27,167. 27,168. 27,169. 27,170. 27,171. 27,172. 27,173. 27,174. 27,175. 27,176. 27,177. 27,178. 27,179. 27,180. 27,181. 27,182. 27,183. 27,184. 27,185. 27,186. 27,187. 27,188. 27,189. 27,190. 27,191. 27,192. 27,193. 27,194. 27,195. 27,196. 27,197. 27,198. 27,199. 27,200. 27,201. 27,202. 27,203. 27,204. 27,205. 27,206. 27,207. 27,208. 27,209. 27,210. 27,211. 27,212. 27,213. 27,214. 27,215. 27,216. 27,217. 27,218. 27,219. 27,220. 27,221. 27,222. 27,223. 27,224. 27,225. 27,226. 27,227. 27,228. 27,229. 27,230. 27,231. 27,232. 27,233. 27,234. 27,235. 27,236. 27,237. 27,238. 27,239. 27,240. 27,241. 27,242. 27,243. 27,244. 27,245. 27,246. 27,247. 27,248. 27,249. 27,250. 27,251. 27,252. 27,253. 27,254. 27,255. 27,256. 27,257. 27,258. 27,259. 27,260. 27,261. 27,262. 27,263. 27,264. 27,265. 27,266. 27,267. 27,268. 27,269. 27,270. 27,271. 27,272. 27,273. 27,274. 27,275. 27,276. 27,277. 27,278. 27,279. 27,280. 27,281. 27,282. 27,283. 27,284. 27,285. 27,286. 27,287. 27,288. 27,289. 27,290. 27,291. 27,292. 27,293. 27,294. 27,295. 27,296. 27,297. 27,298. 27,299. 27,300. 27,301. 27,302. 27,303. 27,304. 27,305. 27,306. 27,307. 27,308. 27,309. 27,310. 27,311. 27,312. 27,313. 27,314. 27,315. 27,316. 27,317. 27,318. 27,319. 27,320. 27,321. 27,322. 27,323. 27,324. 27,325. 27,326. 27,327. 27,328. 27,329. 27,330. 27,331. 27,332. 27,333. 27,334. 27,335. 27,336. 27,337. 27,338. 27,339. 27,340. 27,341. 27,342. 27,343. 27,344. 27,345. 27,346. 27,347. 27,348. 27,349. 27,350. 27,351. 27,352. 27,353. 27,354. 27,355. 27,356. 27,357. 27,358. 27,359. 27,360. 27,361. 27,362. 27,363. 27,364. 27,365. 27,366. 27,367. 27,368. 27,369. 27,370. 27,371. 27,372. 27,373. 27,374. 27,375. 27,376. 27,377. 27,378. 27,379. 27,380. 27,381. 27,382. 27,383. 27,384. 27,385. 27,386. 27,387. 27,388. 27,389. 27,390. 27,391. 27,392. 27,393. 27,394. 27,395. 27,396. 27,397. 27,398. 27,399. 27,400. 27,401. 27,402. 27,403. 27,404. 27,405. 27,406. 27,407. 27,408. 27,409. 27,410. 27,411. 27,412. 27,413. 27,414. 27,415. 27,416. 27,417. 27,418. 27,419. 27,420. 27,421. 27,422. 27,423. 27,424. 27,425. 27,426. 27,427. 27,428. 27,429. 27,430. 27,431. 27,432. 27,433. 27,434. 27,435. 27,436. 27,437. 27,438. 27,439. 27,440. 27,441. 27,442. 27,443. 27,444. 27,445. 27,446. 27,447. 27,448. 27,449. 27,450. 27,451. 27,452. 27,453. 27,454. 27,455. 27,456. 27,457. 27,458. 27,459. 27,460. 27,461. 27,462. 27,463. 27,464. 27,465. 27,466. 27,467. 27,468. 27,469. 27,470. 27,471. 27,472. 27,473. 27,474. 27,475. 27,476. 27,477. 27,478. 27,479. 27,480. 27,481. 27,482. 27,483. 27,484. 27,485. 27,486. 27,487. 27,488. 27,489. 27,490. 27,491. 27,492. 27,493. 27,494. 27,495. 27,496. 27,497. 27,498. 27,499. 27,500. 27,501. 27,502. 27,503. 27,504. 27,505. 27,506. 27,507. 27,508. 27,509. 27,510. 27,511. 27,512. 27,513. 27,514. 27,515. 27,516. 27,517. 27,518. 27,519. 27,520. 27,521. 27,522. 27,523. 27,524. 27,525. 27,526. 27,527. 27,528. 27,529. 27,530. 27,531. 27,532. 27,533. 27,534. 27,535. 27,536. 27,537. 27,538. 27,539. 27,540. 27,541. 27,542. 27,543. 27,544. 27,545. 27,546. 27,547. 27,548. 27,549. 27,550. 27,551. 27,552. 27,553. 27,554. 27,555. 27,556. 27,557. 27,558. 27,559. 27,560. 27,561. 27,562. 27,563. 27,564. 27,565. 27,566. 27,567. 27,568. 27,569. 27,570. 27,571. 27,572. 27,573. 27,574. 27,575. 27,576. 27,577. 27,578. 27,579. 27,580. 27,581. 27,582. 27,583. 27,584. 27,585. 27,586. 27,587. 27,588. 27,589. 27,590. 27,591. 27,592. 27,593. 27,594. 27,595. 27,596. 27,597. 27,598. 27,599. 27,600. 27,601. 27,602. 27,603. 27,604. 27,605. 27,606. 27,607. 27,608. 27,609. 27,610. 27,611. 27,612. 27,613. 27,614. 27,615. 27,616. 27,617. 27,618. 27,619. 27,620. 27,621. 27,622. 27,623. 27,624. 27,625. 27,626. 27,627. 27,628. 27,629. 27,630. 27,631. 27,632. 27,633. 27,634. 27,635. 27,636. 27,637. 27,638. 27,639. 27,640. 27,641. 27,642. 27,643. 27,644. 27,645. 27,646. 27,647. 27,648. 27,649. 27,650. 27,651. 27,652. 27,653. 27,654. 27,655. 27,656. 27,657. 27,658. 27,659. 27,660. 27,661. 27,662. 27,663. 27,664. 27,665. 27,666. 27,667. 27,668. 27,669. 27,670. 27,671. 27,672. 27,673. 27,674. 27,675. 27,676. 27,677. 27,678. 27,679. 27,680. 27,681. 27,682. 27,683. 27,684. 27,685. 27,686. 27,687. 27,688. 27,689. 27,690. 27,691. 27,692. 27,693. 27,694. 27,695. 27,696. 27,697. 27,698. 27,699. 27,700. 27,701. 27,702. 27,703. 27,704. 27,705. 27,706. 27,707. 27,708. 27,709. 27,710. 27,711. 27,712. 27,713. 27,714. 27,715. 27,716. 27,717. 27,718. 27,719. 27,720. 27,721. 27,722. 27,723. 27,724. 27,725. 27,726. 27,727. 27,728. 27,729. 27,730. 27,731. 27,732. 27,733. 27,734. 27,735. 27,736. 27,737. 27,738. 27,739. 27,740. 27,741. 27,742. 27,743. 27,744. 27,745. 27,746. 27,747. 27,748. 27,749. 27,750. 27,751. 27,752. 27,753. 27,754. 27,755. 27,756. 27,757. 27,758. 27,759. 27,760. 27,761. 27,762. 27,763. 27,764. 27,765. 27,766. 27,767. 27,768. 27,769. 27,770. 27,771. 27,772. 27,773. 27,774. 27,775. 27,776. 27,777. 27,778. 27,779. 27,780. 27,781. 27,782. 27,783. 27,784. 27,785. 27,786. 27,787. 27,788. 27,789. 27,790. 27,791. 27,792. 27,793. 27,794. 27,795. 27,796. 27,797. 27,798. 27,799. 27,800. 27,801. 27,802. 27,803. 27,804. 27,805. 27,806. 27,807. 27,808. 27,809. 27,810. 27,811. 27,812. 27,813. 27,814. 27,815. 27,816. 27,817. 27,818. 27,819. 27,820. 27,821. 27,822. 27,823. 27,824. 27,825. 27,826. 27,827. 27,828. 27,829. 27,830. 27,831. 27,832. 27,833. 27,834. 27,835. 27,836. 27,837. 27,838. 27,839. 27,840. 27,841. 27,842. 27,843. 27,844. 27,845. 27,846. 27,847. 27,848. 27,849. 27,850. 27,851. 27,852. 27,853. 27,854. 27,855. 27,856. 27,857. 27,858. 27,859. 27,860. 27,861. 27,862. 27,863. 27,864. 27,865. 27,866. 27,867. 27,868. 27,869. 27,870. 27,871. 27,872. 27,873. 27,874. 27,875. 27,876. 27,877. 27,878. 27,879. 27,880. 27,881. 27,882. 27,883. 27,884. 27,885. 27,886. 27,887. 27,888. 27,889. 27,890. 27,891. 27,892. 27,893. 27,894. 27,895. 27,896. 27,897. 27,898. 27,899. 27,900. 27,901. 27,902. 27,903. 27,904. 27,905. 27,906. 27,907. 27,908. 27,909. 27,910. 27,911. 27,912. 27,913. 27,914. 27,915. 27,916. 27,917. 27,918. 27,919. 27,920. 27,921. 27,922. 27,923. 27,924. 27,925. 27,926. 27,927. 27,928. 27,929. 27,930. 27,931. 27,932. 27,933. 27,934. 27,935. 27,936. 27,937. 27,938. 27,939. 27,940. 27,941. 27,942. 27,943. 27,944. 27,945. 27,946. 27,947. 27,948. 27,949. 27,950. 27,951. 27,952. 27,953. 27,954. 27,955. 27,956. 27,957. 27,958. 27,959. 27,960. 27,961. 27,962. 27,963. 27,964. 27,965. 27,966. 27,967. 27,968. 27,969. 27,970. 27,971. 27,972. 27,973. 27,974. 27,975. 27,976. 27,977. 27,978. 27,979. 27,980. 27,981. 27,982. 27,983. 27,984. 27,985. 27,986. 27,987. 27,988. 27,989. 27,990. 27,991. 27,992. 27,993. 27,994. 27,995. 27,996. 27,997. 27,998. 27,999. 28,000. 28,001. 28,002. 28,003. 28,004. 28,005. 28,006. 28,007. 28,008. 28,009. 28,010. 28,011. 28,012. 28,013. 28,014. 28,015. 28,016. 28,017. 28,018. 28,019. 28,020. 28,021. 28,022. 28,023. 28,024. 28,025. 28,026. 28,027. 28,028. 28,029. 28,030. 28,031. 28,032. 28,033. 28,034. 28,035. 28,036. 28,037, 28,038, 28,039, 28,040, 28,041, 28,042, 28,043, 28,044, 28,045, 28,046, 28,047, 28,048, 28,049, 28,050, 28,051, 28,052, 28,053, 28,054, 28,055, 28,056, 28,057, 28,058, 28,059, 28,060, 28,061, 28,062, 28,063, 28,064, 28,065, 28,066, 28,067, 28,068, 28,069, 28,070, 28,071, 28,072, 28,073, 28,074, 28,075, 28,076, 28,077, 28,078, 28,079, 28,080, 28,081, 28,082, 28,083, 28,084, 28,085, 28,086, 28,087, 28,088, 28,089, 28,090, 28,091, 28,092, 28,093, 28,094, 28,095, 28,096, 28,097, 28,098, 28,099, 28,100, 28,101, 28,102, 28,103, 28,104, 28,105, 28,106, 28,107, 28,108, 28,109, 28,110, 28,111, 28,112, 28,113, 28,114, 28,115, 28,116, 28,117, 28,118, 28,119, 28,120, 28,121, 28,122, 28,123, 28,124, 28,125, 28,126, 28,127, 28,128, 28,129, 28,130, 28,131, 28,132, 28,133, 28,134, 28,135, 28,136, 28,137, 28,138, 28,139, 28,140, 28,141, 28,142, 28,143, 28,144, 28,145, 28,146, 28,147, 28,148, 28,149, 28,150, 28,151, 28,152, 28,153, 28,154, 28,155, 28,156, 28,157, 28,158, 28,159, 28,160, 28,161, 28,162, 28,163, 28,164, 28,165, 28,166, 28,167, 28,168, 28,169, 28,170, 28,171, 28,172, 28,173, 28,174, 28,175, 28,176, 28,177, 28,178, 28,179, 28,180, 28,181, 28,182, 28,183, 28,184, 28,185, 28,186, 28,187, 28,188, 28,189, 28,190, 28,191, 28,192, 28,193. 28,194. 28,195. 28,196. 28,197. 28,198. 28,199. 28,200. 28,201. 28,202. 28,203. 28,204. 28,205. 28,206. 28,207. 28,208. 28,209. 28,210. 28,211. 28,212. 28,213. 28,214. 28,215. 28,216. 28,217. 28,218. 28,219. 28,220. 28,221. 28,222. 28,223. 28,224. 28,225. 28,226. 28,227. 28,228. 28,229. 28,230. 28,231. 28,232. 28,233. 28,234. 28,235. 28,236. 28,237. 28,238. 28,239. 28,240. 28,241. 28,242. 28,243. 28,244. 28,245. 28,246. 28,247. 28,248. 28,249. 28,250. 28,251. 28,252. 28,253. 28,254. 28,255. 28,256. 28,257. 28,258. 28,259. 28,260. 28,261. 28,262. 28,263. 28,264. 28,265. 28,266. 28,267. 28,268. 28,269. 28,270. 28,271. 28,272. 28,273. 28,274. 28,275. 28,276. 28,277. 28,278. 28,279. 28,280. 28,281. 28,282. 28,283. 28,284. 28,285. 28,286. 28,287. 28,288. 28,289. 28,290. 28,291. 28,292. 28,293. 28,294. 28,295. 28,296. 28,297. 28,298. 28,299. 28,300. 28,301. 28,302. 28,303. 28,304. 28,305. 28,306. 28,307. 28,308. 28,309. 28,310. 28,311. 28,312. 28,313. 28,314. 28,315. 28,316. 28,317. 28,318. 28,319. 28,320. 28,321. 28,322. 28,323. 28,324. 28,325. 28,326. 28,327. 28,328. 28,329. 28,330. 28,331. 28,332. 28,333. 28,334. 28,335. 28,336. 28,337. 28,338. 28,339. 28,340. 28,341. 28,342. 28,343. 28,344. 28,345. 28,346. 28,347. 28,348. 28,349. 28,350. 28,351. 28,352. 28,353. 28,354. 28,355. 28,356. 28,357. 28,358. 28,359. 28,360. 28,361. 28,362. 28,363. 28,364. 28,365. 28,366. 28,367. 28,368. 28,369. 28,370. 28,371. 28,372. 28,373. 28,374. 28,375. 28,376. 28,377. 28,378. 28,379. 28,380. 28,381. 28,382. 28,383. 28,384. 28,385. 28,386. 28,387. 28,388. 28,389. 28,390. 28,391. 28,392. 28,393. 28,394. 28,395. 28,396. 28,397. 28,398. 28,399. 28,400. 28,401. 28,402. 28,403. 28,404. 28,405. 28,406. 28,407. 28,408. 28,409. 28,410. 28,411. 28,412. 28,413. 28,414. 28,415. 28,416. 28,417. 28,418. 28,419. 28,420. 28,421. 28,422. 28,423. 28,424. 28,425. 28,426. 28,427. 28,428. 28,429. 28,430. 28,431. 28,432. 28,433. 28,434. 28,435. 28,436. 28,437. 28,438. 28,439. 28,440. 28,441. 28,442. 28,443. 28,444. 28,445. 28,446. 28,447. 28,448. 28,449. 28,450. 28,451. 28,452. 28,453. 28,454. 28,455. 28,456. 28,457. 28,458. 28,459. 28,460. 28,461. 28,462. 28,463. 28,464. 28,465. 28,466. 28,467. 28,468. 28,469. 28,470. 28,471. 28,472. 28,473. 28,474. 28,475. 28,476. 28,477. 28,478. 28,479. 28,480. 28,481. 28,482. 28,483. 28,484. 28,485. 28,486. 28,487. 28,488. 28,489. 28,490. 28,491. 28,492. 28,493. 28,494. 28,495. 28,496. 28,497. 28,498. 28,499. 28,500. 28,501. 28,502. 28,503. 28,504. 28,505. 28,506. 28,507. 28,508. 28,509. 28,510. 28,511. 28,512. 28,513. 28,514. 28,515. 28,516. 28,517. 28,518. 28,519. 28,520. 28,521. 28,522. 28,523. 28,524. 28,525. 28,526. 28,527. 28,528. 28,529. 28,530. 28,531. 28,532. 28,533. 28,534. 28,535. 28,536. 28,537. 28,538. 28,539. 28,540. 28,541. 28,542. 28,543. 28,544. 28,545. 28,546. 28,547. 28,548. 28,549. 28,550. 28,551. 28,552. 28,553. 28,554. 28,555. 28,556. 28,557. 28,558. 28,559. 28,560. 28,561. 28,562. 28,563. 28,564. 28,565. 28,566. 28,567. 28,568. 28,569. 28,570. 28,571. 28,572. 28,573. 28,574. 28,575. 28,576. 28,577. 28,578. 28,579. 28,580. 28,581. 28,582. 28,583. 28,584. 28,585. 28,586. 28,587. 28,588. 28,589. 28,590. 28,591. 28,592. 28,593. 28,594. 28,595. 28,596. 28,597. 28,598. 28,599. 28,600. 28,601. 28,602. 28,603. 28,604. 28,605. 28,606. 28,607. 28,608. 28,609. 28,610. 28,611. 28,612. 28,613. 28,614. 28,615. 28,616. 28,617. 28,618. 28,619. 28,620. 28,621. 28,622. 28,623. 28,624. 28,625. 28,626. 28,627. 28,628. 28,629. 28,630. 28,631. 28,632. 28,633. 28,634. 28,635. 28,636. 28,637. 28,638. 28,639. 28,640. 28,641. 28,642. 28,643. 28,644. 28,645. 28,646. 28,647. 28,648. 28,649. 28,650. 28,651. 28,652. 28,653. 28,654. 28,655. 28,656. 28,657. 28,658. 28,659. 28,660. 28,661. 28,662. 28,663. 28,664. 28,665. 28,666. 28,667. 28,668. 28,669. 28,670. 28,671. 28,672. 28,673. 28,674. 28,675. 28,676. 28,677. 28,678. 28,679. 28,680. 28,681. 28,682. 28,683. 28,684. 28,685. 28,686. 28,687. 28,688. 28,689. 28,690. 28,691. 28,692. 28,693. 28,694. 28,695. 28,696. 28,697. 28,698. 28,699. 28,700. 28,701. 28,702. 28,703. 28,704. 28,705. 28,706. 28,707. 28,708. 28,709. 28,710. 28,711. 28,712. 28,713. 28,714. 28,715. 28,716. 28,717. 28,718. 28,719. 28,720. 28,721. 28,722. 28,723. 28,724. 28,725. 28,726. 28,727. 28,728. 28,729. 28,730. 28,731. 28,732. 28,733. 28,734. 28,735. 28,736. 28,737. 28,738. 28,739. 28,740. 28,741. 28,742. 28,743. 28,744. 28,745. 28,746. 28,747. 28,748. 28,749. 28,750. 28,751. 28,752. 28,753. 28,754. 28,755. 28,756. 28,757. 28,758. 28,759. 28,760. 28,761. 28,762. 28,763. 28,764. 28,765. 28,766. 28,767. 28,768. 28,769. 28,770. 28,771. 28,772. 28,773. 28,774. 28,775. 28,776. 28,777. 28,778. 28,779. 28,780. 28,781. 28,782. 28,783. 28,784. 28,785. 28,786. 28,787. 28,788. 28,789. 28,790. 28,791. 28,792. 28,793. 28,794. 28,795. 28,796. 28,797. 28,798. 28,799. 28,800. 28,801. 28,802. 28,803. 28,804. 28,805. 28,806. 28,807. 28,808. 28,809. 28,810. 28,811. 28,812. 28,813. 28,814. 28,815. 28,816. 28,817. 28,818. 28,819. 28,820. 28,821. 28,822. 28,823. 28,824. 28,825. 28,826. 28,827. 28,828. 28,829. 28,830. 28,831. 28,832. 28,833. 28,834. 28,835. 28,836. 28,837. 28,838. 28,839. 28,840. 28,841. 28,842. 28,843. 28,844. 28,845. 28,846. 28,847. 28,848. 28,849. 28,850. 28,851. 28,852. 28,853. 28,854. 28,855. 28,856. 28,857. 28,858. 28,859. 28,860. 28,861. 28,862. 28,863. 28,864. 28,865. 28,866. 28,867. 28,868. 28,869. 28,870. 28,871. 28,872. 28,873. 28,874. 28,875. 28,876. 28,877. 28,878. 28,879. 28,880. 28,881. 28,882. 28,883. 28,884. 28,885. 28,886. 28,887. 28,888. 28,889. 28,890. 28,891. 28,892. 28,893. 28,894. 28,895. 28,896. 28,897. 28,898. 28,899. 28,900. 28,901. 28,902. 28,903. 28,904. 28,905. 28,906. 28,907. 28,908. 28,909. 28,910. 28,911. 28,912. 28,913. 28,914. 28,915. 28,916. 28,917. 28,918. 28,919. 28,920. 28,921. 28,922. 28,923. 28,924. 28,925. 28,926. 28,927. 28,928. 28,929. 28,930. 28,931. 28,932. 28,933. 28,934. 28,935. 28,936. 28,937. 28,938. 28,939. 28,940. 28,941. 28,942. 28,943. 28,944. 28,945. 28,946. 28,947. 28,948. 28,949. 28,950. 28,951. 28,952. 28,953. 28,954. 28,955. 28,956. 28,957. 28,958. 28,959. 28,960. 28,961. 28,962. 28,963. 28,964. 28,965. 28,966. 28,967. 28,968. 28,969. 28,970. 28,971. 28,972. 28,973. 28,974. 28,975. 28,976. 28,977. 28,978. 28,979. 28,980. 28,981. 28,982. 28,983. 28,984. 28,985. 28,986. 28,987. 28,988. 28,989. 28,990. 28,991. 28,992. 28,993. 28,994. 28,995. 28,996. 28,997. 28,998. 28,999. 29,000. 29,001. 29,002. 29,003. 29,004. 29,005. 29,006. 29,007. 29,008. 29,009. 29,010. 29,011. 29,012. 29,013. 29,014. 29,015. 29,016. 29,017. 29,018. 29,019. 29,020. 29,021. 29,022. 29,023. 29,024. 29,025. 29,026. 29,027. 29,028. 29,029. 29,030. 29,031. 29,032. 29,033. 29,034. 29,035. 29,036. 29,037. 29,038. 29,039. 29,040. 29,041. 29,042. 29,043. 29,044. 29,045. 29,046. 29,047. 29,048. 29,049. 29,050. 29,051. 29,052. 29,053. 29,054. 29,055. 29,056. 29,057. 29,058. 29,059. 29,060. 29,061. 29,062. 29,063. 29,064. 29,065, 29,066, 29,067, 29,068, 29,069, 29,070, 29,071, 29,072, 29,073, 29,074, 29,075, 29,076, 29,077, 29,078, 29,079, 29,080, 29,081, 29,082, 29,083, 29,084, 29,085, 29,086, 29,087, 29,088, 29,089, 29,090, 29,091, 29,092, 29,093, 29,094, 29,095, 29,096, 29,097, 29,098, 29,099, 29,100, 29,101, 29,102, 29,103, 29,104, 29,105, 29,106, 29,107, 29,108, 29,109, 29,110, 29,111, 29,112, 29,113, 29,114, 29,115, 29,116, 29,117, 29,118, 29,119, 29,120, 29,121, 29,122, 29,123, 29,124, 29,125, 29,126, 29,127, 29,128, 29,129, 29,130, 29,131, 29,132, 29,133, 29,134, 29,135, 29,136, 29,137, 29,138, 29,139, 29,140, 29,141, 29,142, 29,143, 29,144, 29,145, 29,146, 29,147, 29,148, 29,149, 29,150, 29,151, 29,152, 29,153, 29,154, 29,155, 29,156, 29,157, 29,158, 29,159, 29,160, 29,161, 29,162, 29,163, 29,164, 29,165, 29,166, 29,167, 29,168, 29,169, 29,170, 29,171, 29,172, 29,173, 29,174, 29,175, 29,176, 29,177, 29,178, 29,179, 29,180, 29,181, 29,182, 29,183, 29,184, 29,185, 29,186, 29,187, 29,188, 29,189, 29,190, 29,191, 29,192, 29,193, 29,194, 29,195, 29,196, 29,197, 29,198, 29,199, 29,200, 29,201, 29,202, 29,203, 29,204, 29,205, 29,206, 29,207, 29,208, 29,209, 29,210, 29,211, 29,212, 29,213, 29,214, 29,215. 29,216. 29,217. 29,218. 29,219. 29,220. 29,221. 29,222. 29,223. 29,224. 29,225. 29,226. 29,227. 29,228. 29,229. 29,230. 29,231. 29,232. 29,233. 29,234. 29,235. 29,236. 29,237. 29,238. 29,239. 29,240. 29,241. 29,242. 29,243. 29,244. 29,245. 29,246. 29,247. 29,248. 29,249. 29,250. 29,251. 29,252. 29,253. 29,254. 29,255. 29,256. 29,257. 29,258. 29,259. 29,260. 29,261. 29,262. 29,263. 29,264. 29,265. 29,266. 29,267. 29,268. 29,269. 29,270. 29,271. 29,272. 29,273. 29,274. 29,275. 29,276. 29,277. 29,278. 29,279. 29,280. 29,281. 29,282. 29,283. 29,284. 29,285. 29,286. 29,287. 29,288. 29,289. 29,290. 29,291. 29,292. 29,293. 29,294. 29,295. 29,296. 29,297. 29,298. 29,299. 29,300. 29,301. 29,302. 29,303. 29,304. 29,305. 29,306. 29,307. 29,308. 29,309. 29,310. 29,311. 29,312. 29,313. 29,314. 29,315. 29,316. 29,317. 29,318. 29,319. 29,320. 29,321. 29,322. 29,323. 29,324. 29,325. 29,326. 29,327. 29,328. 29,329. 29,330. 29,331. 29,332. 29,333. 29,334. 29,335. 29,336. 29,337. 29,338. 29,339. 29,340. 29,341. 29,342. 29,343. 29,344. 29,345. 29,346. 29,347. 29,348. 29,349. 29,350. 29,351. 29,352. 29,353. 29,354. 29,355. 29,356. 29,357. 29,358. 29,359. 29,360. 29,361. 29,362. 29,363. 29,364. 29,365. 29,366. 29,367. 29,368. 29,369. 29,370. 29,371. 29,372. 29,373. 29,374. 29,375. 29,376. 29,377. 29,378. 29,379. 29,380. 29,381. 29,382. 29,383. 29,384. 29,385. 29,386. 29,387. 29,388. 29,389. 29,390. 29,391. 29,392. 29,393. 29,394. 29,395. 29,396. 29,397. 29,398. 29,399. 29,400. 29,401. 29,402. 29,403. 29,404. 29,405. 29,406. 29,407. 29,408. 29,409. 29,410. 29,411. 29,412. 29,413. 29,414. 29,415. 29,416. 29,417. 29,418. 29,419. 29,420. 29,421. 29,422. 29,423. 29,424. 29,425. 29,426. 29,427. 29,428. 29,429. 29,430. 29,431. 29,432. 29,433. 29,434. 29,435. 29,436. 29,437. 29,438. 29,439. 29,440. 29,441. 29,442. 29,443. 29,444. 29,445. 29,446. 29,447. 29,448. 29,449. 29,450. 29,451. 29,452. 29,453. 29,454. 29,455. 29,456. 29,457. 29,458. 29,459. 29,460. 29,461. 29,462. 29,463. 29,464. 29,465. 29,466. 29,467. 29,468. 29,469. 29,470. 29,471. 29,472. 29,473. 29,474. 29,475. 29,476. 29,477. 29,478. 29,479. 29,480. 29,481. 29,482. 29,483. 29,484. 29,485. 29,486. 29,487. 29,488. 29,489. 29,490. 29,491. 29,492. 29,493. 29,494. 29,495. 29,496. 29,497. 29,498. 29,499. 29,500. 29,501. 29,502. 29,503. 29,504. 29,505. 29,506. 29,507. 29,508. 29,509. 29,510. 29,511. 29,512. 29,513. 29,514. 29,515. 29,516. 29,517. 29,518. 29,519. 29,520. 29,521. 29,522. 29,523. 29,524. 29,525. 29,526. 29,527. 29,528. 29,529. 29,530. 29,531. 29,532. 29,533. 29,534. 29,535. 29,536. 29,537. 29,538. 29,539. 29,540. 29,541. 29,542. 29,543. 29,544. 29,545. 29,546. 29,547. 29,548. 29,549. 29,550. 29,551. 29,552. 29,553. 29,554. 29,555. 29,556. 29,557. 29,558. 29,559. 29,560. 29,561. 29,562. 29,563. 29,564. 29,565. 29,566. 29,567. 29,568. 29,569. 29,570. 29,571. 29,572. 29,573. 29,574. 29,575. 29,576. 29,577. 29,578. 29,579. 29,580. 29,581. 29,582. 29,583. 29,584. 29,585. 29,586. 29,587. 29,588. 29,589. 29,590. 29,591. 29,592. 29,593. 29,594. 29,595. 29,596. 29,597. 29,598. 29,599. 29,600. 29,601. 29,602. 29,603. 29,604. 29,605. 29,606. 29,607. 29,608. 29,609. 29,610. 29,611. 29,612. 29,613. 29,614. 29,615. 29,616. 29,617. 29,618. 29,619. 29,620. 29,621. 29,622. 29,623. 29,624. 29,625. 29,626. 29,627. 29,628. 29,629. 29,630. 29,631. 29,632. 29,633. 29,634. 29,635. 29,636. 29,637. 29,638. 29,639. 29,640. 29,641. 29,642. 29,643. 29,644. 29,645. 29,646. 29,647. 29,648. 29,649. 29,650. 29,651. 29,652. 29,653. 29,654. 29,655. 29,656. 29,657. 29,658. 29,659. 29,660. 29,661. 29,662. 29,663. 29,664. 29,665. 29,666. 29,667. 29,668. 29,669. 29,670. 29,671. 29,672. 29,673. 29,674. 29,675. 29,676. 29,677. 29,678. 29,679. 29,680. 29,681. 29,682. 29,683. 29,684. 29,685. 29,686. 29,687. 29,688. 29,689. 29,690. 29,691. 29,692. 29,693. 29,694. 29,695. 29,696. 29,697. 29,698. 29,699. 29,700. 29,701. 29,702. 29,703. 29,704. 29,705. 29,706. 29,707. 29,708. 29,709. 29,710. 29,711. 29,712. 29,713. 29,714. 29,715. 29,716. 29,717. 29,718. 29,719. 29,720. 29,721. 29,722. 29,723. 29,724. 29,725. 29,726. 29,727. 29,728. 29,729. 29,730. 29,731. 29,732. 29,733. 29,734. 29,735. 29,736. 29,737. 29,738. 29,739. 29,740. 29,741. 29,742. 29,743. 29,744. 29,745. 29,746. 29,747. 29,748. 29,749. 29,750. 29,751. 29,752. 29,753. 29,754. 29,755. 29,756. 29,757. 29,758. 29,759. 29,760. 29,761. 29,762. 29,763. 29,764. 29,765. 29,766. 29,767. 29,768. 29,769. 29,770. 29,771. 29,772. 29,773. 29,774. 29,775. 29,776. 29,777. 29,778. 29,779. 29,780. 29,781. 29,782. 29,783. 29,784. 29,785. 29,786. 29,787. 29,788. 29,789. 29,790. 29,791. 29,792. 29,793. 29,794. 29,795. 29,796. 29,797. 29,798. 29,799. 29,800. 29,801. 29,802. 29,803. 29,804. 29,805. 29,806. 29,807. 29,808. 29,809. 29,810. 29,811. 29,812. 29,813. 29,814. 29,815. 29,816. 29,817. 29,818. 29,819. 29,820. 29,821. 29,822. 29,823. 29,824. 29,825. 29,826. 29,827. 29,828. 29,829. 29,830. 29,831. 29,832. 29,833. 29,834. 29,835. 29,836. 29,837. 29,838. 29,839. 29,840. 29,841. 29,842. 29,843. 29,844. 29,845. 29,846. 29,847. 29,848. 29,849. 29,850. 29,851. 29,852. 29,853. 29,854. 29,855. 29,856. 29,857. 29,858. 29,859. 29,860. 29,861. 29,862. 29,863. 29,864. 29,865. 29,866. 29,867. 29,868. 29,869. 29,870. 29,871. 29,872. 29,873. 29,874. 29,875. 29,876. 29,877. 29,878. 29,879. 29,880. 29,881. 29,882. 29,883. 29,884. 29,885. 29,886. 29,887. 29,888. 29,889. 29,890. 29,891. 29,892. 29,893. 29,894. 29,895. 29,896. 29,897. 29,898. 29,899. 29,900. 29,901. 29,902. 29,903. 29,904. 29,905. 29,906. 29,907. 29,908. 29,909. 29,910. 29,911. 29,912. 29,913. 29,914. 29,915. 29,916. 29,917. 29,918. 29,919. 29,920. 29,921. 29,922. 29,923. 29,924. 29,925. 29,926. 29,927. 29,928. 29,929. 29,930. 29,931. 29,932. 29,933. 29,934. 29,935. 29,936. 29,937. 29,938. 29,939. 29,940. 29,941. 29,942. 29,943. 29,944. 29,945. 29,946. 29,947. 29,948. 29,949. 29,950. 29,951. 29,952. 29,953. 29,954. 29,955. 29,956. 29,957. 29,958. 29,959. 29,960. 29,961. 29,962. 29,963. 29,964. 29,965. 29,966. 29,967. 29,968. 29,969. 29,970. 29,971. 29,972. 29,973. 29,974. 29,975. 29,976. 29,977. 29,978. 29,979. 29,980. 29,981. 29,982. 29,983. 29,984. 29,985. 29,986. 29,987. 29,988. 29,989. 29,990. 29,991. 29,992. 29,993. 29,994. 29,995. 29,996. 29,997. 29,998. 29,999. 30,000. 30,001. 30,002. 30,003. 30,004. 30,005. 30,006. 30,007. 30,008. 30,009. 30,010. 30,011. 30,012. 30,013. 30,014. 30,015. 30,016. 30,017. 30,018. 30,019. 30,020. 30,021. 30,022. 30,023. 30,024. 30,025. 30,026. 30,027. 30,028. 30,029. 30,030. 30,031. 30,032. 30,033. 30,034. 30,035. 30,036. 30,037. 30,038. 30,039. 30,040. 30,041. 30,042. 30,043. 30,044. 30,045. 30,046. 30,047. 30,048. 30,049. 30,050. 30,051. 30,052. 30,053. 30,054. 30,055. 30,056. 30,057. 30,058. 30,059. 30,060. 30,061. 30,062. 30,063. 30,064. 30,065. 30,066. 30,067. 30,068. 30,069. 30,070. 30,071. 30,072. 30,073. 30,074. 30,075. 30,076. 30,077. 30,078. 30,079. 30,080. 30,081. 30,082. 30,083. 30,084, 30,085, 30,086, 30,087, 30,088, 30,089, 30,090, 30,091, 30,092, 30,093, 30,094, 30,095, 30,096, 30,097, 30,098, 30,099, 30,100, 30,101, 30,102, 30,103, 30,104, 30,105, 30,106, 30,107, 30,108, 30,109, 30,110, 30,111, 30,112, 30,113, 30,114, 30,115, 30,116, 30,117, 30,118, 30,119, 30,120, 30,121, 30,122, 30,123, 30,124, 30,125, 30,126, 30,127, 30,128, 30,129, 30,130, 30,131, 30,132, 30,133, 30,134, 30,135, 30,136, 30,137, 30,138, 30,139, 30,140, 30,141, 30,142, 30,143, 30,144, 30,145, 30,146, 30,147, 30,148, 30,149, 30,150, 30,151, 30,152, 30,153, 30,154, 30,155, 30,156, 30,157, 30,158, 30,159, 30,160, 30,161, 30,162, 30,163, 30,164, 30,165, 30,166, 30,167, 30,168, 30,169, 30,170, 30,171, 30,172, 30,173, 30,174, 30,175, 30,176, 30,177, 30,178, 30,179, 30,180, 30,181, 30,182, 30,183, 30,184, 30,185, 30,186, 30,187, 30,188, 30,189, 30,190, 30,191, 30,192, 30,193, 30,194, 30,195, 30,196, 30,197, 30,198, 30,199, 30,200, 30,201, 30,202, 30,203, 30,204, 30,205, 30,206, 30,207, 30,208, 30,209, 30,210, 30,211, 30,212, 30,213, 30,214, 30,215, 30,216, 30,217, 30,218, 30,219, 30,220, 30,221, 30,222, 30,223, 30,224, 30,225, 30,226, 30,227, 30,228, 30,229, 30,230, 30,231, 30,232, 30,233, 30,234, 30,235, 30,236, 30,237, 30,238, 30,239, 30,240, 30,241, 30,242, 30,243. 30,244. 30,245. 30,246. 30,247. 30,248. 30,249. 30,250. 30,251. 30,252. 30,253. 30,254. 30,255. 30,256. 30,257. 30,258. 30,259. 30,260. 30,261. 30,262. 30,263. 30,264. 30,265. 30,266. 30,267. 30,268. 30,269. 30,270. 30,271. 30,272. 30,273. 30,274. 30,275. 30,276. 30,277. 30,278. 30,279. 30,280. 30,281. 30,282. 30,283. 30,284. 30,285. 30,286. 30,287. 30,288. 30,289. 30,290. 30,291. 30,292. 30,293. 30,294. 30,295. 30,296. 30,297. 30,298. 30,299. 30,300. 30,301. 30,302. 30,303. 30,304. 30,305. 30,306. 30,307. 30,308. 30,309. 30,310. 30,311. 30,312. 30,313. 30,314. 30,315. 30,316. 30,317. 30,318. 30,319. 30,320. 30,321. 30,322. 30,323. 30,324. 30,325. 30,326. 30,327. 30,328. 30,329. 30,330. 30,331. 30,332. 30,333. 30,334. 30,335. 30,336. 30,337. 30,338. 30,339. 30,340. 30,341. 30,342. 30,343. 30,344. 30,345. 30,346. 30,347. 30,348. 30,349. 30,350. 30,351. 30,352. 30,353. 30,354. 30,355. 30,356. 30,357. 30,358. 30,359. 30,360. 30,361. 30,362. 30,363. 30,364. 30,365. 30,366. 30,367. 30,368. 30,369. 30,370. 30,371. 30,372. 30,373. 30,374. 30,375. 30,376. 30,377. 30,378. 30,379. 30,380. 30,381. 30,382. 30,383. 30,384. 30,385. 30,386. 30,387. 30,388. 30,389. 30,390. 30,391. 30,392. 30,393. 30,394. 30,395. 30,396. 30,397. 30,398. 30,399. 30,400. 30,401. 30,402. 30,403. 30,404. 30,405. 30,406. 30,407. 30,408. 30,409. 30,410. 30,411. 30,412. 30,413. 30,414. 30,415. 30,416. 30,417. 30,418. 30,419. 30,420. 30,421. 30,422. 30,423. 30,424. 30,425. 30,426. 30,427. 30,428. 30,429. 30,430. 30,431. 30,432. 30,433. 30,434. 30,435. 30,436. 30,437. 30,438. 30,439. 30,440. 30,441. 30,442. 30,443. 30,444. 30,445. 30,446. 30,447. 30,448. 30,449. 30,450. 30,451. 30,452. 30,453. 30,454. 30,455. 30,456. 30,457. 30,458. 30,459. 30,460. 30,461. 30,462. 30,463. 30,464. 30,465. 30,466. 30,467. 30,468. 30,469. 30,470. 30,471. 30,472. 30,473. 30,474. 30,475. 30,476. 30,477. 30,478. 30,479. 30,480. 30,481. 30,482. 30,483. 30,484. 30,485. 30,486. 30,487. 30,488. 30,489. 30,490. 30,491. 30,492. 30,493. 30,494. 30,495. 30,496. 30,497. 30,498. 30,499. 30,500. 30,501. 30,502. 30,503. 30,504. 30,505. 30,506. 30,507. 30,508. 30,509. 30,510. 30,511. 30,512. 30,513. 30,514. 30,515. 30,516. 30,517. 30,518. 30,519. 30,520. 30,521. 30,522. 30,523. 30,524. 30,525. 30,526. 30,527. 30,528. 30,529. 30,530. 30,531. 30,532. 30,533. 30,534. 30,535. 30,536. 30,537. 30,538. 30,539. 30,540. 30,541. 30,542. 30,543. 30,544. 30,545. 30,546. 30,547. 30,548. 30,549. 30,550. 30,551. 30,552. 30,553. 30,554. 30,555. 30,556. 30,557. 30,558. 30,559. 30,560. 30,561. 30,562. 30,563. 30,564. 30,565. 30,566. 30,567. 30,568. 30,569. 30,570. 30,571. 30,572. 30,573. 30,574. 30,575. 30,576. 30,577. 30,578. 30,579. 30,580. 30,581. 30,582. 30,583. 30,584. 30,585. 30,586. 30,587. 30,588. 30,589. 30,590. 30,591. 30,592. 30,593. 30,594. 30,595. 30,596. 30,597. 30,598. 30,599. 30,600. 30,601. 30,602. 30,603. 30,604. 30,605. 30,606. 30,607. 30,608. 30,609. 30,610. 30,611. 30,612. 30,613. 30,614. 30,615. 30,616. 30,617. 30,618. 30,619. 30,620. 30,621. 30,622. 30,623. 30,624. 30,625. 30,626. 30,627. 30,628. 30,629. 30,630. 30,631. 30,632. 30,633. 30,634. 30,635. 30,636. 30,637. 30,638. 30,639. 30,640. 30,641. 30,642. 30,643. 30,644. 30,645. 30,646. 30,647. 30,648. 30,649. 30,650. 30,651. 30,652. 30,653. 30,654. 30,655. 30,656. 30,657. 30,658. 30,659. 30,660. 30,661. 30,662. 30,663. 30,664. 30,665. 30,666. 30,667. 30,668. 30,669. 30,670. 30,671. 30,672. 30,673. 30,674. 30,675. 30,676. 30,677. 30,678. 30,679. 30,680. 30,681. 30,682. 30,683. 30,684. 30,685. 30,686. 30,687. 30,688. 30,689. 30,690. 30,691. 30,692. 30,693. 30,694. 30,695. 30,696. 30,697. 30,698. 30,699. 30,700. 30,701. 30,702. 30,703. 30,704. 30,705. 30,706. 30,707. 30,708. 30,709. 30,710. 30,711. 30,712. 30,713. 30,714. 30,715. 30,716. 30,717. 30,718. 30,719. 30,720. 30,721. 30,722. 30,723. 30,724. 30,725. 30,726. 30,727. 30,728. 30,729. 30,730. 30,731. 30,732. 30,733. 30,734. 30,735. 30,736. 30,737. 30,738. 30,739. 30,740. 30,741. 30,742. 30,743. 30,744. 30,745. 30,746. 30,747. 30,748. 30,749. 30,750. 30,751. 30,752. 30,753. 30,754. 30,755. 30,756. 30,757. 30,758. 30,759. 30,760. 30,761. 30,762. 30,763. 30,764. 30,765. 30,766. 30,767. 30,768. 30,769. 30,770. 30,771. 30,772. 30,773. 30,774. 30,775. 30,776. 30,777. 30,778. 30,779. 30,780. 30,781. 30,782. 30,783. 30,784. 30,785. 30,786. 30,787. 30,788. 30,789. 30,790. 30,791. 30,792. 30,793. 30,794. 30,795. 30,796. 30,797. 30,798. 30,799. 30,800. 30,801. 30,802. 30,803. 30,804. 30,805. 30,806. 30,807. 30,808. 30,809. 30,810. 30,811. 30,812. 30,813. 30,814. 30,815. 30,816. 30,817. 30,818. 30,819. 30,820. 30,821. 30,822. 30,823. 30,824. 30,825. 30,826. 30,827. 30,828. 30,829. 30,830. 30,831. 30,832. 30,833. 30,834. 30,835. 30,836. 30,837. 30,838. 30,839. 30,840. 30,841. 30,842. 30,843. 30,844. 30,845. 30,846. 30,847. 30,848. 30,849. 30,850. 30,851. 30,852. 30,853. 30,854. 30,855. 30,856. 30,857. 30,858. 30,859. 30,860. 30,861. 30,862. 30,863. 30,864. 30,865. 30,866. 30,867. 30,868. 30,869. 30,870. 30,871. 30,872. 30,873. 30,874. 30,875. 30,876. 30,877. 30,878. 30,879. 30,880. 30,881. 30,882. 30,883. 30,884. 30,885. 30,886. 30,887. 30,888. 30,889. 30,890. 30,891. 30,892. 30,893. 30,894. 30,895. 30,896. 30,897. 30,898. 30,899. 30,900. 30,901. 30,902. 30,903. 30,904. 30,905. 30,906. 30,907. 30,908. 30,909. 30,910. 30,911. 30,912. 30,913. 30,914. 30,915. 30,916. 30,917. 30,918. 30,919. 30,920. 30,921. 30,922. 30,923. 30,924. 30,925. 30,926. 30,927. 30,928. 30,929. 30,930. 30,931. 30,932. 30,933. 30,934. 30,935. 30,936. 30,937. 30,938. 30,939. 30,940. 30,941. 30,942. 30,943. 30,944. 30,945. 30,946. 30,947. 30,948. 30,949. 30,950. 30,951. 30,952. 30,953. 30,954. 30,955. 30,956. 30,957. 30,958. 30,959. 30,960. 30,961. 30,962. 30,963. 30,964. 30,965. 30,966. 30,967. 30,968. 30,969. 30,970. 30,971. 30,972. 30,973. 30,974. 30,975. 30,976. 30,977. 30,978. 30,979. 30,980. 30,981. 30,982. 30,983. 30,984. 30,985. 30,986. 30,987. 30,988. 30,989. 30,990. 30,991. 30,992. 30,993. 30,994. 30,995. 30,996. 30,997. 30,998. 30,999. 31,000. 31,001. 31,002. 31,003. 31,004. 31,005. 31,006. 31,007. 31,008, 31,009, 31,010, 31,011, 31,012, 31,013, 31,014, 31,015, 31,016, 31,017, 31,018, 31,019, 31,020, 31,021, 31,022, 31,023, 31,024, 31,025, 31,026, 31,027, 31,028, 31,029, 31,030, 31,031, 31,032, 31,033, 31,034, 31,035, 31,036, 31,037, 31,038, 31,039, 31,040, 31,041, 31,042, 31,043, 31,044, 31,045, 31,046, 31,047, 31,048, 31,049, 31,050, 31,051, 31,052, 31,053, 31,054, 31,055, 31,056, 31,057, 31,058, 31,059, 31,060, 31,061, 31,062, 31,063, 31,064, 31,065, 31,066, 31,067, 31,068, 31,069, 31,070, 31,071, 31,072, 31,073, 31,074, 31,075, 31,076, 31,077, 31,078, 31,079, 31,080, 31,081, 31,082, 31,083, 31,084, 31,085, 31,086, 31,087, 31,088, 31,089, 31,090, 31,091, 31,092, 31,093, 31,094, 31,095, 31,096, 31,097, 31,098, 31,099, 31,100, 31,101, 31,102, 31,103, 31,104, 31,105, 31,106, 31,107, 31,108, 31,109, 31,110, 31,111, 31,112, 31,113, 31,114, 31,115, 31,116, 31,117, 31,118, 31,119, 31,120, 31,121, 31,122, 31,123, 31,124, 31,125, 31,126, 31,127, 31,128, 31,129, 31,130, 31,131, 31,132, 31,133, 31,134, 31,135, 31,136, 31,137, 31,138, 31,139, 31,140, 31,141, 31,142, 31,143, 31,144, 31,145, 31,146, 31,147, 31,148, 31,149, 31,150, 31,151, 31,152, 31,153, 31,154, 31,155, 31,156, 31,157, 31,158, 31,159, 31,160, 31,161, 31,162, 31,163, 31,164, 31,165, 31,166, 31,167, 31,168, 31,169, 31,170, 31,171, 31,172, 31,173, 31,174, 31,175, 31,176, 31,177, 31,178, 31,179, 31,180, 31,181, 31,182, 31,183, 31,184, 31,185, 31,186, 31,187, 31,188, 31,189, 31,190, 31,191, 31,192, 31,193, 31,194, 31,195, 31,196, 31,197, 31,198, 31,199, 31,200, 31,201, 31,202, 31,203, 31,204, 31,205, 31,206, 31,207, 31,208, 31,209, 31,210, 31,211, 31,212, 31,213, 31,214, 31,215, 31,216, 31,217, 31,218, 31,219, 31,220, 31,221, 31,222, 31,223, 31,224, 31,225, 31,226, 31,227, 31,228, 31,229, 31,230, 31,231, 31,232, 31,233, 31,234, 31,235, 31,236, 31,237, 31,238, 31,239, 31,240, 31,241, 31,242, 31,243, 31,244, 31,245, 31,246, 31,247, 31,248, 31,249, 31,250, 31,251, 31,252, 31,253, 31,254, 31,255, 31,256, 31,257, 31,258, 31,259, 31,260, 31,261, 31,262, 31,263, 31,264, 31,265, 31,266, 31,267, 31,268, 31,269, 31,270, 31,271, 31,272, 31,273, 31,274, 31,275, 31,276, 31,277, 31,278, 31,279, 31,280, 31,281, 31,282, 31,283, 31,284, 31,285, 31,286, 31,287, 31,288, 31,289, 31,290, 31,291, 31,292, 31,293, 31,294, 31,295, 31,296, 31,297, 31,298, 31,299, 31,300, 31,301, 31,302, 31,303, 31,304, 31,305, 31,306, 31,307, 31,308, 31,309, 31,310, 31,311, 31,312, 31,313, 31,314, 31,315, 31,316, 31,317, 31,318, 31,319. 31,320. 31,321. 31,322. 31,323. 31,324. 31,325. 31,326. 31,327. 31,328. 31,329. 31,330. 31,331. 31,332. 31,333. 31,334. 31,335. 31,336. 31,337. 31,338. 31,339. 31,340. 31,341. 31,342. 31,343. 31,344. 31,345. 31,346. 31,347. 31,348. 31,349. 31,350. 31,351. 31,352. 31,353. 31,354. 31,355. 31,356. 31,357. 31,358. 31,359. 31,360. 31,361. 31,362. 31,363. 31,364. 31,365. 31,366. 31,367. 31,368. 31,369. 31,370. 31,371. 31,372. 31,373. 31,374. 31,375. 31,376. 31,377. 31,378. 31,379. 31,380. 31,381. 31,382. 31,383. 31,384. 31,385. 31,386. 31,387. 31,388. 31,389. 31,390. 31,391. 31,392. 31,393. 31,394. 31,395. 31,396. 31,397. 31,398. 31,399. 31,400. 31,401. 31,402. 31,403. 31,404. 31,405. 31,406. 31,407. 31,408. 31,409. 31,410. 31,411. 31,412. 31,413. 31,414. 31,415. 31,416. 31,417. 31,418. 31,419. 31,420. 31,421. 31,422. 31,423. 31,424. 31,425. 31,426. 31,427. 31,428. 31,429. 31,430. 31,431. 31,432. 31,433. 31,434. 31,435. 31,436. 31,437. 31,438. 31,439. 31,440. 31,441. 31,442. 31,443. 31,444. 31,445. 31,446. 31,447. 31,448. 31,449. 31,450. 31,451. 31,452. 31,453. 31,454. 31,455. 31,456. 31,457. 31,458. 31,459. 31,460. 31,461. 31,462. 31,463. 31,464. 31,465. 31,466. 31,467. 31,468. 31,469. 31,470. 31,471. 31,472. 31,473. 31,474. 31,475. 31,476. 31,477. 31,478. 31,479. 31,480. 31,481. 31,482. 31,483. 31,484. 31,485. 31,486. 31,487. 31,488. 31,489. 31,490. 31,491. 31,492. 31,493. 31,494. 31,495. 31,496. 31,497. 31,498. 31,499. 31,500. 31,501. 31,502. 31,503. 31,504. 31,505. 31,506. 31,507. 31,508. 31,509. 31,510. 31,511. 31,512. 31,513. 31,514. 31,515. 31,516. 31,517. 31,518. 31,519. 31,520. 31,521. 31,522. 31,523. 31,524. 31,525. 31,526. 31,527. 31,528. 31,529. 31,530. 31,531. 31,532. 31,533. 31,534. 31,535. 31,536. 31,537. 31,538. 31,539. 31,540. 31,541. 31,542. 31,543. 31,544. 31,545. 31,546. 31,547. 31,548. 31,549. 31,550. 31,551. 31,552. 31,553. 31,554. 31,555. 31,556. 31,557. 31,558. 31,559. 31,560. 31,561. 31,562. 31,563. 31,564. 31,565. 31,566. 31,567. 31,568. 31,569. 31,570. 31,571. 31,572. 31,573. 31,574. 31,575. 31,576. 31,577. 31,578. 31,579. 31,580. 31,581. 31,582. 31,583. 31,584. 31,585. 31,586. 31,587. 31,588. 31,589. 31,590. 31,591. 31,592. 31,593. 31,594. 31,595. 31,596. 31,597. 31,598. 31,599. 31,600. 31,601. 31,602. 31,603. 31,604. 31,605. 31,606. 31,607. 31,608. 31,609. 31,610. 31,611. 31,612. 31,613. 31,614. 31,615. 31,616. 31,617. 31,618. 31,619. 31,620. 31,621. 31,622. 31,623. 31,624. 31,625. 31,626. 31,627. 31,628. 31,629. 31,630. 31,631. 31,632. 31,633. 31,634. 31,635. 31,636. 31,637. 31,638. 31,639. 31,640. 31,641. 31,642. 31,643. 31,644. 31,645. 31,646. 31,647. 31,648. 31,649. 31,650. 31,651. 31,652. 31,653. 31,654. 31,655. 31,656. 31,657. 31,658. 31,659. 31,660. 31,661. 31,662. 31,663. 31,664. 31,665. 31,666. 31,667. 31,668. 31,669. 31,670. 31,671. 31,672. 31,673. 31,674. 31,675. 31,676. 31,677. 31,678. 31,679. 31,680. 31,681. 31,682. 31,683. 31,684. 31,685. 31,686. 31,687. 31,688. 31,689. 31,690. 31,691. 31,692. 31,693. 31,694. 31,695. 31,696. 31,697. 31,698. 31,699. 31,700. 31,701. 31,702. 31,703. 31,704. 31,705. 31,706. 31,707. 31,708. 31,709. 31,710. 31,711. 31,712. 31,713. 31,714. 31,715. 31,716. 31,717. 31,718. 31,719. 31,720. 31,721. 31,722. 31,723. 31,724. 31,725. 31,726. 31,727. 31,728. 31,729. 31,730. 31,731. 31,732. 31,733. 31,734. 31,735. 31,736. 31,737. 31,738. 31,739. 31,740. 31,741. 31,742. 31,743. 31,744. 31,745. 31,746. 31,747. 31,748. 31,749. 31,750. 31,751. 31,752. 31,753. 31,754. 31,755. 31,756. 31,757. 31,758. 31,759. 31,760. 31,761. 31,762. 31,763. 31,764. 31,765. 31,766. 31,767. 31,768. 31,769. 31,770. 31,771. 31,772. 31,773. 31,774. 31,775. 31,776. 31,777. 31,778. 31,779. 31,780. 31,781. 31,782. 31,783. 31,784. 31,785. 31,786. 31,787. 31,788. 31,789. 31,790. 31,791. 31,792. 31,793. 31,794. 31,795. 31,796. 31,797. 31,798. 31,799. 31,800. 31,801. 31,802. 31,803. 31,804. 31,805. 31,806. 31,807. 31,808. 31,809. 31,810. 31,811. 31,812. 31,813. 31,814. 31,815. 31,816. 31,817. 31,818. 31,819. 31,820. 31,821. 31,822. 31,823. 31,824. 31,825. 31,826. 31,827. 31,828. 31,829. 31,830. 31,831. 31,832. 31,833. 31,834. 31,835. 31,836. 31,837. 31,838. 31,839. 31,840. 31,841. 31,842. 31,843. 31,844. 31,845. 31,846. 31,847. 31,848. 31,849. 31,850. 31,851. 31,852. 31,853. 31,854. 31,855. 31,856. 31,857. 31,858. 31,859. 31,860. 31,861. 31,862. 31,863. 31,864. 31,865. 31,866. 31,867. 31,868. 31,869. 31,870. 31,871. 31,872. 31,873. 31,874. 31,875. 31,876. 31,877. 31,878. 31,879. 31,880. 31,881. 31,882. 31,883. 31,884. 31,885. 31,886. 31,887. 31,888. 31,889. 31,890. 31,891. 31,892. 31,893. 31,894. 31,895. 31,896. 31,897. 31,898. 31,899. 31,900. 31,901. 31,902. 31,903. 31,904. 31,905. 31,906. 31,907. 31,908. 31,909. 31,910. 31,911. 31,912. 31,913. 31,914. 31,915. 31,916. 31,917. 31,918. 31,919. 31,920. 31,921. 31,922. 31,923. 31,924. 31,925. 31,926. 31,927. 31,928. 31,929. 31,930. 31,931. 31,932. 31,933. 31,934. 31,935. 31,936. 31,937. 31,938. 31,939. 31,940. 31,941. 31,942. 31,943. 31,944. 31,945. 31,946. 31,947. 31,948. 31,949. 31,950. 31,951. 31,952. 31,953. 31,954. 31,955. 31,956. 31,957. 31,958. 31,959. 31,960. 31,961. 31,962. 31,963. 31,964. 31,965. 31,966. 31,967. 31,968. 31,969. 31,970. 31,971. 31,972. 31,973. 31,974. 31,975. 31,976. 31,977. 31,978. 31,979. 31,980. 31,981. 31,982. 31,983. 31,984. 31,985. 31,986. 31,987. 31,988. 31,989. 31,990. 31,991. 31,992. 31,993. 31,994. 31,995. 31,996. 31,997. 31,998. 31,999. 32,000. 32,001. 32,002. 32,003. 32,004. 32,005. 32,006. 32,007. 32,008. 32,009. 32,010. 32,011. 32,012. 32,013. 32,014. 32,015. 32,016. 32,017. 32,018. 32,019. 32,020. 32,021. 32,022. 32,023. 32,024. 32,025. 32,026. 32,027. 32,028. 32,029. 32,030. 32,031. 32,032. 32,033. 32,034. 32,035. 32,036. 32,037. 32,038. 32,039. 32,040. 32,041. 32,042. 32,043. 32,044. 32,045. 32,046. 32,047. 32,048. 32,049. 32,050. 32,051, 32,052, 32,053, 32,054, 32,055, 32,056, 32,057, 32,058, 32,059, 32,060, 32,061, 32,062, 32,063, 32,064, 32,065, 32,066, 32,067, 32,068, 32,069, 32,070, 32,071, 32,072, 32,073, 32,074, 32,075, 32,076, 32,077, 32,078, 32,079, 32,080, 32,081, 32,082, 32,083, 32,084, 32,085, 32,086, 32,087, 32,088, 32,089, 32,090, 32,091, 32,092, 32,093, 32,094, 32,095, 32,096, 32,097, 32,098, 32,099, 32,100, 32,101, 32,102, 32,103, 32,104, 32,105, 32,106, 32,107, 32,108, 32,109, 32,110, 32,111, 32,112, 32,113, 32,114, 32,115, 32,116, 32,117, 32,118, 32,119, 32,120, 32,121, 32,122, 32,123, 32,124, 32,125, 32,126, 32,127, 32,128, 32,129, 32,130, 32,131, 32,132, 32,133, 32,134, 32,135, 32,136, 32,137, 32,138, 32,139, 32,140, 32,141, 32,142, 32,143, 32,144, 32,145, 32,146, 32,147, 32,148, 32,149, 32,150, 32,151, 32,152, 32,153, 32,154, 32,155, 32,156, 32,157, 32,158, 32,159, 32,160, 32,161, 32,162, 32,163, 32,164, 32,165, 32,166, 32,167, 32,168, 32,169, 32,170, 32,171, 32,172, 32,173, 32,174, 32,175, 32,176, 32,177, 32,178, 32,179, 32,180, 32,181, 32,182, 32,183, 32,184, 32,185, 32,186, 32,187, 32,188, 32,189, 32,190, 32,191, 32,192, 32,193, 32,194, 32,195, 32,196, 32,197, 32,198, 32,199, 32,200, 32,201, 32,202, 32,203, 32,204, 32,205, 32,206, 32,207, 32,208, 32,209, 32,210, 32,211, 32,212, 32,213, 32,214, 32,215, 32,216, 32,217, 32,218, 32,219, 32,220, 32,221, 32,222, 32,223, 32,224, 32,225, 32,226, 32,227, 32,228, 32,229, 32,230, 32,231, 32,232, 32,233, 32,234, 32,235, 32,236, 32,237, 32,238, 32,239, 32,240, 32,241, 32,242, 32,243, 32,244, 32,245, 32,246, 32,247, 32,248, 32,249, 32,250, 32,251, 32,252, 32,253, 32,254, 32,255, 32,256, 32,257, 32,258, 32,259, 32,260, 32,261, 32,262, 32,263, 32,264, 32,265, 32,266, 32,267, 32,268, 32,269, 32,270, 32,271, 32,272, 32,273, 32,274, 32,275, 32,276, 32,277, 32,278, 32,279, 32,280, 32,281, 32,282, 32,283, 32,284, 32,285, 32,286, 32,287, 32,288, 32,289, 32,290, 32,291, 32,292, 32,293, 32,294, 32,295, 32,296, 32,297, 32,298, 32,299, 32,300, 32,301, 32,302, 32,303, 32,304, 32,305, 32,306, 32,307, 32,308, 32,309, 32,310, 32,311, 32,312, 32,313, 32,314, 32,315, 32,316, 32,317, 32,318, 32,319, 32,320, 32,321, 32,322, 32,323, 32,324, 32,325, 32,326, 32,327, 32,328, 32,329, 32,330, 32,331, 32,332, 32,333, 32,334, 32,335, 32,336, 32,337, 32,338, 32,339, 32,340, 32,341, 32,342, 32,343, 32,344, 32,345, 32,346, 32,347, 32,348, 32,349, 32,350. 32,351. 32,352. 32,353. 32,354. 32,355. 32,356. 32,357. 32,358. 32,359. 32,360. 32,361. 32,362. 32,363. 32,364. 32,365. 32,366. 32,367. 32,368. 32,369. 32,370. 32,371. 32,372. 32,373. 32,374. 32,375. 32,376. 32,377. 32,378. 32,379. 32,380. 32,381. 32,382. 32,383. 32,384. 32,385. 32,386. 32,387. 32,388. 32,389. 32,390. 32,391. 32,392. 32,393. 32,394. 32,395. 32,396. 32,397. 32,398. 32,399. 32,400. 32,401. 32,402. 32,403. 32,404. 32,405. 32,406. 32,407. 32,408. 32,409. 32,410. 32,411. 32,412. 32,413. 32,414. 32,415. 32,416. 32,417. 32,418. 32,419. 32,420. 32,421. 32,422. 32,423. 32,424. 32,425. 32,426. 32,427. 32,428. 32,429. 32,430. 32,431. 32,432. 32,433. 32,434. 32,435. 32,436. 32,437. 32,438. 32,439. 32,440. 32,441. 32,442. 32,443. 32,444. 32,445. 32,446. 32,447. 32,448. 32,449. 32,450. 32,451. 32,452. 32,453. 32,454. 32,455. 32,456. 32,457. 32,458. 32,459. 32,460. 32,461. 32,462. 32,463. 32,464. 32,465. 32,466. 32,467. 32,468. 32,469. 32,470. 32,471. 32,472. 32,473. 32,474. 32,475. 32,476. 32,477. 32,478. 32,479. 32,480. 32,481. 32,482. 32,483. 32,484. 32,485. 32,486. 32,487. 32,488. 32,489. 32,490. 32,491. 32,492. 32,493. 32,494. 32,495. 32,496. 32,497. 32,498. 32,499. 32,500. 32,501. 32,502. 32,503. 32,504. 32,505. 32,506. 32,507. 32,508. 32,509. 32,510. 32,511. 32,512. 32,513. 32,514. 32,515. 32,516. 32,517. 32,518. 32,519. 32,520. 32,521. 32,522. 32,523. 32,524. 32,525. 32,526. 32,527. 32,528. 32,529. 32,530. 32,531. 32,532. 32,533. 32,534. 32,535. 32,536. 32,537. 32,538. 32,539. 32,540. 32,541. 32,542. 32,543. 32,544. 32,545. 32,546. 32,547. 32,548. 32,549. 32,550. 32,551. 32,552. 32,553. 32,554. 32,555. 32,556. 32,557. 32,558. 32,559. 32,560. 32,561. 32,562. 32,563. 32,564. 32,565. 32,566. 32,567. 32,568. 32,569. 32,570. 32,571. 32,572. 32,573. 32,574. 32,575. 32,576. 32,577. 32,578. 32,579. 32,580. 32,581. 32,582. 32,583. 32,584. 32,585. 32,586. 32,587. 32,588. 32,589. 32,590. 32,591. 32,592. 32,593. 32,594. 32,595. 32,596. 32,597. 32,598. 32,599. 32,600. 32,601. 32,602. 32,603. 32,604. 32,605. 32,606. 32,607. 32,608. 32,609. 32,610. 32,611. 32,612. 32,613. 32,614. 32,615. 32,616. 32,617. 32,618. 32,619. 32,620. 32,621. 32,622. 32,623. 32,624. 32,625. 32,626. 32,627. 32,628. 32,629. 32,630. 32,631. 32,632. 32,633. 32,634. 32,635, 32,636, 32,637, 32,638, 32,639, 32,640, 32,641, 32,642, 32,643, 32,644, 32,645, 32,646, 32,647, 32,648, 32,649, 32,650, 32,651, 32,652, 32,653, 32,654, 32,655, 32,656, 32,657, 32,658, 32,659, 32,660, 32,661, 32,662, 32,663, 32,664, 32,665, 32,666, 32,667, 32,668, 32,669, 32,670, 32,671, 32,672, 32,673, 32,674, 32,675, 32,676, 32,677, 32,678, 32,679, 32,680, 32,681, 32,682, 32,683, 32,684, 32,685, 32,686, 32,687, 32,688, 32,689, 32,690, 32,691, 32,692, 32,693, 32,694, 32,695, 32,696, 32,697, 32,698, 32,699, 32,700, 32,701, 32,702, 32,703, 32,704, 32,705, 32,706, 32,707, 32,708, 32,709, 32,710, 32,711, 32,712, 32,713, 32,714, 32,715, 32,716, 32,717, 32,718, 32,719, 32,720, 32,721, 32,722, 32,723, 32,724, 32,725, 32,726, 32,727, 32,728, 32,729, 32,730, 32,731, 32,732, 32,733, 32,734, 32,735, 32,736, 32,737, 32,738, 32,739, 32,740, 32,741, 32,742, 32,743, 32,744, 32,745, 32,746, 32,747, 32,748, 32,749, 32,750, 32,751, 32,752, 32,753, 32,754, 32,755, 32,756, 32,757, 32,758, 32,759, 32,760, 32,761, 32,762, 32,763, 32,764, 32,765, 32,766, 32,767, 32,768, 32,769, 32,770, 32,771, 32,772, 32,773, 32,774, 32,775. 32,776. 32,777. 32,778. 32,779. 32,780. 32,781. 32,782. 32,783. 32,784. 32,785. 32,786. 32,787. 32,788. 32,789. 32,790. 32,791. 32,792. 32,793. 32,794. 32,795. 32,796. 32,797. 32,798. 32,799. 32,800. 32,801. 32,802. 32,803. 32,804. 32,805. 32,806. 32,807. 32,808. 32,809. 32,810. 32,811. 32,812. 32,813. 32,814. 32,815. 32,816. 32,817. 32,818. 32,819. 32,820. 32,821. 32,822. 32,823. 32,824. 32,825. 32,826. 32,827. 32,828. 32,829. 32,830. 32,831. 32,832. 32,833. 32,834. 32,835. 32,836. 32,837. 32,838. 32,839. 32,840. 32,841. 32,842. 32,843. 32,844. 32,845. 32,846. 32,847. 32,848. 32,849. 32,850. 32,851. 32,852. 32,853. 32,854. 32,855. 32,856. 32,857. 32,858. 32,859. 32,860. 32,861. 32,862. 32,863. 32,864. 32,865. 32,866. 32,867. 32,868. 32,869. 32,870. 32,871. 32,872. 32,873. 32,874. 32,875. 32,876. 32,877. 32,878. 32,879. 32,880. 32,881. 32,882. 32,883. 32,884. 32,885. 32,886. 32,887. 32,888. 32,889. 32,890. 32,891. 32,892. 32,893. 32,894. 32,895. 32,896. 32,897. 32,898. 32,899. 32,900. 32,901. 32,902. 32,903. 32,904. 32,905. 32,906. 32,907. 32,908. 32,909. 32,910. 32,911. 32,912. 32,913. 32,914. 32,915. 32,916. 32,917. 32,918. 32,919. 32,920. 32,921. 32,922. 32,923. 32,924. 32,925. 32,926. 32,927. 32,928. 32,929. 32,930. 32,931. 32,932. 32,933. 32,934. 32,935. 32,936. 32,937. 32,938. 32,939. 32,940. 32,941. 32,942. 32,943. 32,944. 32,945. 32,946. 32,947. 32,948. 32,949. 32,950. 32,951. 32,952. 32,953. 32,954. 32,955. 32,956. 32,957. 32,958. 32,959. 32,960. 32,961. 32,962. 32,963. 32,964. 32,965. 32,966. 32,967. 32,968. 32,969. 32,970. 32,971. 32,972. 32,973. 32,974. 32,975. 32,976. 32,977. 32,978. 32,979. 32,980. 32,981. 32,982. 32,983. 32,984. 32,985. 32,986. 32,987. 32,988. 32,989. 32,990. 32,991. 32,992. 32,993. 32,994. 32,995. 32,996. 32,997. 32,998. 32,999. 33,000. 33,001. 33,002. 33,003. 33,004. 33,005. 33,006. 33,007. 33,008. 33,009. 33,010. 33,011. 33,012. 33,013. 33,014. 33,015. 33,016. 33,017. 33,018. 33,019. 33,020. 33,021. 33,022. 33,023. 33,024. 33,025. 33,026. 33,027. 33,028. 33,029. 33,030. 33,031. 33,032. 33,033. 33,034. 33,035. 33,036. 33,037. 33,038. 33,039. 33,040. 33,041. 33,042. 33,043. 33,044. 33,045. 33,046. 33,047. 33,048. 33,049. 33,050. 33,051. 33,052. 33,053. 33,054. 33,055. 33,056. 33,057. 33,058. 33,059. 33,060. 33,061. 33,062. 33,063. 33,064. 33,065. 33,066. 33,067. 33,068. 33,069. 33,070. 33,071. 33,072. 33,073. 33,074. 33,075. 33,076. 33,077, 33,078, 33,079, 33,080, 33,081, 33,082, 33,083, 33,084, 33,085, 33,086, 33,087, 33,088, 33,089, 33,090, 33,091, 33,092, 33,093, 33,094, 33,095, 33,096, 33,097, 33,098, 33,099, 33,100, 33,101, 33,102, 33,103, 33,104, 33,105, 33,106, 33,107, 33,108, 33,109, 33,110, 33,111, 33,112, 33,113, 33,114, 33,115, 33,116, 33,117, 33,118, 33,119, 33,120, 33,121, 33,122, 33,123, 33,124, 33,125, 33,126, 33,127, 33,128, 33,129, 33,130, 33,131, 33,132, 33,133, 33,134, 33,135, 33,136, 33,137, 33,138, 33,139, 33,140, 33,141, 33,142, 33,143, 33,144, 33,145, 33,146, 33,147, 33,148, 33,149, 33,150, 33,151, 33,152, 33,153, 33,154, 33,155, 33,156, 33,157, 33,158, 33,159, 33,160, 33,161, 33,162, 33,163, 33,164, 33,165, 33,166, 33,167, 33,168, 33,169, 33,170, 33,171, 33,172, 33,173, 33,174, 33,175, 33,176, 33,177, 33,178, 33,179, 33,180, 33,181, 33,182, 33,183, 33,184, 33,185, 33,186, 33,187, 33,188, 33,189, 33,190, 33,191, 33,192, 33,193, 33,194, 33,195, 33,196, 33,197, 33,198, 33,199, 33,200, 33,201, 33,202, 33,203, 33,204, 33,205, 33,206, 33,207, 33,208, 33,209, 33,210, 33,211, 33,212, 33,213, 33,214, 33,215, 33,216, 33,217, 33,218, 33,219, 33,220, 33,221, 33,222, 33,223, 33,224, 33,225. 33,226. 33,227. 33,228. 33,229. 33,230. 33,231. 33,232. 33,233. 33,234. 33,235. 33,236. 33,237. 33,238. 33,239. 33,240. 33,241. 33,242. 33,243. 33,244. 33,245. 33,246. 33,247. 33,248. 33,249. 33,250. 33,251. 33,252. 33,253. 33,254. 33,255. 33,256. 33,257. 33,258. 33,259. 33,260. 33,261. 33,262. 33,263. 33,264. 33,265. 33,266. 33,267. 33,268. 33,269. 33,270. 33,271. 33,272. 33,273. 33,274. 33,275. 33,276. 33,277. 33,278. 33,279. 33,280. 33,281. 33,282. 33,283. 33,284. 33,285. 33,286. 33,287. 33,288. 33,289. 33,290. 33,291. 33,292. 33,293. 33,294. 33,295. 33,296. 33,297. 33,298. 33,299. 33,300. 33,301. 33,302. 33,303. 33,304. 33,305. 33,306. 33,307. 33,308. 33,309. 33,310. 33,311. 33,312. 33,313. 33,314. 33,315. 33,316. 33,317. 33,318. 33,319. 33,320. 33,321. 33,322. 33,323. 33,324. 33,325. 33,326. 33,327. 33,328. 33,329. 33,330. 33,331. 33,332. 33,333. 33,334. 33,335. 33,336. 33,337. 33,338. 33,339. 33,340. 33,341. 33,342. 33,343. 33,344. 33,345. 33,346. 33,347. 33,348. 33,349. 33,350. 33,351. 33,352. 33,353. 33,354. 33,355. 33,356. 33,357. 33,358. 33,359. 33,360. 33,361. 33,362. 33,363. 33,364. 33,365. 33,366. 33,367. 33,368. 33,369. 33,370. 33,371. 33,372. 33,373. 33,374. 33,375. 33,376. 33,377. 33,378. 33,379. 33,380. 33,381. 33,382. 33,383. 33,384. 33,385. 33,386. 33,387. 33,388. 33,389. 33,390. 33,391. 33,392. 33,393. 33,394. 33,395. 33,396. 33,397. 33,398. 33,399. 33,400. 33,401. 33,402. 33,403. 33,404. 33,405. 33,406. 33,407. 33,408. 33,409. 33,410. 33,411. 33,412. 33,413. 33,414. 33,415. 33,416. 33,417. 33,418. 33,419. 33,420. 33,421. 33,422. 33,423. 33,424. 33,425. 33,426. 33,427. 33,428. 33,429. 33,430. 33,431. 33,432. 33,433. 33,434. 33,435. 33,436. 33,437. 33,438. 33,439. 33,440. 33,441. 33,442. 33,443. 33,444. 33,445. 33,446. 33,447. 33,448. 33,449. 33,450. 33,451. 33,452. 33,453. 33,454. 33,455. 33,456. 33,457. 33,458. 33,459. 33,460. 33,461. 33,462. 33,463. 33,464. 33,465. 33,466. 33,467. 33,468. 33,469. 33,470. 33,471. 33,472. 33,473. 33,474. 33,475. 33,476. 33,477. 33,478. 33,479. 33,480. 33,481. 33,482. 33,483. 33,484. 33,485. 33,486. 33,487. 33,488. 33,489. 33,490. 33,491. 33,492. 33,493. 33,494. 33,495. 33,496. 33,497. 33,498. 33,499. 33,500. 33,501. 33,502. 33,503. 33,504. 33,505. 33,506. 33,507. 33,508. 33,509. 33,510. 33,511. 33,512. 33,513. 33,514. 33,515. 33,516. 33,517. 33,518. 33,519. 33,520. 33,521. 33,522. 33,523. 33,524. 33,525. 33,526. 33,527. 33,528. 33,529. 33,530. 33,531. 33,532. 33,533. 33,534. 33,535. 33,536. 33,537. 33,538. 33,539. 33,540. 33,541. 33,542. 33,543. 33,544. 33,545. 33,546. 33,547. 33,548. 33,549. 33,550. 33,551. 33,552. 33,553. 33,554. 33,555. 33,556. 33,557. 33,558. 33,559. 33,560. 33,561. 33,562. 33,563. 33,564. 33,565. 33,566. 33,567. 33,568. 33,569. 33,570. 33,571. 33,572. 33,573. 33,574. 33,575. 33,576. 33,577. 33,578. 33,579. 33,580. 33,581. 33,582. 33,583. 33,584. 33,585. 33,586. 33,587. 33,588. 33,589. 33,590. 33,591. 33,592. 33,593. 33,594. 33,595. 33,596. 33,597. 33,598. 33,599. 33,600. 33,601. 33,602. 33,603. 33,604. 33,605. 33,606. 33,607. 33,608. 33,609. 33,610. 33,611. 33,612. 33,613. 33,614. 33,615. 33,616. 33,617. 33,618. 33,619. 33,620. 33,621. 33,622. 33,623. 33,624. 33,625. 33,626. 33,627. 33,628. 33,629. 33,630. 33,631. 33,632. 33,633. 33,634. 33,635. 33,636. 33,637. 33,638. 33,639. 33,640. 33,641. 33,642. 33,643. 33,644. 33,645. 33,646. 33,647. 33,648. 33,649. 33,650. 33,651. 33,652. 33,653. 33,654. 33,655. 33,656. 33,657. 33,658. 33,659. 33,660. 33,661. 33,662. 33,663. 33,664. 33,665. 33,666. 33,667. 33,668. 33,669. 33,670. 33,671. 33,672. 33,673. 33,674. 33,675. 33,676. 33,677. 33,678. 33,679. 33,680. 33,681. 33,682. 33,683. 33,684. 33,685. 33,686. 33,687. 33,688. 33,689. 33,690. 33,691. 33,692. 33,693. 33,694. 33,695. 33,696. 33,697. 33,698. 33,699. 33,700. 33,701. 33,702. 33,703. 33,704. 33,705. 33,706. 33,707. 33,708. 33,709. 33,710. 33,711. 33,712. 33,713. 33,714. 33,715. 33,716. 33,717. 33,718. 33,719. 33,720. 33,721. 33,722. 33,723. 33,724. 33,725. 33,726. 33,727. 33,728. 33,729. 33,730. 33,731. 33,732. 33,733. 33,734. 33,735. 33,736. 33,737. 33,738. 33,739. 33,740. 33,741. 33,742. 33,743. 33,744. 33,745. 33,746. 33,747. 33,748. 33,749. 33,750. 33,751. 33,752. 33,753. 33,754. 33,755. 33,756. 33,757. 33,758. 33,759. 33,760. 33,761. 33,762. 33,763. 33,764. 33,765. 33,766. 33,767. 33,768. 33,769. 33,770. 33,771. 33,772. 33,773. 33,774. 33,775. 33,776. 33,777. 33,778. 33,779. 33,780. 33,781. 33,782. 33,783. 33,784. 33,785. 33,786. 33,787. 33,788. 33,789. 33,790. 33,791. 33,792. 33,793. 33,794. 33,795. 33,796. 33,797. 33,798. 33,799. 33,800. 33,801. 33,802. 33,803. 33,804. 33,805. 33,806. 33,807. 33,808. 33,809. 33,810. 33,811. 33,812. 33,813. 33,814. 33,815. 33,816. 33,817. 33,818. 33,819. 33,820. 33,821. 33,822. 33,823. 33,824. 33,825. 33,826. 33,827. 33,828. 33,829. 33,830. 33,831. 33,832. 33,833. 33,834. 33,835. 33,836. 33,837. 33,838. 33,839. 33,840. 33,841. 33,842. 33,843. 33,844. 33,845. 33,846. 33,847. 33,848. 33,849. 33,850. 33,851. 33,852. 33,853. 33,854. 33,855. 33,856. 33,857. 33,858. 33,859. 33,860. 33,861. 33,862. 33,863. 33,864. 33,865. 33,866. 33,867. 33,868. 33,869. 33,870. 33,871. 33,872. 33,873. 33,874. 33,875. 33,876. 33,877. 33,878. 33,879. 33,880. 33,881. 33,882. 33,883. 33,884. 33,885. 33,886. 33,887. 33,888. 33,889. 33,890. 33,891. 33,892. 33,893. 33,894. 33,895. 33,896. 33,897. 33,898. 33,899. 33,900. 33,901. 33,902. 33,903. 33,904. 33,905. 33,906. 33,907. 33,908. 33,909. 33,910. 33,911. 33,912. 33,913. 33,914. 33,915. 33,916. 33,917. 33,918. 33,919. 33,920. 33,921. 33,922. 33,923. 33,924. 33,925. 33,926. 33,927. 33,928. 33,929. 33,930. 33,931. 33,932. 33,933. 33,934. 33,935. 33,936. 33,937. 33,938. 33,939. 33,940. 33,941. 33,942. 33,943. 33,944. 33,945. 33,946. 33,947. 33,948. 33,949. 33,950. 33,951. 33,952. 33,953. 33,954. 33,955. 33,956. 33,957. 33,958. 33,959. 33,960. 33,961. 33,962. 33,963. 33,964. 33,965. 33,966. 33,967. 33,968. 33,969. 33,970. 33,971. 33,972. 33,973. 33,974. 33,975. 33,976. 33,977. 33,978. 33,979. 33,980. 33,981. 33,982. 33,983. 33,984. 33,985. 33,986. 33,987. 33,988. 33,989. 33,990. 33,991. 33,992. 33,993. 33,994. 33,995. 33,996. 33,997. 33,998. 33,999. 34,000. 34,001. 34,002. 34,003. 34,004. 34,005. 34,006. 34,007. 34,008. 34,009. 34,010. 34,011. 34,012. 34,013. 34,014. 34,015. 34,016. 34,017. 34,018. 34,019. 34,020. 34,021. 34,022. 34,023. 34,024. 34,025. 34,026. 34,027. 34,028. 34,029. 34,030. 34,031. 34,032. 34,033. 34,034. 34,035. 34,036. 34,037. 34,038. 34,039. 34,040. 34,041. 34,042. 34,043. 34,044. 34,045. 34,046. 34,047. 34,048. 34,049. 34,050. 34,051. 34,052. 34,053. 34,054. 34,055. 34,056. 34,057. 34,058. 34,059. 34,060. 34,061. 34,062. 34,063. 34,064. 34,065. 34,066. 34,067. 34,068. 34,069. 34,070. 34,071. 34,072. 34,073. 34,074. 34,075. 34,076. 34,077. 34,078. 34,079. 34,080. 34,081. 34,082. 34,083. 34,084. 34,085. 34,086, 34,087, 34,088, 34,089, 34,090, 34,091, 34,092, 34,093, 34,094, 34,095, 34,096, 34,097, 34,098, 34,099, 34,100, 34,101, 34,102, 34,103, 34,104, 34,105, 34,106, 34,107, 34,108, 34,109, 34,110, 34,111, 34,112, 34,113, 34,114, 34,115, 34,116, 34,117, 34,118, 34,119, 34,120, 34,121, 34,122, 34,123, 34,124, 34,125, 34,126, 34,127, 34,128, 34,129, 34,130, 34,131, 34,132, 34,133, 34,134, 34,135, 34,136, 34,137, 34,138, 34,139, 34,140, 34,141, 34,142, 34,143, 34,144, 34,145, 34,146, 34,147, 34,148, 34,149, 34,150, 34,151, 34,152, 34,153, 34,154, 34,155, 34,156, 34,157, 34,158, 34,159, 34,160, 34,161, 34,162, 34,163, 34,164, 34,165, 34,166, 34,167, 34,168, 34,169, 34,170, 34,171, 34,172, 34,173, 34,174, 34,175, 34,176, 34,177, 34,178, 34,179, 34,180, 34,181, 34,182, 34,183, 34,184, 34,185, 34,186, 34,187, 34,188, 34,189, 34,190, 34,191, 34,192, 34,193, 34,194, 34,195, 34,196, 34,197, 34,198, 34,199, 34,200, 34,201, 34,202, 34,203, 34,204, 34,205, 34,206, 34,207, 34,208, 34,209, 34,210, 34,211, 34,212, 34,213, 34,214, 34,215, 34,216, 34,217, 34,218, 34,219, 34,220, 34,221, 34,222, 34,223, 34,224, 34,225, 34,226, 34,227, 34,228, 34,229, 34,230, 34,231, 34,232, 34,233, 34,234, 34,235, 34,236, 34,237, 34,238, 34,239, 34,240, 34,241, 34,242, 34,243, 34,244, 34,245, 34,246, 34,247, 34,248, 34,249, 34,250, 34,251, 34,252, 34,253, 34,254, 34,255, 34,256, 34,257, 34,258, 34,259, 34,260, 34,261, 34,262, 34,263, 34,264, 34,265, 34,266, 34,267, 34,268, 34,269, 34,270, 34,271, 34,272, 34,273, 34,274, 34,275, 34,276, 34,277, 34,278, 34,279, 34,280, 34,281, 34,282, 34,283, 34,284, 34,285, 34,286, 34,287, 34,288, 34,289, 34,290, 34,291, 34,292, 34,293, 34,294, 34,295, 34,296, 34,297, 34,298, 34,299, 34,300, 34,301, 34,302, 34,303, 34,304, 34,305, 34,306, 34,307, 34,308, 34,309, 34,310, 34,311, 34,312, 34,313, 34,314, 34,315, 34,316, 34,317, 34,318, 34,319, 34,320, 34,321, 34,322, 34,323, 34,324, 34,325, 34,326, 34,327, 34,328, 34,329, 34,330, 34,331, 34,332, 34,333, 34,334, 34,335, 34,336, 34,337, 34,338, 34,339, 34,340, 34,341, 34,342, 34,343, 34,344, 34,345, 34,346, 34,347, 34,348, 34,349, 34,350, 34,351, 34,352, 34,353, 34,354, 34,355, 34,356, 34,357, 34,358, 34,359, 34,360, 34,361, 34,362, 34,363, 34,364, 34,365, 34,366, 34,367, 34,368, 34,369, 34,370, 34,371, 34,372, 34,373, 34,374, 34,375, 34,376, 34,377. 34,378. 34,379. 34,380. 34,381. 34,382. 34,383. 34,384. 34,385. 34,386. 34,387. 34,388. 34,389. 34,390. 34,391. 34,392. 34,393. 34,394. 34,395. 34,396. 34,397. 34,398. 34,399. 34,400. 34,401. 34,402. 34,403. 34,404. 34,405. 34,406. 34,407. 34,408. 34,409. 34,410. 34,411. 34,412. 34,413. 34,414. 34,415. 34,416. 34,417. 34,418. 34,419. 34,420. 34,421. 34,422. 34,423. 34,424. 34,425. 34,426. 34,427. 34,428. 34,429. 34,430. 34,431. 34,432. 34,433. 34,434. 34,435. 34,436. 34,437. 34,438. 34,439. 34,440. 34,441. 34,442. 34,443. 34,444. 34,445. 34,446. 34,447. 34,448. 34,449. 34,450. 34,451. 34,452. 34,453. 34,454. 34,455. 34,456. 34,457. 34,458. 34,459. 34,460. 34,461. 34,462. 34,463. 34,464. 34,465. 34,466. 34,467. 34,468. 34,469. 34,470. 34,471. 34,472. 34,473. 34,474. 34,475. 34,476. 34,477. 34,478. 34,479. 34,480. 34,481. 34,482. 34,483. 34,484. 34,485. 34,486. 34,487. 34,488. 34,489. 34,490. 34,491. 34,492. 34,493. 34,494. 34,495. 34,496. 34,497. 34,498. 34,499. 34,500. 34,501. 34,502. 34,503. 34,504. 34,505. 34,506. 34,507. 34,508. 34,509. 34,510. 34,511. 34,512. 34,513. 34,514. 34,515. 34,516. 34,517. 34,518. 34,519. 34,520. 34,521. 34,522. 34,523. 34,524. 34,525. 34,526. 34,527. 34,528. 34,529. 34,530. 34,531. 34,532. 34,533. 34,534. 34,535. 34,536. 34,537. 34,538. 34,539. 34,540. 34,541. 34,542. 34,543. 34,544. 34,545. 34,546. 34,547. 34,548. 34,549. 34,550. 34,551. 34,552. 34,553. 34,554. 34,555. 34,556. 34,557. 34,558. 34,559. 34,560. 34,561. 34,562. 34,563. 34,564. 34,565. 34,566. 34,567. 34,568. 34,569. 34,570. 34,571. 34,572. 34,573. 34,574. 34,575. 34,576. 34,577. 34,578. 34,579. 34,580. 34,581. 34,582. 34,583. 34,584. 34,585. 34,586. 34,587. 34,588. 34,589. 34,590. 34,591. 34,592. 34,593. 34,594. 34,595. 34,596. 34,597. 34,598. 34,599. 34,600. 34,601. 34,602. 34,603. 34,604. 34,605. 34,606. 34,607. 34,608. 34,609. 34,610. 34,611. 34,612. 34,613. 34,614. 34,615. 34,616. 34,617. 34,618. 34,619. 34,620. 34,621. 34,622. 34,623. 34,624. 34,625. 34,626. 34,627. 34,628. 34,629. 34,630. 34,631. 34,632. 34,633. 34,634. 34,635. 34,636. 34,637. 34,638. 34,639. 34,640. 34,641. 34,642. 34,643. 34,644. 34,645. 34,646. 34,647. 34,648. 34,649. 34,650. 34,651. 34,652. 34,653. 34,654. 34,655. 34,656. 34,657. 34,658. 34,659. 34,660. 34,661. 34,662. 34,663. 34,664. 34,665. 34,666. 34,667. 34,668. 34,669. 34,670. 34,671. 34,672. 34,673. 34,674. 34,675. 34,676. 34,677. 34,678. 34,679. 34,680. 34,681. 34,682. 34,683. 34,684. 34,685. 34,686. 34,687. 34,688. 34,689. 34,690. 34,691. 34,692. 34,693. 34,694. 34,695. 34,696. 34,697. 34,698. 34,699. 34,700. 34,701. 34,702. 34,703. 34,704. 34,705. 34,706. 34,707. 34,708. 34,709. 34,710. 34,711. 34,712. 34,713. 34,714. 34,715. 34,716. 34,717. 34,718. 34,719. 34,720. 34,721. 34,722. 34,723. 34,724. 34,725. 34,726. 34,727. 34,728. 34,729. 34,730. 34,731. 34,732. 34,733. 34,734. 34,735. 34,736. 34,737. 34,738. 34,739. 34,740. 34,741. 34,742. 34,743. 34,744. 34,745. 34,746. 34,747. 34,748. 34,749. 34,750. 34,751. 34,752. 34,753. 34,754. 34,755. 34,756. 34,757. 34,758. 34,759. 34,760. 34,761. 34,762. 34,763. 34,764. 34,765. 34,766. 34,767. 34,768. 34,769. 34,770. 34,771. 34,772. 34,773. 34,774. 34,775. 34,776. 34,777. 34,778. 34,779. 34,780. 34,781. 34,782. 34,783. 34,784. 34,785. 34,786. 34,787. 34,788. 34,789. 34,790. 34,791. 34,792. 34,793. 34,794. 34,795. 34,796. 34,797. 34,798. 34,799. 34,800. 34,801. 34,802. 34,803. 34,804. 34,805. 34,806. 34,807. 34,808. 34,809. 34,810. 34,811. 34,812. 34,813. 34,814. 34,815. 34,816. 34,817. 34,818. 34,819. 34,820. 34,821. 34,822. 34,823. 34,824. 34,825. 34,826. 34,827. 34,828. 34,829. 34,830. 34,831. 34,832. 34,833. 34,834. 34,835. 34,836. 34,837. 34,838. 34,839. 34,840. 34,841. 34,842. 34,843. 34,844. 34,845. 34,846. 34,847. 34,848. 34,849. 34,850. 34,851. 34,852. 34,853. 34,854. 34,855. 34,856. 34,857. 34,858. 34,859. 34,860. 34,861. 34,862. 34,863. 34,864. 34,865. 34,866. 34,867. 34,868. 34,869. 34,870. 34,871. 34,872. 34,873. 34,874. 34,875. 34,876. 34,877. 34,878. 34,879. 34,880. 34,881. 34,882. 34,883. 34,884. 34,885. 34,886. 34,887. 34,888. 34,889. 34,890. 34,891. 34,892. 34,893. 34,894. 34,895. 34,896. 34,897. 34,898. 34,899. 34,900. 34,901. 34,902. 34,903. 34,904. 34,905. 34,906. 34,907. 34,908. 34,909. 34,910. 34,911. 34,912. 34,913. 34,914. 34,915. 34,916. 34,917. 34,918. 34,919. 34,920. 34,921. 34,922. 34,923. 34,924. 34,925. 34,926. 34,927. 34,928. 34,929. 34,930. 34,931. 34,932. 34,933. 34,934. 34,935. 34,936. 34,937. 34,938. 34,939. 34,940. 34,941. 34,942. 34,943. 34,944. 34,945. 34,946. 34,947. 34,948. 34,949. 34,950. 34,951. 34,952. 34,953. 34,954. 34,955. 34,956. 34,957. 34,958. 34,959. 34,960. 34,961. 34,962. 34,963. 34,964. 34,965. 34,966. 34,967. 34,968. 34,969. 34,970. 34,971. 34,972. 34,973. 34,974. 34,975. 34,976. 34,977. 34,978. 34,979. 34,980. 34,981. 34,982. 34,983. 34,984. 34,985. 34,986. 34,987. 34,988. 34,989. 34,990. 34,991. 34,992. 34,993. 34,994. 34,995. 34,996. 34,997. 34,998. 34,999. 35,000. 35,001. 35,002. 35,003. 35,004. 35,005. 35,006. 35,007. 35,008. 35,009. 35,010. 35,011. 35,012. 35,013. 35,014. 35,015. 35,016. 35,017. 35,018. 35,019. 35,020. 35,021. 35,022. 35,023. 35,024. 35,025. 35,026. 35,027. 35,028. 35,029. 35,030. 35,031. 35,032. 35,033. 35,034. 35,035. 35,036. 35,037. 35,038. 35,039. 35,040. 35,041. 35,042. 35,043. 35,044. 35,045. 35,046. 35,047. 35,048. 35,049. 35,050. 35,051. 35,052. 35,053. 35,054. 35,055. 35,056. 35,057. 35,058. 35,059. 35,060. 35,061. 35,062. 35,063. 35,064. 35,065. 35,066. 35,067. 35,068. 35,069. 35,070. 35,071. 35,072. 35,073. 35,074. 35,075. 35,076. 35,077. 35,078. 35,079. 35,080. 35,081. 35,082. 35,083. 35,084. 35,085. 35,086. 35,087. 35,088. 35,089. 35,090. 35,091. 35,092. 35,093. 35,094. 35,095. 35,096. 35,097. 35,098. 35,099. 35,100. 35,101. 35,102. 35,103. 35,104. 35,105, 35,106, 35,107, 35,108, 35,109, 35,110, 35,111, 35,112, 35,113, 35,114, 35,115, 35,116, 35,117, 35,118, 35,119, 35,120, 35,121, 35,122, 35,123, 35,124, 35,125, 35,126, 35,127, 35,128, 35,129, 35,130, 35,131, 35,132, 35,133, 35,134, 35,135, 35,136, 35,137, 35,138, 35,139, 35,140, 35,141, 35,142, 35,143, 35,144, 35,145, 35,146, 35,147, 35,148, 35,149, 35,150, 35,151, 35,152, 35,153, 35,154, 35,155, 35,156, 35,157, 35,158, 35,159, 35,160, 35,161, 35,162, 35,163, 35,164, 35,165, 35,166, 35,167, 35,168, 35,169, 35,170, 35,171, 35,172, 35,173, 35,174, 35,175, 35,176, 35,177, 35,178, 35,179, 35,180, 35,181, 35,182, 35,183, 35,184, 35,185, 35,186, 35,187, 35,188, 35,189, 35,190, 35,191, 35,192, 35,193, 35,194, 35,195, 35,196, 35,197, 35,198, 35,199, 35,200, 35,201, 35,202, 35,203, 35,204, 35,205, 35,206, 35,207, 35,208, 35,209, 35,210, 35,211, 35,212, 35,213, 35,214, 35,215, 35,216, 35,217, 35,218, 35,219, 35,220, 35,221, 35,222, 35,223, 35,224, 35,225, 35,226, 35,227, 35,228, 35,229, 35,230, 35,231, 35,232, 35,233, 35,234, 35,235, 35,236, 35,237, 35,238, 35,239, 35,240, 35,241, 35,242, 35,243, 35,244, 35,245, 35,246, 35,247, 35,248, 35,249. 35,250. 35,251. 35,252. 35,253. 35,254. 35,255. 35,256. 35,257. 35,258. 35,259. 35,260. 35,261. 35,262. 35,263. 35,264. 35,265. 35,266. 35,267. 35,268. 35,269. 35,270. 35,271. 35,272. 35,273. 35,274. 35,275. 35,276. 35,277. 35,278. 35,279. 35,280. 35,281. 35,282. 35,283. 35,284. 35,285. 35,286. 35,287. 35,288. 35,289. 35,290. 35,291. 35,292. 35,293. 35,294. 35,295. 35,296. 35,297. 35,298. 35,299. 35,300. 35,301. 35,302. 35,303. 35,304. 35,305. 35,306. 35,307. 35,308. 35,309. 35,310. 35,311. 35,312. 35,313. 35,314. 35,315. 35,316. 35,317. 35,318. 35,319. 35,320. 35,321. 35,322. 35,323. 35,324. 35,325. 35,326. 35,327. 35,328. 35,329. 35,330. 35,331. 35,332. 35,333. 35,334. 35,335. 35,336. 35,337. 35,338. 35,339. 35,340. 35,341. 35,342. 35,343. 35,344. 35,345. 35,346. 35,347. 35,348. 35,349. 35,350. 35,351. 35,352. 35,353. 35,354. 35,355. 35,356. 35,357. 35,358. 35,359. 35,360. 35,361. 35,362. 35,363. 35,364. 35,365. 35,366. 35,367. 35,368. 35,369. 35,370. 35,371. 35,372. 35,373. 35,374. 35,375. 35,376. 35,377. 35,378. 35,379. 35,380. 35,381. 35,382. 35,383. 35,384. 35,385. 35,386. 35,387. 35,388. 35,389. 35,390. 35,391. 35,392. 35,393. 35,394. 35,395. 35,396. 35,397. 35,398. 35,399. 35,400. 35,401. 35,402. 35,403. 35,404. 35,405. 35,406. 35,407. 35,408. 35,409. 35,410. 35,411. 35,412. 35,413. 35,414. 35,415. 35,416. 35,417. 35,418. 35,419. 35,420. 35,421. 35,422. 35,423. 35,424. 35,425. 35,426. 35,427. 35,428. 35,429. 35,430. 35,431. 35,432. 35,433. 35,434. 35,435. 35,436. 35,437. 35,438. 35,439. 35,440. 35,441. 35,442. 35,443. 35,444. 35,445. 35,446. 35,447. 35,448. 35,449. 35,450. 35,451. 35,452. 35,453. 35,454. 35,455. 35,456. 35,457. 35,458. 35,459. 35,460. 35,461. 35,462. 35,463. 35,464. 35,465. 35,466. 35,467. 35,468. 35,469. 35,470. 35,471. 35,472. 35,473. 35,474. 35,475. 35,476. 35,477. 35,478. 35,479. 35,480. 35,481. 35,482. 35,483. 35,484. 35,485. 35,486. 35,487. 35,488. 35,489. 35,490. 35,491. 35,492. 35,493. 35,494. 35,495. 35,496. 35,497. 35,498. 35,499. 35,500. 35,501. 35,502. 35,503. 35,504. 35,505. 35,506. 35,507. 35,508. 35,509. 35,510. 35,511. 35,512. 35,513. 35,514. 35,515. 35,516. 35,517. 35,518. 35,519. 35,520. 35,521. 35,522. 35,523. 35,524. 35,525. 35,526. 35,527. 35,528. 35,529. 35,530. 35,531. 35,532. 35,533. 35,534. 35,535. 35,536. 35,537. 35,538. 35,539. 35,540. 35,541. 35,542. 35,543. 35,544. 35,545. 35,546. 35,547. 35,548. 35,549. 35,550. 35,551. 35,552. 35,553. 35,554. 35,555. 35,556. 35,557. 35,558. 35,559. 35,560. 35,561. 35,562. 35,563. 35,564. 35,565. 35,566. 35,567. 35,568. 35,569. 35,570. 35,571. 35,572. 35,573. 35,574. 35,575. 35,576. 35,577. 35,578. 35,579. 35,580. 35,581. 35,582. 35,583. 35,584. 35,585. 35,586. 35,587. 35,588. 35,589. 35,590. 35,591. 35,592. 35,593. 35,594. 35,595. 35,596. 35,597. 35,598. 35,599. 35,600. 35,601. 35,602. 35,603. 35,604. 35,605. 35,606. 35,607. 35,608. 35,609. 35,610. 35,611. 35,612. 35,613. 35,614. 35,615. 35,616. 35,617. 35,618. 35,619. 35,620. 35,621. 35,622. 35,623. 35,624. 35,625. 35,626. 35,627. 35,628. 35,629. 35,630. 35,631. 35,632. 35,633. 35,634. 35,635. 35,636. 35,637. 35,638. 35,639. 35,640. 35,641. 35,642. 35,643. 35,644. 35,645. 35,646. 35,647. 35,648. 35,649. 35,650. 35,651. 35,652. 35,653. 35,654. 35,655. 35,656. 35,657. 35,658. 35,659. 35,660. 35,661. 35,662. 35,663. 35,664. 35,665. 35,666. 35,667. 35,668. 35,669. 35,670. 35,671. 35,672. 35,673. 35,674. 35,675. 35,676. 35,677. 35,678. 35,679. 35,680. 35,681. 35,682. 35,683. 35,684. 35,685. 35,686. 35,687. 35,688. 35,689. 35,690. 35,691. 35,692. 35,693. 35,694. 35,695. 35,696. 35,697. 35,698. 35,699. 35,700. 35,701. 35,702. 35,703. 35,704. 35,705. 35,706. 35,707. 35,708. 35,709. 35,710. 35,711. 35,712. 35,713. 35,714. 35,715. 35,716. 35,717. 35,718. 35,719. 35,720. 35,721. 35,722. 35,723. 35,724. 35,725. 35,726. 35,727. 35,728. 35,729. 35,730. 35,731. 35,732. 35,733. 35,734. 35,735. 35,736. 35,737. 35,738. 35,739. 35,740. 35,741. 35,742. 35,743. 35,744. 35,745. 35,746. 35,747. 35,748. 35,749. 35,750. 35,751. 35,752. 35,753. 35,754. 35,755. 35,756. 35,757. 35,758. 35,759. 35,760. 35,761. 35,762. 35,763. 35,764. 35,765. 35,766. 35,767. 35,768. 35,769. 35,770. 35,771. 35,772. 35,773. 35,774. 35,775. 35,776. 35,777. 35,778. 35,779. 35,780. 35,781. 35,782. 35,783. 35,784. 35,785. 35,786. 35,787. 35,788. 35,789. 35,790. 35,791. 35,792. 35,793. 35,794. 35,795. 35,796. 35,797. 35,798. 35,799. 35,800. 35,801. 35,802. 35,803. 35,804. 35,805. 35,806. 35,807. 35,808. 35,809. 35,810. 35,811. 35,812. 35,813. 35,814. 35,815. 35,816. 35,817. 35,818. 35,819. 35,820. 35,821. 35,822. 35,823. 35,824. 35,825. 35,826. 35,827. 35,828. 35,829. 35,830. 35,831. 35,832. 35,833. 35,834. 35,835. 35,836. 35,837. 35,838. 35,839. 35,840. 35,841. 35,842. 35,843. 35,844. 35,845. 35,846. 35,847. 35,848. 35,849. 35,850. 35,851. 35,852. 35,853. 35,854. 35,855. 35,856. 35,857. 35,858. 35,859. 35,860. 35,861. 35,862. 35,863. 35,864. 35,865. 35,866. 35,867. 35,868. 35,869. 35,870. 35,871. 35,872. 35,873. 35,874. 35,875. 35,876. 35,877. 35,878. 35,879. 35,880. 35,881. 35,882. 35,883. 35,884. 35,885. 35,886. 35,887. 35,888. 35,889. 35,890. 35,891. 35,892. 35,893. 35,894. 35,895. 35,896. 35,897. 35,898. 35,899. 35,900. 35,901. 35,902. 35,903. 35,904. 35,905. 35,906. 35,907. 35,908. 35,909. 35,910. 35,911. 35,912. 35,913. 35,914. 35,915. 35,916. 35,917. 35,918. 35,919. 35,920. 35,921. 35,922. 35,923. 35,924. 35,925. 35,926. 35,927. 35,928. 35,929. 35,930. 35,931. 35,932. 35,933. 35,934. 35,935. 35,936. 35,937. 35,938. 35,939. 35,940. 35,941. 35,942. 35,943. 35,944. 35,945. 35,946. 35,947. 35,948. 35,949. 35,950. 35,951. 35,952. 35,953. 35,954. 35,955. 35,956. 35,957. 35,958. 35,959. 35,960. 35,961. 35,962. 35,963. 35,964. 35,965. 35,966. 35,967. 35,968. 35,969. 35,970. 35,971. 35,972. 35,973. 35,974. 35,975. 35,976. 35,977. 35,978. 35,979. 35,980. 35,981. 35,982. 35,983. 35,984. 35,985. 35,986. 35,987. 35,988. 35,989. 35,990. 35,991. 35,992. 35,993. 35,994. 35,995. 35,996. 35,997. 35,998. 35,999. 36,000. 36,001. 36,002. 36,003. 36,004. 36,005. 36,006. 36,007. 36,008. 36,009. 36,010. 36,011. 36,012. 36,013. 36,014. 36,015. 36,016. 36,017. 36,018. 36,019. 36,020. 36,021. 36,022. 36,023. 36,024. 36,025. 36,026. 36,027. 36,028. 36,029. 36,030. 36,031. 36,032. 36,033. 36,034. 36,035. 36,036. 36,037. 36,038. 36,039. 36,040. 36,041. 36,042. 36,043. 36,044. 36,045. 36,046. 36,047. 36,048. 36,049. 36,050. 36,051. 36,052. 36,053. 36,054. 36,055. 36,056. 36,057. 36,058. 36,059. 36,060. 36,061. 36,062. 36,063. 36,064. 36,065. 36,066. 36,067. 36,068. 36,069. 36,070. 36,071. 36,072. 36,073. 36,074. 36,075. 36,076. 36,077. 36,078. 36,079. 36,080. 36,081. 36,082. 36,083. 36,084. 36,085. 36,086. 36,087. 36,088. 36,089. 36,090. 36,091. 36,092. 36,093. 36,094. 36,095. 36,096. 36,097. 36,098. 36,099. 36,100. 36,101. 36,102. 36,103. 36,104. 36,105. 36,106. 36,107. 36,108. 36,109. 36,110. 36,111. 36,112. 36,113. 36,114. 36,115. 36,116. 36,117. 36,118. 36,119. 36,120. 36,121. 36,122. 36,123. 36,124. 36,125. 36,126. 36,127. 36,128. 36,129. 36,130. 36,131. 36,132. 36,133. 36,134. 36,135. 36,136. 36,137. 36,138. 36,139. 36,140. 36,141. 36,142. 36,143. 36,144. 36,145. 36,146. 36,147. 36,148. 36,149. 36,150. 36,151. 36,152. 36,153. 36,154. 36,155. 36,156. 36,157. 36,158. 36,159. 36,160. 36,161. 36,162. 36,163. 36,164. 36,165. 36,166. 36,167. 36,168. 36,169. 36,170. 36,171. 36,172. 36,173. 36,174. 36,175. 36,176. 36,177. 36,178. 36,179. 36,180. 36,181. 36,182. 36,183. 36,184. 36,185. 36,186. 36,187. 36,188. 36,189. 36,190. 36,191. 36,192. 36,193. 36,194. 36,195. 36,196. 36,197. 36,198. 36,199. 36,200. 36,201. 36,202. 36,203. 36,204. 36,205. 36,206. 36,207. 36,208. 36,209. 36,210. 36,211. 36,212. 36,213. 36,214. 36,215. 36,216. 36,217. 36,218. 36,219. 36,220. 36,221. 36,222. 36,223. 36,224. 36,225. 36,226. 36,227. 36,228. 36,229. 36,230. 36,231. 36,232. 36,233. 36,234. 36,235. 36,236. 36,237. 36,238. 36,239. 36,240. 36,241. 36,242. 36,243. 36,244. 36,245. 36,246. 36,247. 36,248. 36,249. 36,250. 36,251. 36,252. 36,253. 36,254. 36,255. 36,256. 36,257, 36,258, 36,259, 36,260, 36,261, 36,262, 36,263, 36,264, 36,265, 36,266, 36,267, 36,268, 36,269, 36,270, 36,271, 36,272, 36,273, 36,274, 36,275, 36,276, 36,277, 36,278, 36,279, 36,280, 36,281, 36,282, 36,283, 36,284, 36,285, 36,286, 36,287, 36,288, 36,289, 36,290, 36,291, 36,292, 36,293, 36,294, 36,295, 36,296, 36,297, 36,298, 36,299, 36,300, 36,301, 36,302, 36,303, 36,304, 36,305, 36,306, 36,307, 36,308, 36,309, 36,310, 36,311, 36,312, 36,313, 36,314, 36,315, 36,316, 36,317, 36,318, 36,319, 36,320, 36,321, 36,322, 36,323, 36,324, 36,325, 36,326, 36,327, 36,328, 36,329, 36,330, 36,331, 36,332, 36,333, 36,334, 36,335, 36,336, 36,337, 36,338, 36,339, 36,340, 36,341, 36,342, 36,343, 36,344, 36,345, 36,346, 36,347, 36,348, 36,349, 36,350, 36,351, 36,352, 36,353, 36,354, 36,355, 36,356, 36,357, 36,358, 36,359, 36,360, 36,361, 36,362, 36,363, 36,364, 36,365, 36,366, 36,367, 36,368, 36,369, 36,370, 36,371, 36,372, 36,373, 36,374, 36,375, 36,376, 36,377, 36,378, 36,379, 36,380, 36,381, 36,382, 36,383, 36,384, 36,385, 36,386, 36,387, 36,388, 36,389, 36,390, 36,391, 36,392, 36,393, 36,394, 36,395, 36,396, 36,397, 36,398. 36,399. 36,400. 36,401. 36,402. 36,403. 36,404. 36,405. 36,406. 36,407. 36,408. 36,409. 36,410. 36,411. 36,412. 36,413. 36,414. 36,415. 36,416. 36,417. 36,418. 36,419. 36,420. 36,421. 36,422. 36,423. 36,424. 36,425. 36,426. 36,427. 36,428. 36,429. 36,430. 36,431. 36,432. 36,433. 36,434. 36,435. 36,436. 36,437. 36,438. 36,439. 36,440. 36,441. 36,442. 36,443. 36,444. 36,445. 36,446. 36,447. 36,448. 36,449. 36,450. 36,451. 36,452. 36,453. 36,454. 36,455. 36,456. 36,457. 36,458. 36,459. 36,460. 36,461. 36,462. 36,463. 36,464. 36,465. 36,466. 36,467. 36,468. 36,469. 36,470. 36,471. 36,472. 36,473. 36,474. 36,475. 36,476. 36,477. 36,478. 36,479. 36,480. 36,481. 36,482. 36,483. 36,484. 36,485. 36,486. 36,487. 36,488. 36,489. 36,490. 36,491. 36,492. 36,493. 36,494. 36,495. 36,496. 36,497. 36,498. 36,499. 36,500. 36,501. 36,502. 36,503. 36,504. 36,505. 36,506. 36,507. 36,508. 36,509. 36,510. 36,511. 36,512. 36,513. 36,514. 36,515. 36,516. 36,517. 36,518. 36,519. 36,520. 36,521. 36,522. 36,523. 36,524. 36,525. 36,526. 36,527. 36,528. 36,529. 36,530. 36,531. 36,532. 36,533. 36,534. 36,535. 36,536. 36,537. 36,538. 36,539. 36,540. 36,541. 36,542. 36,543. 36,544. 36,545. 36,546. 36,547. 36,548. 36,549. 36,550. 36,551. 36,552. 36,553. 36,554. 36,555. 36,556. 36,557. 36,558. 36,559. 36,560. 36,561. 36,562. 36,563. 36,564. 36,565. 36,566. 36,567. 36,568. 36,569. 36,570. 36,571. 36,572. 36,573. 36,574. 36,575. 36,576. 36,577. 36,578. 36,579. 36,580. 36,581. 36,582. 36,583. 36,584. 36,585. 36,586. 36,587. 36,588. 36,589. 36,590. 36,591. 36,592. 36,593. 36,594. 36,595. 36,596. 36,597. 36,598. 36,599. 36,600. 36,601. 36,602. 36,603. 36,604. 36,605. 36,606. 36,607. 36,608. 36,609. 36,610. 36,611. 36,612. 36,613. 36,614. 36,615. 36,616. 36,617. 36,618. 36,619. 36,620. 36,621. 36,622. 36,623. 36,624. 36,625. 36,626. 36,627. 36,628. 36,629. 36,630. 36,631. 36,632. 36,633. 36,634. 36,635. 36,636. 36,637. 36,638. 36,639. 36,640. 36,641. 36,642. 36,643. 36,644. 36,645. 36,646. 36,647. 36,648. 36,649. 36,650. 36,651. 36,652. 36,653. 36,654. 36,655. 36,656. 36,657. 36,658. 36,659. 36,660. 36,661. 36,662. 36,663. 36,664. 36,665. 36,666. 36,667. 36,668. 36,669. 36,670. 36,671. 36,672. 36,673. 36,674. 36,675. 36,676. 36,677. 36,678. 36,679. 36,680. 36,681. 36,682. 36,683. 36,684. 36,685. 36,686. 36,687. 36,688. 36,689. 36,690. 36,691. 36,692. 36,693. 36,694. 36,695. 36,696. 36,697. 36,698. 36,699. 36,700. 36,701. 36,702. 36,703. 36,704. 36,705. 36,706. 36,707. 36,708. 36,709. 36,710. 36,711. 36,712. 36,713. 36,714. 36,715. 36,716. 36,717. 36,718. 36,719. 36,720. 36,721. 36,722. 36,723. 36,724. 36,725. 36,726. 36,727. 36,728. 36,729. 36,730. 36,731. 36,732. 36,733. 36,734. 36,735. 36,736. 36,737. 36,738. 36,739. 36,740. 36,741. 36,742. 36,743. 36,744. 36,745. 36,746. 36,747. 36,748. 36,749. 36,750. 36,751. 36,752. 36,753. 36,754. 36,755. 36,756. 36,757. 36,758. 36,759. 36,760. 36,761. 36,762. 36,763. 36,764. 36,765. 36,766. 36,767. 36,768. 36,769. 36,770. 36,771. 36,772. 36,773. 36,774. 36,775. 36,776. 36,777. 36,778. 36,779. 36,780. 36,781. 36,782. 36,783. 36,784. 36,785. 36,786. 36,787. 36,788. 36,789. 36,790. 36,791. 36,792. 36,793. 36,794. 36,795. 36,796. 36,797. 36,798. 36,799. 36,800. 36,801. 36,802. 36,803. 36,804. 36,805. 36,806. 36,807. 36,808. 36,809. 36,810. 36,811. 36,812. 36,813. 36,814. 36,815. 36,816. 36,817. 36,818. 36,819. 36,820. 36,821. 36,822. 36,823. 36,824. 36,825. 36,826. 36,827. 36,828. 36,829. 36,830. 36,831. 36,832. 36,833. 36,834. 36,835. 36,836. 36,837. 36,838. 36,839. 36,840. 36,841. 36,842. 36,843. 36,844. 36,845. 36,846. 36,847. 36,848. 36,849. 36,850. 36,851. 36,852. 36,853. 36,854. 36,855. 36,856. 36,857. 36,858. 36,859. 36,860. 36,861. 36,862. 36,863. 36,864. 36,865. 36,866. 36,867. 36,868. 36,869. 36,870. 36,871. 36,872. 36,873. 36,874. 36,875. 36,876. 36,877. 36,878. 36,879. 36,880. 36,881. 36,882. 36,883. 36,884. 36,885. 36,886. 36,887. 36,888. 36,889. 36,890. 36,891. 36,892. 36,893. 36,894. 36,895. 36,896. 36,897. 36,898. 36,899. 36,900. 36,901. 36,902. 36,903. 36,904. 36,905. 36,906. 36,907. 36,908. 36,909. 36,910. 36,911. 36,912. 36,913. 36,914. 36,915. 36,916. 36,917. 36,918. 36,919. 36,920. 36,921. 36,922. 36,923. 36,924. 36,925. 36,926. 36,927. 36,928. 36,929. 36,930. 36,931. 36,932. 36,933. 36,934. 36,935. 36,936. 36,937. 36,938. 36,939. 36,940. 36,941. 36,942. 36,943. 36,944. 36,945. 36,946. 36,947. 36,948. 36,949. 36,950. 36,951. 36,952. 36,953. 36,954. 36,955. 36,956. 36,957. 36,958. 36,959. 36,960. 36,961. 36,962. 36,963. 36,964. 36,965. 36,966. 36,967. 36,968. 36,969. 36,970. 36,971. 36,972. 36,973. 36,974. 36,975. 36,976. 36,977. 36,978. 36,979. 36,980. 36,981. 36,982. 36,983. 36,984. 36,985. 36,986. 36,987. 36,988. 36,989. 36,990. 36,991. 36,992. 36,993. 36,994. 36,995. 36,996. 36,997. 36,998. 36,999. 37,000. 37,001. 37,002. 37,003. 37,004. 37,005. 37,006. 37,007. 37,008. 37,009. 37,010. 37,011. 37,012. 37,013. 37,014. 37,015. 37,016. 37,017. 37,018. 37,019. 37,020. 37,021. 37,022. 37,023. 37,024. 37,025. 37,026. 37,027. 37,028. 37,029. 37,030. 37,031. 37,032. 37,033. 37,034. 37,035. 37,036. 37,037. 37,038. 37,039. 37,040. 37,041. 37,042. 37,043. 37,044. 37,045. 37,046. 37,047. 37,048. 37,049. 37,050. 37,051. 37,052. 37,053. 37,054. 37,055. 37,056. 37,057. 37,058. 37,059. 37,060. 37,061. 37,062. 37,063. 37,064. 37,065. 37,066. 37,067. 37,068. 37,069. 37,070. 37,071. 37,072. 37,073. 37,074. 37,075. 37,076. 37,077. 37,078. 37,079. 37,080. 37,081. 37,082. 37,083. 37,084. 37,085. 37,086. 37,087. 37,088. 37,089. 37,090. 37,091. 37,092. 37,093. 37,094. 37,095. 37,096. 37,097. 37,098. 37,099. 37,100. 37,101. 37,102. 37,103. 37,104. 37,105. 37,106. 37,107. 37,108. 37,109. 37,110. 37,111. 37,112. 37,113. 37,114. 37,115. 37,116. 37,117. 37,118. 37,119. 37,120. 37,121. 37,122. 37,123. 37,124. 37,125. 37,126. 37,127. 37,128. 37,129. 37,130. 37,131. 37,132. 37,133. 37,134. 37,135. 37,136. 37,137. 37,138. 37,139. 37,140. 37,141. 37,142. 37,143. 37,144. 37,145. 37,146. 37,147. 37,148. 37,149. 37,150. 37,151. 37,152. 37,153. 37,154. 37,155. 37,156. 37,157. 37,158. 37,159. 37,160. 37,161. 37,162. 37,163. 37,164. 37,165. 37,166. 37,167. 37,168. 37,169. 37,170. 37,171. 37,172. 37,173. 37,174. 37,175. 37,176. 37,177. 37,178. 37,179. 37,180. 37,181. 37,182. 37,183. 37,184. 37,185. 37,186. 37,187. 37,188. 37,189. 37,190. 37,191. 37,192. 37,193. 37,194. 37,195. 37,196. 37,197. 37,198. 37,199. 37,200. 37,201. 37,202. 37,203. 37,204. 37,205. 37,206. 37,207. 37,208. 37,209. 37,210. 37,211. 37,212. 37,213. 37,214. 37,215. 37,216. 37,217. 37,218. 37,219. 37,220. 37,221. 37,222. 37,223. 37,224. 37,225. 37,226. 37,227. 37,228. 37,229. 37,230. 37,231. 37,232. 37,233. 37,234. 37,235. 37,236. 37,237. 37,238. 37,239. 37,240. 37,241. 37,242. 37,243. 37,244. 37,245. 37,246. 37,247. 37,248. 37,249. 37,250. 37,251. 37,252. 37,253. 37,254. 37,255. 37,256. 37,257. 37,258. 37,259. 37,260. 37,261. 37,262. 37,263. 37,264. 37,265. 37,266. 37,267. 37,268. 37,269. 37,270. 37,271. 37,272. 37,273. 37,274. 37,275. 37,276. 37,277. 37,278. 37,279. 37,280. 37,281. 37,282. 37,283. 37,284. 37,285. 37,286. 37,287. 37,288. 37,289. 37,290. 37,291. 37,292. 37,293. 37,294. 37,295. 37,296. 37,297. 37,298. 37,299. 37,300. 37,301. 37,302. 37,303. 37,304. 37,305. 37,306. 37,307. 37,308. 37,309. 37,310. 37,311. 37,312. 37,313. 37,314. 37,315. 37,316. 37,317. 37,318. 37,319. 37,320. 37,321. 37,322. 37,323. 37,324. 37,325. 37,326. 37,327. 37,328. 37,329. 37,330. 37,331. 37,332. 37,333. 37,334. 37,335. 37,336. 37,337. 37,338. 37,339. 37,340. 37,341. 37,342. 37,343. 37,344. 37,345. 37,346. 37,347. 37,348. 37,349. 37,350. 37,351. 37,352. 37,353. 37,354. 37,355. 37,356. 37,357. 37,358. 37,359. 37,360. 37,361. 37,362. 37,363. 37,364. 37,365. 37,366. 37,367. 37,368. 37,369. 37,370. 37,371. 37,372. 37,373. 37,374. 37,375. 37,376. 37,377. 37,378. 37,379. 37,380. 37,381. 37,382. 37,383. 37,384. 37,385. 37,386. 37,387. 37,388. 37,389. 37,390. 37,391. 37,392. 37,393. 37,394. 37,395. 37,396. 37,397. 37,398. 37,399. 37,400. 37,401. 37,402. 37,403. 37,404. 37,405. 37,406. 37,407. 37,408. 37,409. 37,410. 37,411. 37,412. 37,413. 37,414. 37,415. 37,416. 37,417. 37,418. 37,419. 37,420. 37,421. 37,422. 37,423. 37,424. 37,425. 37,426. 37,427. 37,428. 37,429. 37,430. 37,431. 37,432. 37,433. 37,434. 37,435. 37,436. 37,437. 37,438. 37,439. 37,440. 37,441. 37,442. 37,443. 37,444. 37,445. 37,446. 37,447. 37,448. 37,449. 37,450. 37,451. 37,452. 37,453. 37,454. 37,455. 37,456. 37,457. 37,458. 37,459. 37,460. 37,461. 37,462. 37,463. 37,464. 37,465. 37,466. 37,467. 37,468. 37,469. 37,470. 37,471. 37,472. 37,473. 37,474. 37,475. 37,476. 37,477. 37,478. 37,479. 37,480. 37,481. 37,482. 37,483. 37,484. 37,485. 37,486. 37,487. 37,488. 37,489. 37,490. 37,491. 37,492. 37,493. 37,494. 37,495. 37,496. 37,497. 37,498. 37,499. 37,500. 37,501. 37,502. 37,503. 37,504. 37,505. 37,506. 37,507. 37,508. 37,509. 37,510. 37,511. 37,512. 37,513. 37,514. 37,515. 37,516. 37,517. 37,518. 37,519. 37,520. 37,521. 37,522. 37,523. 37,524. 37,525. 37,526. 37,527. 37,528. 37,529. 37,530. 37,531. 37,532. 37,533. 37,534. 37,535. 37,536. 37,537. 37,538. 37,539. 37,540. 37,541. 37,542. 37,543. 37,544. 37,545. 37,546. 37,547. 37,548. 37,549. 37,550. 37,551. 37,552. 37,553. 37,554. 37,555. 37,556. 37,557. 37,558. 37,559. 37,560. 37,561. 37,562. 37,563. 37,564. 37,565. 37,566. 37,567. 37,568. 37,569. 37,570. 37,571. 37,572. 37,573. 37,574. 37,575. 37,576. 37,577. 37,578. 37,579. 37,580. 37,581. 37,582. 37,583. 37,584. 37,585. 37,586. 37,587. 37,588. 37,589. 37,590. 37,591. 37,592. 37,593. 37,594. 37,595. 37,596. 37,597. 37,598. 37,599. 37,600. 37,601. 37,602. 37,603. 37,604. 37,605. 37,606. 37,607. 37,608. 37,609. 37,610. 37,611. 37,612. 37,613. 37,614. 37,615. 37,616. 37,617. 37,618. 37,619. 37,620. 37,621. 37,622. 37,623. 37,624. 37,625. 37,626. 37,627. 37,628. 37,629. 37,630. 37,631. 37,632. 37,633. 37,634. 37,635. 37,636. 37,637. 37,638. 37,639. 37,640. 37,641. 37,642. 37,643. 37,644. 37,645. 37,646. 37,647. 37,648. 37,649. 37,650. 37,651. 37,652. 37,653. 37,654. 37,655. 37,656. 37,657. 37,658. 37,659. 37,660. 37,661. 37,662. 37,663. 37,664. 37,665. 37,666. 37,667. 37,668. 37,669. 37,670. 37,671. 37,672. 37,673. 37,674. 37,675. 37,676. 37,677. 37,678. 37,679. 37,680. 37,681. 37,682. 37,683. 37,684. 37,685. 37,686. 37,687. 37,688. 37,689. 37,690. 37,691. 37,692. 37,693. 37,694. 37,695. 37,696. 37,697. 37,698. 37,699. 37,700. 37,701. 37,702. 37,703. 37,704. 37,705. 37,706. 37,707. 37,708. 37,709. 37,710. 37,711. 37,712. 37,713. 37,714. 37,715. 37,716. 37,717. 37,718. 37,719. 37,720. 37,721. 37,722. 37,723. 37,724. 37,725. 37,726. 37,727. 37,728. 37,729. 37,730. 37,731. 37,732. 37,733. 37,734. 37,735. 37,736. 37,737. 37,738. 37,739. 37,740. 37,741. 37,742. 37,743. 37,744. 37,745. 37,746. 37,747. 37,748. 37,749. 37,750. 37,751. 37,752. 37,753. 37,754. 37,755. 37,756. 37,757. 37,758. 37,759. 37,760. 37,761. 37,762. 37,763. 37,764. 37,765. 37,766. 37,767. 37,768. 37,769. 37,770. 37,771. 37,772. 37,773. 37,774. 37,775. 37,776. 37,777. 37,778. 37,779. 37,780. 37,781. 37,782. 37,783. 37,784. 37,785. 37,786. 37,787. 37,788. 37,789. 37,790. 37,791. 37,792. 37,793. 37,794. 37,795. 37,796. 37,797. 37,798. 37,799. 37,800. 37,801. 37,802. 37,803. 37,804. 37,805. 37,806. 37,807. 37,808. 37,809. 37,810. 37,811. 37,812. 37,813. 37,814. 37,815. 37,816. 37,817. 37,818. 37,819. 37,820. 37,821. 37,822. 37,823. 37,824. 37,825. 37,826. 37,827. 37,828. 37,829. 37,830. 37,831. 37,832. 37,833. 37,834. 37,835. 37,836. 37,837. 37,838. 37,839. 37,840. 37,841. 37,842. 37,843. 37,844. 37,845. 37,846. 37,847. 37,848. 37,849. 37,850. 37,851. 37,852. 37,853. 37,854. 37,855. 37,856. 37,857. 37,858. 37,859. 37,860. 37,861. 37,862. 37,863. 37,864. 37,865. 37,866. 37,867. 37,868. 37,869. 37,870. 37,871. 37,872. 37,873. 37,874. 37,875. 37,876. 37,877. 37,878. 37,879. 37,880. 37,881. 37,882. 37,883. 37,884. 37,885. 37,886. 37,887. 37,888. 37,889. 37,890. 37,891. 37,892. 37,893. 37,894. 37,895. 37,896. 37,897. 37,898. 37,899. 37,900. 37,901. 37,902. 37,903. 37,904. 37,905. 37,906. 37,907. 37,908. 37,909. 37,910. 37,911. 37,912. 37,913. 37,914. 37,915. 37,916. 37,917. 37,918. 37,919. 37,920. 37,921. 37,922. 37,923. 37,924. 37,925. 37,926. 37,927. 37,928. 37,929. 37,930. 37,931. 37,932. 37,933. 37,934. 37,935. 37,936. 37,937. 37,938. 37,939. 37,940. 37,941. 37,942. 37,943. 37,944. 37,945. 37,946. 37,947. 37,948. 37,949. 37,950. 37,951. 37,952. 37,953. 37,954. 37,955. 37,956. 37,957. 37,958. 37,959. 37,960. 37,961. 37,962. 37,963. 37,964. 37,965. 37,966. 37,967. 37,968. 37,969. 37,970. 37,971. 37,972. 37,973. 37,974. 37,975. 37,976. 37,977. 37,978. 37,979. 37,980. 37,981. 37,982. 37,983. 37,984. 37,985. 37,986. 37,987. 37,988. 37,989. 37,990. 37,991. 37,992. 37,993. 37,994. 37,995. 37,996. 37,997. 37,998. 37,999. 38,000. 38,001. 38,002. 38,003. 38,004. 38,005. 38,006. 38,007. 38,008. 38,009. 38,010. 38,011. 38,012. 38,013. 38,014. 38,015. 38,016. 38,017. 38,018. 38,019. 38,020. 38,021. 38,022. 38,023. 38,024. 38,025. 38,026. 38,027. 38,028. 38,029. 38,030. 38,031. 38,032. 38,033. 38,034. 38,035. 38,036. 38,037. 38,038. 38,039. 38,040. 38,041. 38,042. 38,043. 38,044. 38,045. 38,046. 38,047. 38,048. 38,049. 38,050. 38,051. 38,052. 38,053. 38,054. 38,055. 38,056. 38,057. 38,058. 38,059. 38,060. 38,061. 38,062. 38,063. 38,064. 38,065. 38,066. 38,067. 38,068. 38,069. 38,070. 38,071. 38,072. 38,073. 38,074. 38,075. 38,076. 38,077. 38,078. 38,079. 38,080. 38,081. 38,082. 38,083. 38,084. 38,085. 38,086. 38,087. 38,088. 38,089. 38,090. 38,091. 38,092. 38,093. 38,094. 38,095. 38,096. 38,097. 38,098. 38,099. 38,100. 38,101. 38,102. 38,103. 38,104. 38,105. 38,106. 38,107. 38,108. 38,109. 38,110. 38,111. 38,112. 38,113. 38,114. 38,115. 38,116. 38,117. 38,118. 38,119. 38,120. 38,121. 38,122. 38,123. 38,124. 38,125. 38,126. 38,127. 38,128. 38,129. 38,130. 38,131. 38,132. 38,133. 38,134. 38,135. 38,136. 38,137. 38,138. 38,139. 38,140. 38,141. 38,142. 38,143. 38,144. 38,145. 38,146. 38,147. 38,148. 38,149. 38,150. 38,151. 38,152. 38,153. 38,154. 38,155. 38,156. 38,157. 38,158. 38,159. 38,160. 38,161. 38,162. 38,163. 38,164. 38,165. 38,166. 38,167. 38,168. 38,169. 38,170. 38,171. 38,172. 38,173. 38,174. 38,175. 38,176. 38,177. 38,178. 38,179. 38,180. 38,181. 38,182. 38,183. 38,184. 38,185. 38,186. 38,187. 38,188. 38,189. 38,190. 38,191. 38,192. 38,193. 38,194. 38,195. 38,196. 38,197. 38,198. 38,199. 38,200. 38,201. 38,202. 38,203. 38,204. 38,205. 38,206. 38,207. 38,208. 38,209. 38,210. 38,211. 38,212. 38,213. 38,214. 38,215. 38,216. 38,217. 38,218. 38,219. 38,220. 38,221. 38,222. 38,223. 38,224. 38,225. 38,226. 38,227. 38,228. 38,229. 38,230. 38,231. 38,232. 38,233. 38,234. 38,235. 38,236. 38,237. 38,238. 38,239. 38,240. 38,241. 38,242. 38,243. 38,244. 38,245. 38,246. 38,247. 38,248. 38,249. 38,250. 38,251. 38,252. 38,253. 38,254. 38,255. 38,256. 38,257. 38,258. 38,259. 38,260. 38,261. 38,262. 38,263. 38,264. 38,265. 38,266. 38,267. 38,268. 38,269. 38,270. 38,271. 38,272. 38,273. 38,274. 38,275. 38,276. 38,277. 38,278. 38,279. 38,280. 38,281. 38,282. 38,283. 38,284. 38,285. 38,286. 38,287. 38,288. 38,289. 38,290. 38,291. 38,292. 38,293. 38,294. 38,295. 38,296. 38,297. 38,298. 38,299. 38,300. 38,301. 38,302. 38,303. 38,304. 38,305. 38,306. 38,307. 38,308. 38,309. 38,310. 38,311. 38,312. 38,313. 38,314. 38,315. 38,316. 38,317. 38,318. 38,319. 38,320. 38,321. 38,322. 38,323. 38,324. 38,325. 38,326. 38,327. 38,328. 38,329. 38,330. 38,331. 38,332. 38,333. 38,334. 38,335. 38,336. 38,337. 38,338. 38,339. 38,340. 38,341. 38,342. 38,343. 38,344. 38,345. 38,346. 38,347. 38,348. 38,349. 38,350. 38,351. 38,352. 38,353. 38,354. 38,355. 38,356. 38,357. 38,358. 38,359. 38,360. 38,361. 38,362. 38,363. 38,364. 38,365. 38,366. 38,367. 38,368. 38,369. 38,370. 38,371. 38,372. 38,373. 38,374. 38,375. 38,376. 38,377. 38,378. 38,379. 38,380. 38,381. 38,382. 38,383. 38,384. 38,385. 38,386. 38,387. 38,388. 38,389. 38,390. 38,391. 38,392. 38,393. 38,394. 38,395. 38,396. 38,397. 38,398. 38,399. 38,400. 38,401. 38,402. 38,403. 38,404. 38,405. 38,406. 38,407. 38,408. 38,409. 38,410. 38,411. 38,412. 38,413. 38,414. 38,415. 38,416. 38,417. 38,418. 38,419. 38,420. 38,421. 38,422. 38,423. 38,424. 38,425. 38,426. 38,427. 38,428. 38,429. 38,430. 38,431. 38,432. 38,433. 38,434. 38,435. 38,436. 38,437. 38,438. 38,439. 38,440. 38,441. 38,442. 38,443. 38,444. 38,445. 38,446. 38,447. 38,448. 38,449. 38,450. 38,451. 38,452. 38,453. 38,454. 38,455. 38,456. 38,457. 38,458. 38,459. 38,460. 38,461. 38,462. 38,463. 38,464. 38,465. 38,466. 38,467. 38,468. 38,469. 38,470. 38,471. 38,472. 38,473. 38,474. 38,475. 38,476. 38,477. 38,478. 38,479. 38,480. 38,481. 38,482. 38,483. 38,484. 38,485. 38,486. 38,487. 38,488. 38,489. 38,490. 38,491. 38,492. 38,493. 38,494. 38,495. 38,496. 38,497. 38,498. 38,499. 38,500. 38,501. 38,502. 38,503. 38,504. 38,505. 38,506. 38,507. 38,508. 38,509. 38,510. 38,511. 38,512. 38,513. 38,514. 38,515. 38,516. 38,517. 38,518. 38,519. 38,520. 38,521. 38,522. 38,523. 38,524. 38,525. 38,526. 38,527. 38,528. 38,529. 38,530. 38,531. 38,532. 38,533. 38,534. 38,535. 38,536. 38,537. 38,538. 38,539. 38,540. 38,541. 38,542. 38,543. 38,544. 38,545. 38,546. 38,547. 38,548. 38,549. 38,550. 38,551. 38,552. 38,553. 38,554. 38,555. 38,556. 38,557. 38,558. 38,559. 38,560. 38,561. 38,562. 38,563. 38,564. 38,565. 38,566. 38,567. 38,568. 38,569. 38,570. 38,571. 38,572. 38,573. 38,574. 38,575. 38,576. 38,577. 38,578. 38,579. 38,580. 38,581. 38,582. 38,583. 38,584. 38,585. 38,586. 38,587. 38,588. 38,589. 38,590. 38,591. 38,592. 38,593. 38,594. 38,595. 38,596. 38,597. 38,598. 38,599. 38,600. 38,601. 38,602. 38,603. 38,604. 38,605. 38,606. 38,607. 38,608. 38,609. 38,610. 38,611. 38,612. 38,613. 38,614. 38,615. 38,616. 38,617. 38,618. 38,619. 38,620. 38,621. 38,622. 38,623. 38,624. 38,625. 38,626. 38,627. 38,628. 38,629. 38,630. 38,631. 38,632. 38,633. 38,634. 38,635. 38,636. 38,637. 38,638. 38,639. 38,640. 38,641. 38,642. 38,643. 38,644. 38,645. 38,646. 38,647. 38,648. 38,649. 38,650. 38,651. 38,652. 38,653. 38,654. 38,655. 38,656. 38,657. 38,658. 38,659. 38,660. 38,661. 38,662. 38,663. 38,664. 38,665. 38,666. 38,667. 38,668. 38,669. 38,670. 38,671. 38,672. 38,673. 38,674. 38,675. 38,676. 38,677. 38,678. 38,679. 38,680. 38,681. 38,682. 38,683. 38,684. 38,685. 38,686. 38,687. 38,688. 38,689. 38,690. 38,691. 38,692. 38,693. 38,694. 38,695. 38,696. 38,697. 38,698. 38,699. 38,700. 38,701. 38,702. 38,703. 38,704. 38,705. 38,706. 38,707. 38,708. 38,709. 38,710. 38,711. 38,712. 38,713. 38,714. 38,715. 38,716. 38,717. 38,718. 38,719. 38,720. 38,721. 38,722. 38,723. 38,724. 38,725. 38,726. 38,727. 38,728. 38,729. 38,730. 38,731. 38,732. 38,733. 38,734. 38,735. 38,736. 38,737. 38,738. 38,739. 38,740. 38,741. 38,742. 38,743. 38,744. 38,745. 38,746. 38,747. 38,748. 38,749. 38,750. 38,751. 38,752. 38,753. 38,754. 38,755. 38,756. 38,757. 38,758. 38,759. 38,760. 38,761. 38,762. 38,763. 38,764. 38,765. 38,766. 38,767. 38,768. 38,769. 38,770. 38,771. 38,772. 38,773. 38,774. 38,775. 38,776. 38,777. 38,778. 38,779. 38,780. 38,781. 38,782. 38,783. 38,784. 38,785. 38,786. 38,787. 38,788. 38,789. 38,790. 38,791. 38,792. 38,793. 38,794. 38,795. 38,796. 38,797. 38,798. 38,799. 38,800. 38,801. 38,802. 38,803. 38,804. 38,805. 38,806. 38,807. 38,808. 38,809. 38,810. 38,811. 38,812. 38,813. 38,814. 38,815. 38,816. 38,817. 38,818. 38,819. 38,820. 38,821. 38,822. 38,823. 38,824. 38,825. 38,826. 38,827. 38,828. 38,829. 38,830. 38,831. 38,832. 38,833. 38,834. 38,835. 38,836. 38,837. 38,838. 38,839. 38,840. 38,841. 38,842. 38,843. 38,844. 38,845. 38,846. 38,847. 38,848. 38,849. 38,850. 38,851. 38,852. 38,853. 38,854. 38,855. 38,856. 38,857. 38,858. 38,859. 38,860. 38,861. 38,862. 38,863. 38,864. 38,865. 38,866. 38,867. 38,868. 38,869. 38,870. 38,871. 38,872. 38,873. 38,874. 38,875. 38,876. 38,877. 38,878. 38,879. 38,880. 38,881. 38,882. 38,883. 38,884. 38,885. 38,886. 38,887. 38,888. 38,889. 38,890. 38,891. 38,892. 38,893. 38,894. 38,895. 38,896. 38,897. 38,898. 38,899. 38,900. 38,901. 38,902. 38,903. 38,904. 38,905. 38,906. 38,907. 38,908. 38,909. 38,910. 38,911. 38,912. 38,913. 38,914. 38,915. 38,916. 38,917. 38,918. 38,919. 38,920. 38,921. 38,922. 38,923. 38,924. 38,925. 38,926. 38,927. 38,928. 38,929. 38,930. 38,931. 38,932. 38,933. 38,934. 38,935. 38,936. 38,937. 38,938. 38,939. 38,940. 38,941. 38,942. 38,943. 38,944. 38,945. 38,946. 38,947. 38,948. 38,949. 38,950. 38,951. 38,952. 38,953. 38,954. 38,955. 38,956. 38,957. 38,958. 38,959. 38,960. 38,961. 38,962. 38,963. 38,964. 38,965. 38,966. 38,967. 38,968. 38,969. 38,970. 38,971. 38,972. 38,973. 38,974. 38,975. 38,976. 38,977. 38,978. 38,979. 38,980. 38,981. 38,982. 38,983. 38,984. 38,985. 38,986. 38,987. 38,988. 38,989. 38,990. 38,991. 38,992. 38,993. 38,994. 38,995. 38,996. 38,997. 38,998. 38,999. 39,000. 39,001. 39,002. 39,003. 39,004. 39,005. 39,006. 39,007. 39,008. 39,009. 39,010. 39,011. 39,012. 39,013. 39,014. 39,015. 39,016. 39,017. 39,018. 39,019. 39,020. 39,021. 39,022. 39,023. 39,024. 39,025. 39,026. 39,027. 39,028. 39,029. 39,030. 39,031. 39,032. 39,033. 39,034. 39,035. 39,036. 39,037. 39,038. 39,039. 39,040. 39,041. 39,042. 39,043. 39,044. 39,045. 39,046. 39,047. 39,048. 39,049. 39,050. 39,051. 39,052. 39,053. 39,054. 39,055. 39,056. 39,057. 39,058. 39,059. 39,060. 39,061. 39,062. 39,063. 39,064. 39,065. 39,066. 39,067. 39,068. 39,069. 39,070. 39,071. 39,072. 39,073. 39,074. 39,075. 39,076. 39,077. 39,078. 39,079. 39,080. 39,081. 39,082. 39,083. 39,084. 39,085. 39,086. 39,087. 39,088. 39,089. 39,090. 39,091. 39,092. 39,093. 39,094. 39,095. 39,096. 39,097. 39,098. 39,099. 39,100. 39,101. 39,102. 39,103. 39,104. 39,105. 39,106. 39,107. 39,108. 39,109. 39,110. 39,111. 39,112. 39,113. 39,114. 39,115. 39,116. 39,117. 39,118. 39,119. 39,120. 39,121. 39,122. 39,123. 39,124. 39,125. 39,126. 39,127. 39,128. 39,129. 39,130. 39,131. 39,132. 39,133. 39,134. 39,135. 39,136. 39,137. 39,138. 39,139. 39,140. 39,141. 39,142. 39,143. 39,144. 39,145. 39,146. 39,147. 39,148. 39,149. 39,150. 39,151. 39,152. 39,153. 39,154. 39,155. 39,156. 39,157. 39,158. 39,159. 39,160. 39,161. 39,162. 39,163. 39,164. 39,165. 39,166. 39,167. 39,168. 39,169. 39,170. 39,171. 39,172. 39,173. 39,174. 39,175. 39,176. 39,177. 39,178. 39,179. 39,180. 39,181. 39,182. 39,183. 39,184. 39,185. 39,186. 39,187. 39,188. 39,189. 39,190. 39,191. 39,192. 39,193. 39,194. 39,195. 39,196. 39,197. 39,198. 39,199. 39,200. 39,201. 39,202. 39,203. 39,204. 39,205. 39,206. 39,207. 39,208. 39,209. 39,210. 39,211. 39,212. 39,213. 39,214. 39,215. 39,216. 39,217. 39,218. 39,219. 39,220. 39,221. 39,222. 39,223. 39,224. 39,225. 39,226. 39,227. 39,228. 39,229. 39,230. 39,231. 39,232. 39,233. 39,234. 39,235. 39,236. 39,237. 39,238. 39,239. 39,240. 39,241. 39,242. 39,243. 39,244. 39,245. 39,246. 39,247. 39,248. 39,249. 39,250. 39,251. 39,252. 39,253. 39,254. 39,255. 39,256. 39,257. 39,258. 39,259. 39,260. 39,261. 39,262. 39,263. 39,264. 39,265. 39,266. 39,267. 39,268. 39,269. 39,270. 39,271. 39,272. 39,273. 39,274. 39,275. 39,276. 39,277. 39,278. 39,279. 39,280. 39,281. 39,282. 39,283. 39,284. 39,285. 39,286. 39,287. 39,288. 39,289. 39,290. 39,291. 39,292. 39,293. 39,294. 39,295. 39,296. 39,297. 39,298. 39,299. 39,300. 39,301. 39,302. 39,303. 39,304. 39,305. 39,306. 39,307. 39,308. 39,309. 39,310. 39,311. 39,312. 39,313. 39,314. 39,315. 39,316. 39,317. 39,318. 39,319. 39,320. 39,321. 39,322. 39,323. 39,324. 39,325. 39,326. 39,327. 39,328. 39,329. 39,330. 39,331. 39,332. 39,333. 39,334. 39,335. 39,336. 39,337. 39,338. 39,339. 39,340. 39,341. 39,342. 39,343. 39,344. 39,345. 39,346. 39,347. 39,348. 39,349. 39,350. 39,351. 39,352. 39,353. 39,354. 39,355. 39,356. 39,357. 39,358. 39,359. 39,360. 39,361. 39,362. 39,363. 39,364. 39,365. 39,366. 39,367. 39,368. 39,369. 39,370. 39,371. 39,372. 39,373. 39,374. 39,375. 39,376. 39,377. 39,378. 39,379. 39,380. 39,381. 39,382. 39,383. 39,384. 39,385. 39,386. 39,387. 39,388. 39,389. 39,390. 39,391. 39,392. 39,393. 39,394. 39,395. 39,396. 39,397. 39,398. 39,399. 39,400. 39,401. 39,402. 39,403. 39,404. 39,405. 39,406. 39,407. 39,408. 39,409. 39,410. 39,411. 39,412. 39,413. 39,414. 39,415. 39,416. 39,417. 39,418. 39,419. 39,420. 39,421. 39,422. 39,423. 39,424. 39,425. 39,426. 39,427. 39,428. 39,429. 39,430. 39,431. 39,432. 39,433. 39,434. 39,435. 39,436. 39,437. 39,438. 39,439. 39,440. 39,441. 39,442. 39,443. 39,444. 39,445. 39,446. 39,447. 39,448. 39,449. 39,450. 39,451. 39,452. 39,453. 39,454. 39,455. 39,456. 39,457. 39,458. 39,459. 39,460. 39,461. 39,462. 39,463. 39,464. 39,465. 39,466. 39,467. 39,468. 39,469. 39,470. 39,471. 39,472. 39,473. 39,474. 39,475. 39,476. 39,477. 39,478. 39,479. 39,480. 39,481. 39,482. 39,483. 39,484. 39,485. 39,486. 39,487. 39,488. 39,489. 39,490. 39,491. 39,492. 39,493. 39,494. 39,495. 39,496. 39,497. 39,498. 39,499. 39,500. 39,501. 39,502. 39,503. 39,504. 39,505. 39,506. 39,507. 39,508. 39,509. 39,510. 39,511. 39,512. 39,513. 39,514. 39,515. 39,516. 39,517. 39,518. 39,519. 39,520. 39,521. 39,522. 39,523. 39,524. 39,525. 39,526. 39,527. 39,528. 39,529. 39,530. 39,531. 39,532. 39,533. 39,534. 39,535. 39,536. 39,537. 39,538. 39,539. 39,540. 39,541. 39,542. 39,543. 39,544. 39,545. 39,546. 39,547. 39,548. 39,549. 39,550. 39,551. 39,552. 39,553. 39,554. 39,555. 39,556. 39,557. 39,558. 39,559. 39,560. 39,561. 39,562. 39,563. 39,564. 39,565. 39,566. 39,567. 39,568. 39,569. 39,570. 39,571. 39,572. 39,573. 39,574. 39,575. 39,576. 39,577. 39,578. 39,579. 39,580. 39,581. 39,582. 39,583. 39,584. 39,585. 39,586. 39,587. 39,588. 39,589. 39,590. 39,591. 39,592. 39,593. 39,594. 39,595. 39,596. 39,597. 39,598. 39,599. 39,600. 39,601. 39,602. 39,603. 39,604. 39,605. 39,606. 39,607. 39,608. 39,609. 39,610. 39,611. 39,612. 39,613. 39,614. 39,615. 39,616. 39,617. 39,618. 39,619. 39,620. 39,621. 39,622. 39,623. 39,624. 39,625. 39,626. 39,627. 39,628. 39,629. 39,630. 39,631. 39,632. 39,633. 39,634. 39,635. 39,636. 39,637. 39,638. 39,639. 39,640. 39,641. 39,642. 39,643. 39,644. 39,645. 39,646. 39,647. 39,648. 39,649. 39,650. 39,651. 39,652. 39,653. 39,654. 39,655. 39,656. 39,657. 39,658. 39,659. 39,660. 39,661. 39,662. 39,663. 39,664. 39,665. 39,666. 39,667. 39,668. 39,669. 39,670. 39,671. 39,672. 39,673. 39,674. 39,675. 39,676. 39,677. 39,678. 39,679. 39,680. 39,681. 39,682. 39,683. 39,684. 39,685. 39,686. 39,687. 39,688. 39,689. 39,690. 39,691. 39,692. 39,693. 39,694. 39,695. 39,696. 39,697. 39,698. 39,699. 39,700. 39,701. 39,702. 39,703. 39,704. 39,705. 39,706. 39,707. 39,708. 39,709. 39,710. 39,711. 39,712. 39,713. 39,714. 39,715. 39,716. 39,717. 39,718. 39,719. 39,720. 39,721. 39,722. 39,723. 39,724. 39,725. 39,726. 39,727. 39,728. 39,729. 39,730. 39,731. 39,732. 39,733. 39,734. 39,735. 39,736. 39,737. 39,738. 39,739. 39,740. 39,741. 39,742. 39,743. 39,744. 39,745. 39,746. 39,747. 39,748. 39,749. 39,750. 39,751. 39,752. 39,753. 39,754. 39,755. 39,756. 39,757. 39,758. 39,759. 39,760. 39,761. 39,762. 39,763. 39,764. 39,765. 39,766. 39,767. 39,768. 39,769. 39,770. 39,771. 39,772. 39,773. 39,774. 39,775. 39,776. 39,777. 39,778. 39,779. 39,780. 39,781. 39,782. 39,783. 39,784. 39,785. 39,786. 39,787. 39,788. 39,789. 39,790. 39,791. 39,792. 39,793. 39,794. 39,795. 39,796. 39,797. 39,798. 39,799. 39,800. 39,801. 39,802. 39,803. 39,804. 39,805. 39,806. 39,807. 39,808. 39,809. 39,810. 39,811. 39,812. 39,813. 39,814. 39,815. 39,816. 39,817. 39,818. 39,819. 39,820. 39,821. 39,822. 39,823. 39,824. 39,825. 39,826. 39,827. 39,828. 39,829. 39,830. 39,831. 39,832. 39,833. 39,834. 39,835. 39,836. 39,837. 39,838. 39,839. 39,840. 39,841. 39,842. 39,843. 39,844. 39,845. 39,846. 39,847. 39,848. 39,849. 39,850. 39,851. 39,852. 39,853. 39,854. 39,855. 39,856. 39,857. 39,858. 39,859. 39,860. 39,861. 39,862. 39,863. 39,864. 39,865. 39,866. 39,867. 39,868. 39,869. 39,870. 39,871. 39,872. 39,873. 39,874. 39,875. 39,876. 39,877. 39,878. 39,879. 39,880. 39,881. 39,882. 39,883. 39,884. 39,885. 39,886. 39,887. 39,888. 39,889. 39,890. 39,891. 39,892. 39,893. 39,894. 39,895. 39,896. 39,897. 39,898. 39,899. 39,900. 39,901. 39,902. 39,903. 39,904. 39,905. 39,906. 39,907. 39,908. 39,909. 39,910. 39,911. 39,912. 39,913. 39,914. 39,915. 39,916. 39,917. 39,918. 39,919. 39,920. 39,921. 39,922. 39,923. 39,924. 39,925. 39,926. 39,927. 39,928. 39,929. 39,930. 39,931. 39,932. 39,933. 39,934. 39,935. 39,936. 39,937. 39,938. 39,939. 39,940. 39,941. 39,942. 39,943. 39,944. 39,945. 39,946. 39,947. 39,948. 39,949. 39,950. 39,951. 39,952. 39,953. 39,954. 39,955. 39,956. 39,957. 39,958. 39,959. 39,960. 39,961. 39,962. 39,963. 39,964. 39,965. 39,966. 39,967. 39,968. 39,969. 39,970. 39,971. 39,972. 39,973. 39,974. 39,975. 39,976. 39,977. 39,978. 39,979. 39,980. 39,981. 39,982. 39,983. 39,984. 39,985. 39,986. 39,987. 39,988. 39,989. 39,990. 39,991. 39,992. 39,993. 39,994. 39,995. 39,996. 39,997. 39,998. 39,999. 40,000. 40,001. 40,002. 40,003. 40,004. 40,005. 40,006. 40,007. 40,008. 40,009. 40,010. 40,011. 40,012. 40,013. 40,014. 40,015. 40,016. 40,017. 40,018. 40,019. 40,020. 40,021. 40,022. 40,023. 40,024. 40,025. 40,026. 40,027. 40,028. 40,029. 40,030. 40,031. 40,032. 40,033. 40,034. 40,035. 40,036. 40,037. 40,038. 40,039. 40,040. 40,041. 40,042. 40,043. 40,044. 40,045. 40,046. 40,047. 40,048. 40,049. 40,050. 40,051. 40,052. 40,053. 40,054. 40,055. 40,056. 40,057. 40,058. 40,059. 40,060. 40,061. 40,062. 40,063. 40,064. 40,065. 40,066. 40,067. 40,068. 40,069. 40,070. 40,071. 40,072. 40,073. 40,074. 40,075. 40,076. 40,077. 40,078. 40,079. 40,080. 40,081. 40,082. 40,083. 40,084. 40,085. 40,086. 40,087. 40,088. 40,089. 40,090. 40,091. 40,092. 40,093. 40,094. 40,095. 40,096. 40,097. 40,098. 40,099. 40,100. 40,101. 40,102. 40,103. 40,104. 40,105. 40,106. 40,107. 40,108. 40,109. 40,110. 40,111. 40,112. 40,113. 40,114. 40,115. 40,116. 40,117. 40,118. 40,119. 40,120. 40,121. 40,122. 40,123. 40,124. 40,125. 40,126. 40,127. 40,128. 40,129. 40,130. 40,131. 40,132. 40,133. 40,134. 40,135. 40,136. 40,137. 40,138. 40,139. 40,140. 40,141. 40,142. 40,143. 40,144. 40,145. 40,146. 40,147. 40,148. 40,149. 40,150. 40,151. 40,152. 40,153. 40,154. 40,155. 40,156. 40,157. 40,158. 40,159. 40,160. 40,161. 40,162. 40,163. 40,164. 40,165. 40,166. 40,167. 40,168. 40,169. 40,170. 40,171. 40,172. 40,173. 40,174. 40,175. 40,176. 40,177. 40,178. 40,179. 40,180. 40,181. 40,182. 40,183. 40,184. 40,185. 40,186. 40,187. 40,188. 40,189. 40,190. 40,191. 40,192. 40,193. 40,194. 40,195. 40,196. 40,197. 40,198. 40,199. 40,200. 40,201. 40,202. 40,203. 40,204. 40,205. 40,206. 40,207. 40,208. 40,209. 40,210. 40,211. 40,212. 40,213. 40,214. 40,215. 40,216. 40,217. 40,218. 40,219. 40,220. 40,221. 40,222. 40,223. 40,224. 40,225. 40,226. 40,227. 40,228. 40,229. 40,230. 40,231. 40,232. 40,233. 40,234. 40,235. 40,236. 40,237. 40,238. 40,239. 40,240. 40,241. 40,242. 40,243. 40,244. 40,245. 40,246. 40,247. 40,248. 40,249. 40,250. 40,251. 40,252. 40,253. 40,254. 40,255. 40,256. 40,257. 40,258. 40,259. 40,260. 40,261. 40,262. 40,263. 40,264. 40,265. 40,266. 40,267. 40,268. 40,269. 40,270. 40,271. 40,272. 40,273. 40,274. 40,275. 40,276. 40,277. 40,278. 40,279. 40,280. 40,281. 40,282. 40,283. 40,284. 40,285. 40,286. 40,287. 40,288. 40,289. 40,290. 40,291. 40,292. 40,293. 40,294. 40,295. 40,296. 40,297. 40,298. 40,299. 40,300. 40,301. 40,302. 40,303. 40,304. 40,305. 40,306. 40,307. 40,308. 40,309. 40,310. 40,311. 40,312. 40,313. 40,314. 40,315. 40,316. 40,317. 40,318. 40,319. 40,320. 40,321. 40,322. 40,323. 40,324. 40,325. 40,326. 40,327. 40,328. 40,329. 40,330. 40,331. 40,332. 40,333. 40,334. 40,335. 40,336. 40,337. 40,338. 40,339. 40,340. 40,341. 40,342. 40,343. 40,344. 40,345. 40,346. 40,347. 40,348. 40,349. 40,350. 40,351. 40,352. 40,353. 40,354. 40,355. 40,356. 40,357. 40,358. 40,359. 40,360. 40,361. 40,362. 40,363. 40,364. 40,365. 40,366. 40,367. 40,368. 40,369. 40,370. 40,371. 40,372. 40,373. 40,374. 40,375. 40,376. 40,377. 40,378. 40,379. 40,380. 40,381. 40,382. 40,383. 40,384. 40,385. 40,386. 40,387. 40,388. 40,389. 40,390. 40,391. 40,392. 40,393. 40,394. 40,395. 40,396. 40,397. 40,398. 40,399. 40,400. 40,401. 40,402. 40,403. 40,404. 40,405. 40,406. 40,407. 40,408. 40,409. 40,410. 40,411. 40,412. 40,413. 40,414. 40,415. 40,416. 40,417. 40,418. 40,419. 40,420. 40,421. 40,422. 40,423. 40,424. 40,425. 40,426. 40,427. 40,428. 40,429. 40,430. 40,431. 40,432. 40,433. 40,434. 40,435. 40,436. 40,437. 40,438. 40,439. 40,440. 40,441. 40,442. 40,443. 40,444. 40,445. 40,446. 40,447. 40,448. 40,449. 40,450. 40,451. 40,452. 40,453. 40,454. 40,455. 40,456. 40,457. 40,458. 40,459. 40,460. 40,461. 40,462. 40,463. 40,464. 40,465. 40,466. 40,467. 40,468. 40,469. 40,470. 40,471. 40,472. 40,473. 40,474. 40,475. 40,476. 40,477. 40,478. 40,479. 40,480. 40,481. 40,482. 40,483. 40,484. 40,485. 40,486. 40,487. 40,488. 40,489. 40,490. 40,491. 40,492. 40,493. 40,494. 40,495. 40,496. 40,497. 40,498. 40,499. 40,500. 40,501. 40,502. 40,503. 40,504. 40,505. 40,506. 40,507. 40,508. 40,509. 40,510. 40,511. 40,512. 40,513. 40,514. 40,515. 40,516. 40,517. 40,518. 40,519. 40,520. 40,521. 40,522. 40,523. 40,524. 40,525. 40,526. 40,527. 40,528. 40,529. 40,530. 40,531. 40,532. 40,533. 40,534. 40,535. 40,536. 40,537. 40,538. 40,539. 40,540. 40,541. 40,542. 40,543. 40,544. 40,545. 40,546. 40,547. 40,548. 40,549. 40,550. 40,551. 40,552. 40,553. 40,554. 40,555. 40,556. 40,557. 40,558. 40,559. 40,560. 40,561. 40,562. 40,563. 40,564. 40,565. 40,566. 40,567. 40,568. 40,569. 40,570. 40,571. 40,572. 40,573. 40,574. 40,575. 40,576. 40,577. 40,578. 40,579. 40,580. 40,581. 40,582. 40,583. 40,584. 40,585. 40,586. 40,587. 40,588. 40,589. 40,590. 40,591. 40,592. 40,593. 40,594. 40,595. 40,596. 40,597. 40,598. 40,599. 40,600. 40,601. 40,602. 40,603. 40,604. 40,605. 40,606. 40,607. 40,608. 40,609. 40,610. 40,611. 40,612. 40,613. 40,614. 40,615. 40,616. 40,617. 40,618. 40,619. 40,620. 40,621. 40,622. 40,623. 40,624. 40,625. 40,626. 40,627. 40,628. 40,629. 40,630. 40,631. 40,632. 40,633. 40,634. 40,635. 40,636. 40,637. 40,638. 40,639. 40,640. 40,641. 40,642. 40,643. 40,644. 40,645. 40,646. 40,647. 40,648. 40,649. 40,650. 40,651. 40,652. 40,653. 40,654. 40,655. 40,656. 40,657. 40,658. 40,659. 40,660. 40,661. 40,662. 40,663. 40,664. 40,665. 40,666. 40,667. 40,668. 40,669. 40,670. 40,671. 40,672. 40,673. 40,674. 40,675. 40,676. 40,677. 40,678. 40,679. 40,680. 40,681. 40,682. 40,683. 40,684. 40,685. 40,686. 40,687. 40,688. 40,689. 40,690. 40,691. 40,692. 40,693. 40,694. 40,695. 40,696. 40,697. 40,698. 40,699. 40,700. 40,701. 40,702. 40,703. 40,704. 40,705. 40,706. 40,707. 40,708. 40,709. 40,710. 40,711. 40,712. 40,713. 40,714. 40,715. 40,716. 40,717. 40,718. 40,719. 40,720. 40,721. 40,722. 40,723. 40,724. 40,725. 40,726. 40,727. 40,728. 40,729. 40,730. 40,731. 40,732. 40,733. 40,734. 40,735. 40,736. 40,737. 40,738. 40,739. 40,740. 40,741. 40,742. 40,743. 40,744. 40,745. 40,746. 40,747. 40,748. 40,749. 40,750. 40,751. 40,752. 40,753. 40,754. 40,755. 40,756. 40,757. 40,758. 40,759. 40,760. 40,761. 40,762. 40,763. 40,764. 40,765. 40,766. 40,767. 40,768. 40,769. 40,770. 40,771. 40,772. 40,773. 40,774. 40,775. 40,776. 40,777. 40,778. 40,779. 40,780. 40,781. 40,782. 40,783. 40,784. 40,785. 40,786. 40,787. 40,788. 40,789. 40,790. 40,791. 40,792. 40,793. 40,794. 40,795. 40,796. 40,797. 40,798. 40,799. 40,800. 40,801. 40,802. 40,803. 40,804. 40,805. 40,806. 40,807. 40,808. 40,809. 40,810. 40,811. 40,812. 40,813. 40,814. 40,815. 40,816. 40,817. 40,818. 40,819. 40,820. 40,821. 40,822. 40,823. 40,824. 40,825. 40,826. 40,827. 40,828. 40,829. 40,830. 40,831. 40,832. 40,833. 40,834. 40,835. 40,836. 40,837. 40,838. 40,839. 40,840. 40,841. 40,842. 40,843. 40,844. 40,845. 40,846. 40,847. 40,848. 40,849. 40,850. 40,851. 40,852. 40,853. 40,854. 40,855. 40,856. 40,857. 40,858. 40,859. 40,860. 40,861. 40,862. 40,863. 40,864. 40,865. 40,866. 40,867. 40,868. 40,869. 40,870. 40,871. 40,872. 40,873. 40,874. 40,875. 40,876. 40,877. 40,878. 40,879. 40,880. 40,881. 40,882. 40,883. 40,884. 40,885. 40,886. 40,887. 40,888. 40,889. 40,890. 40,891. 40,892. 40,893. 40,894. 40,895. 40,896. 40,897. 40,898. 40,899. 40,900. 40,901. 40,902. 40,903. 40,904. 40,905. 40,906. 40,907. 40,908. 40,909. 40,910. 40,911. 40,912. 40,913. 40,914. 40,915. 40,916. 40,917. 40,918. 40,919. 40,920. 40,921. 40,922. 40,923. 40,924. 40,925. 40,926. 40,927. 40,928. 40,929. 40,930. 40,931. 40,932. 40,933. 40,934. 40,935. 40,936. 40,937. 40,938. 40,939. 40,940. 40,941. 40,942. 40,943. 40,944. 40,945. 40,946. 40,947. 40,948. 40,949. 40,950. 40,951. 40,952. 40,953. 40,954. 40,955. 40,956. 40,957. 40,958. 40,959. 40,960. 40,961. 40,962. 40,963. 40,964. 40,965. 40,966. 40,967. 40,968. 40,969. 40,970. 40,971. 40,972. 40,973. 40,974. 40,975. 40,976. 40,977. 40,978. 40,979. 40,980. 40,981. 40,982. 40,983. 40,984. 40,985. 40,986. 40,987. 40,988. 40,989. 40,990. 40,991. 40,992. 40,993. 40,994. 40,995. 40,996. 40,997. 40,998. 40,999. 41,000. 41,001. 41,002. 41,003. 41,004. 41,005. 41,006. 41,007. 41,008. 41,009. 41,010. 41,011. 41,012. 41,013. 41,014. 41,015. 41,016. 41,017. 41,018. 41,019. 41,020. 41,021. 41,022. 41,023. 41,024. 41,025. 41,026. 41,027. 41,028. 41,029. 41,030. 41,031. 41,032. 41,033. 41,034. 41,035. 41,036. 41,037. 41,038. 41,039. 41,040. 41,041. 41,042. 41,043. 41,044. 41,045. 41,046. 41,047. 41,048. 41,049. 41,050. 41,051. 41,052. 41,053. 41,054. 41,055. 41,056. 41,057. 41,058. 41,059. 41,060. 41,061. 41,062. 41,063. 41,064. 41,065. 41,066. 41,067. 41,068. 41,069. 41,070. 41,071. 41,072. 41,073. 41,074. 41,075. 41,076. 41,077. 41,078. 41,079. 41,080. 41,081. 41,082. 41,083. 41,084. 41,085. 41,086. 41,087. 41,088. 41,089. 41,090. 41,091. 41,092. 41,093. 41,094. 41,095. 41,096. 41,097. 41,098. 41,099. 41,100. 41,101. 41,102. 41,103. 41,104. 41,105. 41,106. 41,107. 41,108. 41,109. 41,110. 41,111. 41,112. 41,113. 41,114. 41,115. 41,116. 41,117. 41,118. 41,119. 41,120. 41,121. 41,122. 41,123. 41,124. 41,125. 41,126. 41,127. 41,128. 41,129. 41,130. 41,131. 41,132. 41,133. 41,134. 41,135. 41,136. 41,137. 41,138. 41,139. 41,140. 41,141. 41,142. 41,143. 41,144. 41,145. 41,146. 41,147. 41,148. 41,149. 41,150. 41,151. 41,152. 41,153. 41,154. 41,155. 41,156. 41,157. 41,158. 41,159. 41,160. 41,161. 41,162. 41,163. 41,164. 41,165. 41,166. 41,167. 41,168. 41,169. 41,170. 41,171. 41,172. 41,173. 41,174. 41,175. 41,176. 41,177. 41,178. 41,179. 41,180. 41,181. 41,182. 41,183. 41,184. 41,185. 41,186. 41,187. 41,188. 41,189. 41,190. 41,191. 41,192. 41,193. 41,194. 41,195. 41,196. 41,197. 41,198. 41,199. 41,200. 41,201. 41,202. 41,203. 41,204. 41,205. 41,206. 41,207. 41,208. 41,209. 41,210. 41,211. 41,212. 41,213. 41,214. 41,215. 41,216. 41,217. 41,218. 41,219. 41,220. 41,221. 41,222. 41,223. 41,224. 41,225. 41,226. 41,227. 41,228. 41,229. 41,230. 41,231. 41,232. 41,233. 41,234. 41,235. 41,236. 41,237. 41,238. 41,239. 41,240. 41,241. 41,242. 41,243. 41,244. 41,245. 41,246. 41,247. 41,248. 41,249. 41,250. 41,251. 41,252. 41,253. 41,254. 41,255. 41,256. 41,257. 41,258. 41,259. 41,260. 41,261. 41,262. 41,263. 41,264. 41,265. 41,266. 41,267. 41,268. 41,269. 41,270. 41,271. 41,272. 41,273. 41,274. 41,275. 41,276. 41,277. 41,278. 41,279. 41,280. 41,281. 41,282. 41,283. 41,284. 41,285. 41,286. 41,287. 41,288. 41,289. 41,290. 41,291. 41,292. 41,293. 41,294. 41,295. 41,296. 41,297. 41,298. 41,299. 41,300. 41,301. 41,302. 41,303. 41,304. 41,305. 41,306. 41,307. 41,308. 41,309. 41,310. 41,311. 41,312. 41,313. 41,314. 41,315. 41,316. 41,317. 41,318. 41,319. 41,320. 41,321. 41,322. 41,323. 41,324. 41,325. 41,326. 41,327. 41,328. 41,329. 41,330. 41,331. 41,332. 41,333. 41,334. 41,335. 41,336. 41,337. 41,338. 41,339. 41,340. 41,341. 41,342. 41,343. 41,344. 41,345. 41,346. 41,347. 41,348. 41,349. 41,350. 41,351. 41,352. 41,353. 41,354. 41,355. 41,356. 41,357. 41,358. 41,359. 41,360. 41,361. 41,362. 41,363. 41,364. 41,365. 41,366. 41,367. 41,368. 41,369. 41,370. 41,371. 41,372. 41,373. 41,374. 41,375. 41,376. 41,377. 41,378. 41,379. 41,380. 41,381. 41,382. 41,383. 41,384. 41,385. 41,386. 41,387. 41,388. 41,389. 41,390. 41,391. 41,392. 41,393. 41,394. 41,395. 41,396. 41,397. 41,398. 41,399. 41,400. 41,401. 41,402. 41,403. 41,404. 41,405. 41,406. 41,407. 41,408. 41,409. 41,410. 41,411. 41,412. 41,413. 41,414. 41,415. 41,416. 41,417. 41,418. 41,419. 41,420. 41,421. 41,422. 41,423. 41,424. 41,425. 41,426. 41,427. 41,428. 41,429. 41,430. 41,431. 41,432. 41,433. 41,434. 41,435. 41,436. 41,437. 41,438. 41,439. 41,440. 41,441. 41,442. 41,443. 41,444. 41,445. 41,446. 41,447. 41,448. 41,449. 41,450. 41,451. 41,452. 41,453. 41,454. 41,455. 41,456. 41,457. 41,458. 41,459. 41,460. 41,461. 41,462. 41,463. 41,464. 41,465. 41,466. 41,467. 41,468. 41,469. 41,470. 41,471. 41,472. 41,473. 41,474. 41,475. 41,476. 41,477. 41,478. 41,479. 41,480. 41,481. 41,482. 41,483. 41,484. 41,485. 41,486. 41,487. 41,488. 41,489. 41,490. 41,491. 41,492. 41,493. 41,494. 41,495. 41,496. 41,497. 41,498. 41,499. 41,500. 41,501. 41,502. 41,503. 41,504. 41,505. 41,506. 41,507. 41,508. 41,509. 41,510. 41,511. 41,512. 41,513. 41,514. 41,515. 41,516. 41,517. 41,518. 41,519. 41,520. 41,521. 41,522. 41,523. 41,524. 41,525. 41,526. 41,527. 41,528. 41,529. 41,530. 41,531. 41,532. 41,533. 41,534. 41,535. 41,536. 41,537. 41,538. 41,539. 41,540. 41,541. 41,542. 41,543. 41,544. 41,545. 41,546. 41,547. 41,548. 41,549. 41,550. 41,551. 41,552. 41,553. 41,554. 41,555. 41,556. 41,557. 41,558. 41,559. 41,560. 41,561. 41,562. 41,563. 41,564. 41,565. 41,566. 41,567. 41,568. 41,569. 41,570. 41,571. 41,572. 41,573. 41,574. 41,575. 41,576. 41,577. 41,578. 41,579. 41,580. 41,581. 41,582. 41,583. 41,584. 41,585. 41,586. 41,587. 41,588. 41,589. 41,590. 41,591. 41,592. 41,593. 41,594. 41,595. 41,596. 41,597. 41,598. 41,599. 41,600. 41,601. 41,602. 41,603. 41,604. 41,605. 41,606. 41,607. 41,608. 41,609. 41,610. 41,611. 41,612. 41,613. 41,614. 41,615. 41,616. 41,617. 41,618. 41,619. 41,620. 41,621. 41,622. 41,623. 41,624. 41,625. 41,626. 41,627. 41,628. 41,629. 41,630. 41,631. 41,632. 41,633. 41,634. 41,635. 41,636. 41,637. 41,638. 41,639. 41,640. 41,641. 41,642. 41,643. 41,644. 41,645. 41,646. 41,647. 41,648. 41,649. 41,650. 41,651. 41,652. 41,653. 41,654. 41,655. 41,656. 41,657. 41,658. 41,659. 41,660. 41,661. 41,662. 41,663. 41,664. 41,665. 41,666. 41,667. 41,668. 41,669. 41,670. 41,671. 41,672. 41,673. 41,674. 41,675. 41,676. 41,677. 41,678. 41,679. 41,680. 41,681. 41,682. 41,683. 41,684. 41,685. 41,686. 41,687. 41,688. 41,689. 41,690. 41,691. 41,692. 41,693. 41,694. 41,695. 41,696. 41,697. 41,698. 41,699. 41,700. 41,701. 41,702. 41,703. 41,704. 41,705. 41,706. 41,707. 41,708. 41,709. 41,710. 41,711. 41,712. 41,713. 41,714. 41,715. 41,716. 41,717. 41,718. 41,719. 41,720. 41,721. 41,722. 41,723. 41,724. 41,725. 41,726. 41,727. 41,728. 41,729. 41,730. 41,731. 41,732. 41,733. 41,734. 41,735. 41,736. 41,737. 41,738. 41,739. 41,740. 41,741. 41,742. 41,743. 41,744. 41,745. 41,746. 41,747. 41,748. 41,749. 41,750. 41,751. 41,752. 41,753. 41,754. 41,755. 41,756. 41,757. 41,758. 41,759. 41,760. 41,761. 41,762. 41,763. 41,764. 41,765. 41,766. 41,767. 41,768. 41,769. 41,770. 41,771. 41,772. 41,773. 41,774. 41,775. 41,776. 41,777. 41,778. 41,779. 41,780. 41,781. 41,782. 41,783. 41,784. 41,785. 41,786. 41,787. 41,788. 41,789. 41,790. 41,791. 41,792. 41,793. 41,794. 41,795. 41,796. 41,797. 41,798. 41,799. 41,800. 41,801. 41,802. 41,803. 41,804. 41,805. 41,806. 41,807. 41,808. 41,809. 41,810. 41,811. 41,812. 41,813. 41,814. 41,815. 41,816. 41,817. 41,818. 41,819. 41,820. 41,821. 41,822. 41,823. 41,824. 41,825. 41,826. 41,827. 41,828. 41,829. 41,830. 41,831. 41,832. 41,833. 41,834. 41,835. 41,836. 41,837. 41,838. 41,839. 41,840. 41,841. 41,842. 41,843. 41,844. 41,845. 41,846. 41,847. 41,848. 41,849. 41,850. 41,851. 41,852. 41,853. 41,854. 41,855. 41,856. 41,857. 41,858. 41,859. 41,860. 41,861. 41,862. 41,863. 41,864. 41,865. 41,866. 41,867. 41,868. 41,869. 41,870. 41,871. 41,872. 41,873. 41,874. 41,875. 41,876. 41,877. 41,878. 41,879. 41,880. 41,881. 41,882. 41,883. 41,884. 41,885. 41,886. 41,887. 41,888. 41,889. 41,890. 41,891. 41,892. 41,893. 41,894. 41,895. 41,896. 41,897. 41,898. 41,899. 41,900. 41,901. 41,902. 41,903. 41,904. 41,905. 41,906. 41,907. 41,908. 41,909. 41,910. 41,911. 41,912. 41,913. 41,914. 41,915. 41,916. 41,917. 41,918. 41,919. 41,920. 41,921. 41,922. 41,923. 41,924. 41,925. 41,926. 41,927. 41,928. 41,929. 41,930. 41,931. 41,932. 41,933. 41,934. 41,935. 41,936. 41,937. 41,938. 41,939. 41,940. 41,941. 41,942. 41,943. 41,944. 41,945. 41,946. 41,947. 41,948. 41,949. 41,950. 41,951. 41,952. 41,953. 41,954. 41,955. 41,956. 41,957. 41,958. 41,959. 41,960. 41,961. 41,962. 41,963. 41,964. 41,965. 41,966. 41,967. 41,968. 41,969. 41,970. 41,971. 41,972. 41,973. 41,974. 41,975. 41,976. 41,977. 41,978. 41,979. 41,980. 41,981. 41,982. 41,983. 41,984. 41,985. 41,986. 41,987. 41,988. 41,989. 41,990. 41,991. 41,992. 41,993. 41,994. 41,995. 41,996. 41,997. 41,998. 41,999. 42,000. 42,001. 42,002. 42,003. 42,004. 42,005. 42,006. 42,007. 42,008. 42,009. 42,010. 42,011. 42,012. 42,013. 42,014. 42,015. 42,016. 42,017. 42,018. 42,019. 42,020. 42,021. 42,022. 42,023. 42,024. 42,025. 42,026. 42,027. 42,028. 42,029. 42,030. 42,031. 42,032. 42,033. 42,034. 42,035. 42,036. 42,037. 42,038. 42,039. 42,040. 42,041. 42,042. 42,043. 42,044. 42,045. 42,046. 42,047. 42,048. 42,049. 42,050. 42,051. 42,052. 42,053. 42,054. 42,055. 42,056. 42,057. 42,058. 42,059. 42,060. 42,061. 42,062. 42,063. 42,064. 42,065. 42,066. 42,067. 42,068. 42,069. 42,070. 42,071. 42,072. 42,073. 42,074. 42,075. 42,076. 42,077. 42,078. 42,079. 42,080. 42,081. 42,082. 42,083. 42,084. 42,085. 42,086. 42,087. 42,088. 42,089. 42,090. 42,091. 42,092. 42,093. 42,094. 42,095. 42,096. 42,097. 42,098. 42,099. 42,100. 42,101. 42,102. 42,103. 42,104. 42,105. 42,106. 42,107. 42,108. 42,109. 42,110. 42,111. 42,112. 42,113. 42,114. 42,115. 42,116. 42,117. 42,118. 42,119. 42,120. 42,121. 42,122. 42,123. 42,124. 42,125. 42,126. 42,127. 42,128. 42,129. 42,130. 42,131. 42,132. 42,133. 42,134. 42,135. 42,136. 42,137. 42,138. 42,139. 42,140. 42,141. 42,142. 42,143. 42,144. 42,145. 42,146. 42,147. 42,148. 42,149. 42,150. 42,151. 42,152. 42,153. 42,154. 42,155. 42,156. 42,157. 42,158. 42,159. 42,160. 42,161. 42,162. 42,163. 42,164. 42,165. 42,166. 42,167. 42,168. 42,169. 42,170. 42,171. 42,172. 42,173. 42,174. 42,175. 42,176. 42,177. 42,178. 42,179. 42,180. 42,181. 42,182. 42,183. 42,184. 42,185. 42,186. 42,187. 42,188. 42,189. 42,190. 42,191. 42,192. 42,193. 42,194. 42,195. 42,196. 42,197. 42,198. 42,199. 42,200. 42,201. 42,202. 42,203. 42,204. 42,205. 42,206. 42,207. 42,208. 42,209. 42,210. 42,211. 42,212. 42,213. 42,214. 42,215. 42,216. 42,217. 42,218. 42,219. 42,220. 42,221. 42,222. 42,223. 42,224. 42,225. 42,226. 42,227. 42,228. 42,229. 42,230. 42,231. 42,232. 42,233. 42,234. 42,235. 42,236. 42,237. 42,238. 42,239. 42,240. 42,241. 42,242. 42,243. 42,244. 42,245. 42,246. 42,247. 42,248. 42,249. 42,250. 42,251. 42,252. 42,253. 42,254. 42,255. 42,256. 42,257. 42,258. 42,259. 42,260. 42,261. 42,262. 42,263. 42,264. 42,265. 42,266. 42,267. 42,268. 42,269. 42,270. 42,271. 42,272. 42,273. 42,274. 42,275. 42,276. 42,277. 42,278. 42,279. 42,280. 42,281. 42,282. 42,283. 42,284. 42,285. 42,286. 42,287. 42,288. 42,289. 42,290. 42,291. 42,292. 42,293. 42,294. 42,295. 42,296. 42,297. 42,298. 42,299. 42,300. 42,301. 42,302. 42,303. 42,304. 42,305. 42,306. 42,307. 42,308. 42,309. 42,310. 42,311. 42,312. 42,313. 42,314. 42,315. 42,316. 42,317. 42,318. 42,319. 42,320. 42,321. 42,322. 42,323. 42,324. 42,325. 42,326. 42,327. 42,328. 42,329. 42,330. 42,331. 42,332. 42,333. 42,334. 42,335. 42,336. 42,337. 42,338. 42,339. 42,340. 42,341. 42,342. 42,343. 42,344. 42,345. 42,346. 42,347. 42,348. 42,349. 42,350. 42,351. 42,352. 42,353. 42,354. 42,355. 42,356. 42,357. 42,358. 42,359. 42,360. 42,361. 42,362. 42,363. 42,364. 42,365. 42,366. 42,367. 42,368. 42,369. 42,370. 42,371. 42,372. 42,373. 42,374. 42,375. 42,376. 42,377. 42,378. 42,379. 42,380. 42,381. 42,382. 42,383. 42,384. 42,385. 42,386. 42,387. 42,388. 42,389. 42,390. 42,391. 42,392. 42,393. 42,394. 42,395. 42,396. 42,397. 42,398. 42,399. 42,400. 42,401. 42,402. 42,403. 42,404. 42,405. 42,406. 42,407. 42,408. 42,409. 42,410. 42,411. 42,412. 42,413. 42,414.